Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Somerset Council's executive meeting on Wednesday, 7th of February, and welcome to the John Meikle Room at Dean House here in Taunton. And we've got a fairly busy agenda, as I'm sure everyone is aware. I'll just think we. Okay, can Dem Services staff just pick that up, please? Thank you very much for raising that, sir. We'll just take a brief, for those of you online, we'll just take a brief pause while we sort out a technical issue in the room. Okay, can I just try that again? Does that resolve the issue?
Yes, but you're not quite quiet.
You're concerned I'm quite quiet? Yeah. Okay. Is there anything we can do? I'm aware that I'm probably not the softest spoken member of the executive, and I can certainly project across this room, but I'm aware that colleagues may not have that God-given talent that I have to silence 150 teenagers at 20 yards. So I do appreciate if we can get the AV right. That's great. Are we all happy? Thank you so much. First of all, I'm sure we will all join in sending our good wishes to King Charles on his recent diagnosis. On a personal level, I can fully understand what he and his family must be going through at the moment, and I'm sure we would all wish him a speedy recovery and successful treatments. Ava, just so that you know, your camera is on, and you are live on screen at Dean House. I just wonder whether you might just be able to pop your camera off for a little while until we bring you in. Is that okay? Thank you very much. So welcome everybody to this meeting of the Executive, and can I remind those present that it's only Executive Lead members present in the room that are taking the decisions at this meeting. Others in attendance are there to provide advice to the Executive, and the agenda and papers have been published on the Council's website in advance of the meeting. The Council will be making a recording of the meeting, and this will be published in due course. Can I further highlight that we'll be using a hybrid format for this meeting? So those Executive Lead members and key officers are physically present in the John Meikle Room at the Dean House in Taunton, and key officers present include, to my right, the Chief Executive, Duncan Sharkey, the Executive Director for Resources and Corporate Services to his right, and the Monitoring Officer, David Clark, to my left. Other elected members and officers may physically or remotely join the meeting to speak on specific items or to observe. And the meeting is being broadcast, and therefore other members of the public and partners can observe the meeting remotely, and I'm aware that we have media in the room who are also filming elements of the meeting. Can those of you online please note that the chat function is to be used primarily for the purposes of the meeting, and if you wish to indicate to speak, please do raise your hand rather than use the chat function, because it's easier for me to follow, and I'm delighted to hear that we're coming through loud and clear in Bridgewater, Councillor Slocum. Please only speak at my invitation, and please say your name before speaking, and please make sure microphones and cameras are turned off when not speaking, because that facilitates the smooth running of the technology for the meeting. First of all, we have apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies, please? I believe that... Oh, sorry, Councillor Shearer. Okay, so Councillor Adam Dance is joining online, as is Councillor Val Keach, I see, as an Associate Lead Member. Just looking for any other indications. Yes, Councillor Smith-Roberts.
Councillor Fran Smith, as an Associate Lead Member, is joining later online because there's a housing meeting at the moment.
Okay, thank you for that. I believe otherwise folk are all present. Do we have any declarations of interest, colleagues, in the agenda other than those that are listed pertaining to City, Town and Parish Council memberships, which are available on the website? For those of you at home, we had an interruption from members of the public concerned about a commercial investment which we inherited from one of our predecessor district councils, which has a tenant that's associated with the ongoing issues in Gaza, and they've raised some legitimate points which have been responded to before this meeting, and we are very much interested in meeting with that organisation to understand their concerns and for them to explain the legal position which we are under with that lease. Members will also be aware that we are disposing of our commercial portfolio anyway, and that I believe that property is within the first tranche of disposals, and it is, we know, an active issue which has commercial and legal implications, so we were unable to get into public dialogue with it. So I do appreciate your forbearance with us while we dealt with that interruption. But we continue to stand ready to talk to any residents who have concerns about any of the issues that we are dealing with, because it's so important to engage with our residents when they clearly feel so passionately about these issues. So now, if we can restart where we got to, and I have just forgotten where we got to. We've done declarations of interest. Have we done minutes at the last meeting? Or did I overlook that in the excitement? Okay. Can I ask whether members are content with the minutes of our last meeting? Not seeing any comments or amendments. Can I ask for a proposal, please? Councillor Leyshon, can I see a seconder, please? Councillor Wilkins. All those leave members in favour, please. And those leave members against. Those minutes are clearly approved. And resume going back to declarations of interest.
So I was just wondering if it would be useful for the monitoring officer to clarify the fact that we can vote, I think, on the council tax and the implication, even though we are council tax payers ourselves, we've got special dispensation, I believe, or another word for it.
Yes, that's correct. So I have issued a dispensation to all members to allow them to engage and vote on council tax matters, regardless of whether or not they are a council taxpayer within Somerset themselves. So you are free to continue to engage in that item.
Thank you for the clarification. And we move on to item 4, which is public question time. In my schedule, I have public questions listed under both item 4 and under item 13. Item 13, I suspect we'll get to after lunch. So could I just ask if any members of the public would like to speak now? I'm very happy for it to be taken now. I'm equally happy for it to be taken at item 13. So whichever is your preference will be acceptable. So first of all, David Orr, would you like a question taken now or on item 13?
Chairman, I've agreed that the monitoring officer will read out my statement with the 3 questions in on my behalf. I've agreed it several times with the clerks, and I'd like it now, please.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Thank you for reminding me that you'd like someone to read your question on your behalf, and we'll take that question now. Are you able to read that, Mr. Park? Thank you.
At the Audit Committee meeting last October, I expressed concern that the new council wasn't pursuing savings from merging 5 councils into one with enough urgency. The Finance Director memorably announced that the iceberg of bankruptcy had been spotted and was a lot closer than thought. This did not inspire confidence in either the council's financial management nor its budgeting forecasting. I did not want a unitary based on the old county council. I hoped for fresh talent and leadership through national competitive recruitment, but instead recruitment for directors was internal only, and there has been little change in the county council senior positions. A huge £57 million black hole has suddenly appeared in adult social care within months of a new financial year. I can't see which service within ASC has the largest pressure, nor can I find any published figures with that detail. It could occur in providing care in people's homes or funding care homes, or in keeping people out of hospital or in learning disabilities, etc. We don't know. Nor do I see such large ASC overspends in other West Country authorities who appear to be able to avoid bankruptcy in 24-25, while Somerset looks to be insolvent within months. Question 1A. Can the Council provide a detailed list of ASC pressures, service by service, with the 23-24 figures against 24-25 forecasts? 1B. Did the Scrutiny for Adults and Health Committee and/or the Audit Committee examine a detailed breakdown of ASC pressures, service by service, for validation and oversight? The 23-24 financial year was when high inflation and energy costs occurred. The budget overspend forecast for ASC in 23-24 was £24 million. ASC has reduced the overspend for 23-24 from £24 million to an actual of £15 million, a 38% reduction. The budget overspend forecast for 24-25 for ASC at an extraordinary £57 million is nearly 4 times this year's actual overspend of £15 million. Yet in 24-25, inflation is falling sharply, as are energy costs. The final question, why is the budget forecast for 24-25 ASC £57 million overspend so much higher than the actual £15 million overspend for 23-24? If ASC managed demand and budgets as effectively in 24-25 as in 23-24, with £7 million of consultancy by Newton Europe, then the £57 million forecast overspend could result in actual overspend being 38% lower again, thus saving £22 million in actual ASC spending for 24-25. Valued public services with modest budgets like toilets, CCTV and recycling centres are to be cut when internal efficiency savings have yet to be made, whilst financial management and budget forecasting in this new super council do not command public confidence. It is time that these budget forecasts and tax rise proposals are put to the public in a referendum. In good conscience, I could not vote for your current proposals, while so many questions as to how this new super council got into this parlous state out of the blue remain unanswered.
Thank you, Mr. Orr, for your questions. As members will be aware, I am covering the adult social care portfolio after the sad passing of my colleague, Councillor Dean Ruddle, and I will respond on behalf of that service area. So firstly, in answer to your first question, yes, that detail is set out in agenda item 13 in the 2024-25 General Fund Budget and Medium Term Financial Plan Report. Appendix 2 provided a full breakdown of changes to the 23-24, including the pressures on a service by service basis, with Appendix 6 listing all pressures across the next 3 years. So I hope that gives you the detail that you are looking for. If not, please come back and we will see what further detail it is that you are requesting. Okay, on item 1B. There was a special budget scrutiny on the 2nd of February 2024, which reviewed all of the 2024-25 budget proposals, including the pressures and savings for adult social care. Although inflation is reducing, this does not mean costs decrease, just that they go up less quickly. For example, a significant driver of adult social care is the pay of carers. Quite rightly, that pay has been increased with the increase in the national living wage. These are not reduced because inflation has dropped. We would welcome that increase in the national living wage, but would note that that is not funded by the government. We need to find that within our own resources. And in response to question 3, I want to be very clear that the financial challenges that the council faces have not come out of the blue, as you suggest. It was suggested by my predecessor that there was a ticking time bomb here, and the ticking was getting louder. So to suggest it's out of the blue is not, I believe, fair, but you're entitled to take a different view. So we identified this pressure at last year's budget setting, that we would need a £40.2 million pressure this year. And in the current year, the Q1 budget report, which went to the August 2023 scrutiny, highlighted the adverse impacts of rising inflation, increasing bank interest, and rising demand was having on the budget. The increase in the budget 24-25 reflects these increases and the underfunding of councils by government. The council faces the very basic challenge that its costs in respect of care in particular are increasing at a faster rate than the income the council receives from the government. And we are facing a national funding challenge which requires a national solution. Can I draw your attention to the recent report from the All-Party Levelling Up Housing and Communities Committee on financial distress in local government, which was published on the 29th of January 2024, which highlights the significant financial challenges faced by the sector. And in its summary, it says, "It is no surprise that the financial crisis that local authorities are encountering comes from after significant reduction in local authorities' spending power, which has itself coincided with increasing demand for their services and inflationary pressures driving up costs. Ultimately, the levels of funding available to local authorities through council tax, retained business rates and government grants have not kept pace with these pressures, leading to a funding gap which is already estimated at £4 billion over the next 2 years. Demand for adult social care has risen hugely due to demographic change. The costs of providing the statutory adult social care service, so that's wages, energy, food, interest rates, insurance, all have risen hugely. Our revenue support grant has gone down from £80 million in 2009 to £8.4 million this year. This means that we are increasingly reliant on council tax as our primary source of income. Councils are funding a growing adult social care costs and other costs from a capped property tax based on 1991 values. No one would design this system. Everyone I speak to accepts that this system is unsustainable. However, governments of all parties have failed to come up with the solution. I see that there is an unnamed user with their hand up. Could you please identify yourself? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair, it was a slip of the finger. It's Rosa Kell, Wells Buses.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, I wasn't sure whether that was one of our question askers because I couldn't see your name on the list. So thank you so much. Ava, yours is next, and I've seen you online, so I know you're here. And it says you're happy to speak now. Good morning, Ava. It's lovely to see you. You are on mute, so it'd be even lovelier to hear you as well.
Is that better?
You're coming through loud and clear, Ava. Okay,
Yeah.
you're
Tell me when I've had a minute, then 2 minutes. There's an echo, isn't there? Then 30 seconds left, and then 10 seconds. Okay, I'll start.
I'll try and remember that, Ava. And if we could start you now, I'm just trying to work out how my dot clock works. Go for it.
Okay. Regarding, God, there's an echo, isn't there? Anyway, listen. Regarding the proposed closure of the Yeovil hyper acute stroke units, can councillors please do an impact assessment or some kind of assessment on the estimated increase in subsidised social care that will ensue as a result of NHS ICB voting unanimously, including Duncan, the executive, he voted with them, to move services from Yeovil hyper, I'm talking about hyperacute when it's first 72 hours, yeah. So, and put the money into Dorchester Hospital, which isn't fully equipped. Now, May, Shear, thought the big,
That's your first minute.
yeah, and they're determined to close, right? So, so if you consider the increased drive time for patients who lived in Wales or other areas not near Grove Park or Dorchester, when all of us potential stroke patients, any of us here, will only have the choice of Musgrove, Taunton or Dorchester. Now, the ICB meeting, the decision was completely biased. There was no there from the Yeovil Hyperacute Stroke Board. The lead consultant delayed his retirement to deal with staffing. The staff to him say it's a catastrophe if it's closed. So we had nobody there at that meeting, completely biased. The meeting was packed full of people who'd had a stroke, carers, Quicksilver,
1 minute remaining.
myself. How much time? Anyway, so they made a completely biased decision. So thank you, Bill, and other councillors that you did ask them to revisit the decision last year, but they are determined to close the hyper-acute stroke ward in Yeovil because they say, oh, it's only 9 to 5. But it'll be nil hours, won't it, the hyper-acute? And solving the problem,
30 seconds.
it's not fully equipped. Well, Dorset isn't fully, Dorchester isn't fully equipped, and yet they're moving money to there. It just doesn't make sense. So basically, I'd like to know if there's going to be increased costs for social care, you know, result, you know, of brain damage and things like that if they don't get near it to a hospital, okay? And they send to a bus. Well, was Horizon and Ofsted and that teacher committed suicide. We're not talking about that. We're talking about brain damage. So
Okay, Ava, you've reached the end of your 3 minutes. Is that unless you've got anything absolutely desperate to add? You'll be. No, that's absolutely fine. Thank you so much for your question, as always, and to taking such an interest in the services that our residents value so much. So in response to your written question, Somerset Integrated Care Board have completed an equalities impact assessment as part of their decision-making process. As a system, we collect this sort of data every day on the individuals being discharged from hospital that require onward social care intervention. Through this data collection and oversight, we will be able to see if there are any additional impacts. The Adults and Health Scrutiny considered the performance report on a quarterly basis. And just to further add that I believe on the 31st of January, the Adult Social Care Committee acquired new influence that they could call in decisions to the Secretary of State. And I have alerted Councillor Slocum and Councillor Oakes as chair and vice chair of that committee to that role that they now have, and have asked them to consider whether that would be an appropriate use of their agenda time. But scrutiny, as I'm sure you're aware, is an independent process of this administration. So we will continue that monitoring, and we look forward to scrutiny discussing it and passing it on to the relevant authorities in government. So thank you so much for your question, and if you want any further discussion, please do feel free to contact me and we will pick it up. So thank you so much, Eva. Our third question is from Nigel. Nigel Bean, we've got Nigel online.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Would you like to do your question now, Nigel?
Yes, please, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Right, all right. Question 1A, basically, I think you've more or less covered in your previous answer about the Department for Local Government Communities Select Committee. And I think overall, I think a lot of people agree. So I'm not going to really repeat it any more than that, but I will mention on Radio 4 this morning, more or less, they were making a comparison between Band H in Westminster and Band C in Hartlepool. And the expert guest, I suppose you could call it, was talking about the council tax being arbitrary and regressive. So I think a lot of people do all agree on that. Obviously, it's how we get a solution. And the other thing is, obviously, it's after the closing date for the questions. The BBC report on Wiltshire. Are there any lessons that we can learn from Wiltshire about that BBC report? I only saw it on TV last night, so I haven't gone into the detail. Anyway, question 3B, that report that we mentioned earlier, there's not much mention in it of the role of city, town and parish councils. And then obviously it's been in the news recently about Yeovil and Taunton raising the precept, etc. So basically, do you think the government may, in effect, limit town and parish council, city council precepts in the future? Because some people call it a loophole. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying, how do you think they'll take it? And I make the comparison with toilets in part of Cornwall, where the locals may get to use them for free, but the visitors may have to pay for them. And that's a slippery slope, because we want comprehensive services, and it's an incremental step towards gated communities. And I won't waffle on any more about that. But do you think the government may intervene and prescribe the increase in town council precepts? And then question C is, should the role, function and purpose of local community networks, with the corresponding limited accountability and relative inadequate governance supported by officer time, be revisited reviews as local and town parish councils, which usually have well understood governance structures, are being encouraged to deliver services? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nigel, as always, for your questions. And I believe Liz Lyshon is adding the response. Thank you, Liz.
Yeah, and I'm well qualified to answer on toilets, public or otherwise, Nigel. Having run a public building, I know jolly well how it is to have an open building, open to everyone at all times, and to run the toilets there. I used to think sometimes I kind of ran a public toilets with a theatre and cinema on the side. And actually it is really important that public buildings are open. So many people told me so many times that they would rather come to a decently run public building rather than use public toilets. And I used to say, yeah, fine, but it's you know, it's quite a responsibility to do that. But I think it is a conversation that we should have more of. We tend to shy away from conversations we don't like because they're whatever, scatological or whatever you want to call it. I think we should talk about it more. We're all human beings. So if I could just go back to your first question, the other factors, issues, concerns to be taken into account. And you also mentioned Wiltshire. So I just wanted to bring in that Wiltshire, whilst we have heard plenty about Wiltshire's finances, we seem to hear less about the fact that their statements of accounts for many years are outstanding. So whilst this council has moved at remarkable pace, and I pay tribute to the finance team for that, in getting a statement of accounts for predecessor council signed off, I think it's 2 that we have left now for March, possibly May audit meetings, but Wiltshire has a number of years still outstanding. So I don't know why nobody talks about that. Maybe they don't want to, a bit like the public toilets. So responding to your questions, so first of all, I'd say greatest concern for this administration is whether the government is truly listening, or perhaps just counting down the days until the next general election in the expectation that local authorities and funding becomes the responsibility of the next different government. I would say, in short, and I think this is coming over loud and clear from the Levelling Up committee, council tax doesn't work. I think if I have learnt one thing over the last few years, it is that council tax does not work as a funding mechanism for social care. I'll expand on that, Nigel, in my written answer. I also would like to say that Section 114 notices were intended for 151 officers to call out and stop fiscal behaviours in members and officers, not to flag up a council where costs are increasing more than income to a stage where we end up seeing councils declare a Section 114, which was not the original intent of that legislation. We know that government commissioners cost good money, and that money would come from Somerset's council taxpayers were we to declare a 114. I find it really difficult to get money out of London, for regeneration projects and other things in Somerset. The last thing we want to do is send money back to government. I believe local councils have been underfunded for many years now, and the experiment that was the reduction in revenue support grant has been well and truly proven to be a failure. And another thing that we causes us concern because we don't understand it is that in November, local government was told that ways of solving the local financial challenges should not impact on the national taxpayer. Yet that does not seem to be playing out as we might have expected. So to go on to your second question, and that is about the possibility of government intervening and prescribing increases on town, parish, city precepts. So I think it should be understood that Somerset's position is different from other council areas due to the preliminary work completed by the former Somerset County Council with those parish, town and city councils on the subject of asset and service devolution. It was clearly a major selling point of the One Somerset business case, and so I believe other parts of the country will not see the same effect. It's obvious to me, and I think it always was obvious to me, that the new Somerset Council would not be able to devolve funding along with assets and services. Those ambitious and capable local councils in Somerset's bigger towns and some of the medium towns have stepped up, and I applaud them. Of course, this does impact on council tax bills, but the local money stays local. Those councils are able to contract locally, keeping monies within the local economy and hopefully also in places delivering better value. So the situation of an individual town council increasing council tax while surrounding parish councils do not is further proof, if it is needed, that council tax is inherently unfair and simply does not work as a funding mechanism for social care. For the third part of your question, Nigel, I'd like to hand over to my colleague, Councillor Theo Butt-Phillip. Thank you, Theo.
Thank you, Liz, and thank you, Nigel, for your question, which for those of you who got lost in the answer so far is about the role of LCNs in relation to city, town and parish councils. LCNs have a fundamentally different but complementary role to that of city, town and parish councils. LCNs are a forum for bringing together Somerset councillors, city, town and parish councils, the VCFSE, other agencies and stakeholders within a specific local area to identify priorities and work collaboratively to address local issues. Unlike city, town and parish councils, they do not have independent legal personality, they cannot own assets or property, and they cannot deliver services independently, but may act as a forum to enable partners to do so collectively. The Council's proposed transformation programme does include a review of all locality working arrangements, a whole system approach, including LCNs, with objectives including identifying and addressing overlap and duplication, delivering savings and ensuring future arrangements support the delivery of corporate objectives and can demonstrate value for money.
Okay, well, once again, thank you for your question, Mr. Behan, and thank you very much, colleagues, for your answers. Next on my list for public questions is Alan Debenham with the words attending in person written next to his name. And I'm looking around the room, and unless he has dramatically changed appearance, I'm not seeing Alan Debenham in the room, and I'm not seeing him online. So I'll hold over that question till item 13, if I may, to which it pertains, and then we'll take it then, if, regardless of whether he's in the room or not. I always prefer to have the questioner in the room to ask the question and hear the answer. So which moves us on to our final public speaker, which is Thomas Dorr. Do we have Thomas in the room or online? Hello, Tom. Would you like to come up to the desk there where our public speakers are, please? Thank you so much. If you take a seat and then press the button on the right, it should start shining red at you. Okay, we'll try and find one that works. I'm really sorry about this. Oh, there we go. Do you want
Everyone
to
hear me now?
Do you want to just try that?
Yeah, hello.
Excellent. Tom, you have 3 minutes, okay?
Good morning, members of council. My name is Thomas Dorr. I am a district councillor for Rington, just over the border in North Somerset. Today, I'm here to discuss a petition signed by thousands of concerned citizens, urging the Somerset Council to reconsider the proposed cuts to Cheddar Recycling Centre. Residents plead for your urgent intervention in a matter that deeply concerns the well-being of our community and the environment that we hold dear. Cheddar Recycling Centre is a vital hub for sustainability in our area, and it faces immediate threat of closure. I implore you to consider the grave implications of such actions and to advocate for the continuing operation of this essential facility. Now, we recognise the financial challenges faced by the Somerset Council, and we emphasise with the need to make difficult decisions. However, we believe that investment in sustainable practice like recycling is an investment in our future. The long-term benefits of maintaining Cheddar Recycling Centre far outweigh the short-term cost savings. The Cheddar Recycling Centre is merely not merely a collection of bins and machinery, but is vital to the community's environment and its responsibility against climate change. Its closure would not only dispute our local waste management system, but would send a distressing message about the decisions of a sustainable future from this council. The recycling centre plays a crucial role in reducing landfill. In 2019 alone, over 60% of household waste in Somerset was recycled or composted, according to Somerset Waste Partnership. This achievement would not have been possible without the facilities like Cheddar Recycling Centre and others. According to the figures released by the Department for Environmental, Food and Rural Affairs, many rural areas in the southwest saw a marked increase in fly tipping incidents. This closure guaranteed to see another substantial increase in fly tipping, which would pose more of a financial risk than closing the recycling centre itself. As representative infused with the well-being of Somerset residents, I ask on your behalf of them to use your influence and power to ensure that the recycling centre is not closed. Engaging with relevant stakeholders, relevant officers, or whoever's decision it was that this would be a good financial term to try and see this place not closed. Here are a couple of quotes which I think might take from people that commented on the petition. I had about over 800 comments. First one being, I use the tip weekly as it's extremely busy and well used at the time.
If you could be drawing your comments to a close, I'd
yeah,
appreciate
no worries,
a number of points, but if you could just come to a close.
Yeah, I will summarise with 3 questions I had. What are the short-term and long-term savings when stacked against the increasing cost from fly tipping, which this closure is expected to cause, possibly even double? What have you conducted the appropriate risk assessment and qualities assessment? If so, what are the outcomes of that? And lastly, will the council publish performance and cost information on all the Somerset recycling centres and how they compare, taking into account varying opening hours and business uses? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your question. Yes, and your points are very well made, and thank you very much for coming down to talk to us. I think the response is coming from Councillor Dixie Darch. Thank you, Dixie.
Thank you, Councillor Dorr, and it's always refreshing to see a younger face amongst councillors and a kind of passionate argument. So I think the first thing that I want to say is that around the closures, the situation is still fluid. Actually, there is no certainty that we will be reclosing sites. Neither is there certainty that we won't. So we're still in complex commercial negotiations, so no decisions have been made yet. But if I can focus on your specific questions around fly tipping. So the proposal that we have is to save around £1 million from our recycling site contract. And this figure is already reflection of a retention of a sum to deal with short-term localised spike in fly tipping incidents following the closure of any of the at-risk sites should they go ahead. We have got some previous experience of closing 2 sites. So in 2014, Colford and Middlezoy were closed. And whilst we saw a slight increase in fly tipping, this was mainly localised to the immediate surroundings of the sites. It was relatively small in scale and it quickly disappeared. That is not to dismiss the blight that is fly tipping on our country. It's a crime. It is completely illegal. The evidence that we have suggests that most fly tipping is done by rogue traders rather than householders. Actually, that most residents are fairly kind of responsible, but we are very aware of fly tipping as an increased risk, and it would be great if we could stamp it out. So the next question was about an equality impact assessment. So there has been a risk assessment and equality impact assessment for part of this savings, which form part of this savings proposal. And the recurring theme from both assessments is the identified risk of increased fly tipping incidents. So we are very, very aware of that as a risk. As in question 1, the expectation would be that the increase would be localised, smaller in scale and time limited. A comprehensive communications plan to pre-warn of site closures and appropriate and clear signage to the next nearest facility would be provided at any site that was to close to help mitigate the temptation for a resident to choose to fly tip. And the last question, I think question 3, was about can the council publish performance and cost information on all Somerset recycling centres and how they compare? So the county-wide recycling site network is currently achieving an average recycling rate performance of 72%. That's April to December 2023. For the Cheddar site alone, the recycling performance stands at 70% for this period. The 5 recycling sites currently named at risk of closure comprise those with the highest provision and management cost per visitor per tonne. So they're the most expensive ones to run. We're not able to publish detailed cost information as this is commercially sensitive. And, you know, just to finish, I will say this over and over again. I don't want any of our sites to close. We're working really, really hard to see if we can come up with savings that are less impactful. Those negotiations are still continuing. We are not alone in this situation. A third of English councils are proposing to close recycling sites because of the budget pressures on councils. Thank you.
Thank you again for your question, and thank you for the response, Councillor Darch. It's as I've described these savings proposals as being both heartbreaking, unpalatable and unprecedented, and it's a very, very difficult situation. In no way reflects on our commitment to making Somerset a greener and more sustainable county, and that is the very regrettable situation that we find ourselves in. Moving on to item 5 on our agenda, and well, I noticed we're 25 minutes late, so please, could colleagues excuse through this that there may be some delay ongoing through the meeting as a result of earlier disruption. So item 5 is our executive forward plan. I will table it as written. Are there any comments or questions from lead members or associate lead members? I'm not seeing anything from other members in the room or online. Again, not seeing anything. This is an item to note, so it doesn't require a proposer or seconder. So we'll take that as is, which moves us on to item 6, which is the 23-24 budget monitoring report for month 9, which is as of the end of December 2023, so Q3, and it's on pages 49 to 122 on your hymn sheets. So, Liz, would you like to introduce the paper, please?
Thank you, Chair. And as you've already referenced the long and important agenda, I will be swift in my introduction. So you'll know that we missed month 8 and we went straight to month 9, which is Q3. So this has the full set of appendices, all 10 appendices. You'll see that there is an improvement across the whole council. We note the overspends in adults and children's, and table 1 on page 49 makes that very clear. It's also clear in graphs further on in the report. And that has been at the request of, I think it was the audit committee that wanted to see where overspends and underspends were across the different directorates of the council. Of course, every reduction through the spending control panels and boards that are now in place helps our reserves position for future years. So if I may, I'd like to hand over to Service Director Nicola Hicks to give us some more detail on this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. So this is the updated quarterly report, and I say updated because every time we look at it, we keep adapting it and amending it and adding information that will be useful for members in their budget monitoring. Table 1 we have amended again, so that clearly shows the movement from month 3 through to month 9, specifically highlighting adults and children, showing the increase in forecast overspend in the children's areas offset by a further forecast underspend the remainder of the council. The table allows the reader to calculate that actually if we hadn't have had that movement in children's in this month, we would have been in a position of a projected overspend of 16.1, not the 17.5 that we're calculating. So that just allows the reader to see that very clearly. Paragraph 4 on page 50 mentions the increase in children's forecast is due to the unachievable saving of step downs from residential to in-house fostering, which is explained in Appendix 2, but Councillor Shearer will expand on that in just a moment. Moving to table 2 on page 51, we're now showing the expenditure and income budgets instead of just the net budget. We're looking further at how we can improve this table to show the variance at expenditure and income level rather than just a net year-end projection. And we hope to have this in place for Q1 of 24-25. I'd like to draw members' attention to the spend board data that's included from paragraph 28 onwards. Which is on page 55. This, I feel, is a positive addition to the report. At the time the report was compiled, the data we had started to track and compile to share, but we're working on specific areas now to bring that into the report as well. So I think this is a section we will retain in the report and look to continue and improve because I know it's an area of interest to members. I think it shows there's a positive effect the spend board is having and continues to have. I've spoken in members' briefings and at this executive previously about the enforcement of our no purchase order, no pay policy. This is now in place and we aren't seeing this is causing too many issues for suppliers as the services are on board to issue our suppliers with order numbers ahead of that kind of invoice coming in. Just to emphasise as well, instilling this policy does not mean the council will not be paying for goods or services that it's had previously, but it hasn't had it, that those suppliers haven't had an order number on. I know that's a concern of members, and this isn't about doing that. This is just about instilling the policy going forward so we have more scrutiny and challenge at the point of order rather than just when the invoice comes in at the point of spend. But I'll pass over to Councillor Shearer.
Thank you, Nicola, and thank you for giving us the opportunity. Yes, I did want to just expand on the bit about the step down. The 1.4 million overspend between month 7 and month 9 is due in large part. When you look at the detail in the appendix, you'll see that there's underspends and overspends, but in large part, a large part of that 1.4 is attributable to the fact that we have not been able to achieve the uplift in foster carers that we were hoping for. We have done quite a lot. We have 152 foster carers, and unfortunately with the rate of attrition we've had in the past, we might have expected that number to have gone down. We've actually managed to keep it steady. which is not the degree of success we wanted, but it's some success. And the 152 are now actually caring for more children than we were previously. So they're taking on more roles, which is brilliant. So there is some mitigation around that, but we haven't been able to do it in the time frame. I think the other thing I wanted to point out while we're just on that appendix detail is that there are a number of other things, again, which we have mitigations for, and some we have less mitigations for. Something on the line of field work, we have had an overspend there, but that is where courts will insist, perhaps, on occasion that we have to provide 24/7 care for children. We are working, and have been for the last year, working quite solidly with our legal teams to try to improve that, because the outcomes for the children, as well as it being expensive, the outcomes for children are not good necessarily in those circumstances. So that's one thing that we're still battling away with. And of course, the other one that I just would highlight, because people always see it, is some of the uplift in cost around school transport. Again, happy to report that we have been running the school transport board now for several months. So we have some good aims in place to actually improve what we're doing there. So I just wanted to put that extra bit of information onto our overspends.
Okay, thank you very much, Heather. I think that point around foster carer recruitment, I think, is incredibly important, and I wonder whether that's something that we need to be working with our wider community, through our city, town and parish councils, through our VCSFE sector, and so on, because quite rightly, there are concerns about services that we're having to look to withdraw, but if they can help reduce cost pressures on this council, it will have a significant impact. I'm sure Mel would nod enthusiastically if I said shared lives as well in that. Heather again.
I just want to come back to say we have been doing our best. I'm trying to get over all of the things we're doing around increasing the foster care recruitment, if you like. I've been on the radio a little bit, but I think the point is exactly as you say, that this happens to be a way of us saving money, but it's the best thing for the children. We're doing it because it's the right thing for the kids, for the children, and for their life chances, which just happens to be also a saving. But it is the right thing to do.
Indeed, absolutely, it's the right thing for the children, and it's the right thing for our funding situation as well. So it's a win-win in so many ways if we can improve that offer around foster caring. Right, so that's just an update on the children's position. Do we have any questions, Ros?
Thank you. Fellow councillors will have heard me say I'm delighted to see that the adult social care year-end forecast projection has been remarkably consistent over a number of months, and which is I think quite rare in the past. And I would just wondered whether you would like to expand on how you've managed to achieve it, and whether you're reasonably confident that your year-end projection will remain as solid as it has been.
Thank you for your question. As acting portfolio, I feel like a supply teacher in this seat, and I'm going to immediately pass it on to Mel to respond. Thank you.
Within that, you'll see, and as in report on page 62, you'll see that the actual overspend for adults in year is 23. Trying to find the page now, it's not good, is it? What we have got though is within that, the mitigations for that is we've put mitigations into taking it down to just over 14.9 million. In there, we had an awful lot of one-off money come in, and we know one-off money is an issue for us going forward, but we know one-off money has come into us. We've also done an awful lot of work with the market this year. One of the things that has supported us to keep the, although fee prices are higher than they were before, to keep them levelling off, is the fact that we've had an awful lot of international recruitment into Somerset. What that has done is that has not just supported the self-funder market and our market, which has meant we have more domiciliary care. Domiciliary care means people can live in their own homes, which is what everybody wants to do. And that has helped to stabilise that budget. It has helped us to give us capacity in our res and nursing care, not only for us, but there are also a lot of people are staying in their own homes with living care, which is what people want to do. And therefore our self-funders are also not going into that market. With all of that, it has enabled us to stabilise some fee rates, and that has kept us to where we need to go. We have also put significant measures in place around our peer. We always had, in any other way, people call them panels, we don't here. We call them areas where we sit down and we look at all the budgets. We have put those in on a daily basis at this moment in time, just to see if we're doing the right thing, if we are using our money as wisely as possible. And again, that has helped to ensure that we're doing things differently. And from a commissioning point of view, our commissioners are working so closely with our operations teams, making sure that we have the right provision in the right space out there. All of that has helped us. Will it hold every week of the month? Well, it will, as long as we don't lose our international recruits in the next few months, and all our providers that we have out there continue to be working in Somerset, and we don't have lots of home closures. Last year, we had an awful lot of home closures. We've kept that balance this year. As long as we keep in that space, that I think we'll be as good as we can be.
Ros has a supplementary, as do I.
Thank you. I'm delighted to hear the confidence there, and I hope that your caveats don't come true. And I'm delighted that our international recruitment is paying dividends. Am I right in thinking that the market for, and it's an awful word to use, but that's the essence, the market of providing social care is for adults is significantly different from the children's one. So the lessons learned with the adults aren't readily transferable to the children's market.
I think it's how you commission, isn't it? And from a children's perspective, it's a national way of commissioning, whereas we're quite local. We have local provision. We know our providers well. We don't have lots of the national providers in Somerset, which is a good thing. It sometimes has a little few problems, but majority of the time it's a good thing that we have small local providers. Some of the nationals are in, but we work really closely with them. I think the Homes in Horizon has changed that, because that is actually meaning you're now locally commissioning. And that's the difference. Local commissioning for local people is the right way forward. So we'll continue to do that.
Thank you. My supplementary was around the international recruitment. I'm trying to think how to diplomatically phrase this, but are there any obstacles that you can see on the horizon to that international recruitment being successful?
Sadly, there are, and we have written a paper, both from the Southwest region, only last week to the Minister, and I had a meeting with the Minister last week around international recruitment. There are national issues with that in terms of people coming into the country, paying quite a bit of money to come in, having visas, and then and having work permits, etc. done, and then the work not being there for them, or that not being managed by Home Office and others in the way that probably it should be. We've highlighted the issues, we've asked for those concerns. We have seen some suspensions across the Southwest quite a lot in their licensing, which is a problem for us. The other area is they've changed the law and now they cannot bring spouses with them and families with them, which again, we're not quite sure how that's going to play out for us. We are working nationally on this issue. We are asking for support in slightly different ways. We'll keep going with that. Will that present us with a problem? I really hope not. But it is an area that I have a risk against. And if you look at our risks that we have, you will see that this is a risk that I have highlighted.
Yeah, just to thank you for your work there on the national stage with professional organisations, and I wonder whether that's a space that the national associations regarding local government, for example, CCN and LGA, might need to start moving into that space to raise that with government.
So they have. So the letter that we produced from the Southwest has gone into them. We've tweaked it slightly for the LGA so that it's more global. That has gone into government as well. So we are all lobbying in this space to try and get better systems so that we know who's in our neighbourhoods working. We've also put an audit in from a Somerset point of view to all of our providers, getting them to understand, have they got issues? Because it's a really complicated, sometimes they're making mistakes when they don't know. So we have put in, and we've got, that response has come back. And the good thing about that response is you've got lots of providers in Somerset that are saying, we're doing this really well, we understand it. We've got a few that are struggling a bit, we will match them so that we get that learning across the whole of Somerset.
Thank you, Mel. Ros, is this another supplementary? Because I know I've got Fred waiting.
Just quickly, You raised the point about the work Mel and others are doing to raise the issue. Could I ask that our MPs in Somerset actually help with this actively? And I just feel that we need as many voices as possible on this one.
Thank you. I've raised it with two of them personally in conversations. I don't know whether there's any other conversations that I expect there are many conversations I don't know about. But Mel, could you?
There are some conversations going on, but again, I think it's an area that we can ask you. I can share the letter that we've done across the Southwest. We can share the ADAS and LGA response. And again, there is a chance, I'm sure, for you to push that at the same time.
Thanks, Mel. And Fed.
I've just got several questions and maybe a comment. I'll do the comment first in relation just to the presentation of the papers, because I really welcome, I think, the graph on page 52 that demonstrates quite the controls and mechanisms and how we are handling our finances this year, and how you can now see that on a month-by-month basis at just how well we are monitoring and looking after the finances. So that's just, I guess, from positive from me. And then I've just got some questions, and it maybe sits firstly across children's and then adults slightly. Fostering, I think it's going from my view on social media. I'm seeing that campaign play out through our comms team and hearing that. It would be good just to hear about what that plan is moving forward, about recruiting more fosterers and taking into account how we can look to welcome and assist more foster carers come on board, because I think that will be a way of obviously most importantly helping those children's lives for the better. And then on children specifically as well, is the school transport issue a national issue in relation to the challenges we face, or is it particularly a local, because we're rural? So I'd just like to understand that, because I thought that children's services nationally were having issues.
Thank you, Councillor Smith-Roberts. Second one first, absolutely. On the school transport, this is a national issue which every top tier authority is facing. Something that I was quite pleased about when I saw the we had a report done into our homeschool transport provision, and whereas it did just last year, and whereas it did come up with ways in which we can improve what we do and how we do it, it did actually say that per head of child, as it were, per child's head, we're not actually, it doesn't cost much more than other people are paying in other authorities. However, there are ways in which we can budget more effectively, we can anticipate need more effectively, and we can arrange our kind of routing and so on without taking a hit to the eligibility, which of course is protected by law. So it is a national issue. On the first one, I'll start on the first one, but I know Claire has far more information than I. The exposure I've had to the work going on in trying to recruit foster carers is really very good. It's coming on the back of a long-standing TV ad campaign, which is brilliant, Change a Child's Story, Willow's story, which is landing really very well. There's always ways, I think, which we can do it better. But if I hand over to Claire on that one, if I may.
Yeah, so we do have a long-standing fostering campaign, as Councillor Shearer says, Change a Child's Story. That is having increasing impact, I think, as social media is changing, as we work with the market really in terms of the people who are coming forward. We have now got to a position where we think at the end of this year, we will have the same number of foster carers as we did at the end of last year. It doesn't sound great, but actually before that, it has been a declining position since 2015. So we are on the up effectively in terms of the number of foster carers coming forward. The trick now is to encourage people to come forward, particularly for older children, so children 10 plus. It's quite easy to recruit people to look after babies and toddlers. It's when they get older and more difficult to look after that is more difficult to recruit them. We have done a piece of work with People Too, an external consultancy, and they have recommended that we develop what they're calling a placement and support service, so that we wrap around more support around foster carers and residential providers for those more complex older children, so that those carers feel completely confident. I think they're confident, but completely confident that should something go wrong, there will be somebody there to hold them, basically, and hold that child in their care. If I could also, if you don't mind, Chair, just go back to the issue Councillor White raised about the commissioning issues. So just to give some context to that, we do work really closely with our local providers, but it is a really different market to adults. So Somerset brings in, well, we don't bring in, or children come into Somerset from other authorities in care. We have about 250 children in this county who are not Somerset children, who are in the care of other local authorities but placed with providers in Somerset. That's about 50% more of our child in care population. And obviously they need to be looked after, but they take up beds that we could use for Somerset children. The residential market for children's is a national market, so there are about 7 or 8 big providers nationally who control about 60% of the residential market, nationally and locally. They also buy up smaller providers quite quickly because they can see where it's profitable and they buy those providers up. What's starting to happen now, and has been happening over the last 12 to 18 months, is that smaller providers are trying to develop themselves into a marketable asset so that they can be taken over by the bigger providers. So whereas previously their whole focus would have been on the care of those children, making sure they had the right relationships with the local authority, getting the right outcomes for those children, although that's still part of their motivation, an increasing part of their motivation is to become something that somebody else will want to buy out. So what they're actually looking to do can look quite different. That's an issue in the residential market and is starting to become an issue in the independent fostering market as well. So the independent fostering market, we did some work on this quite recently, 39% of the independent fostering market is currently controlled by 8 national providers. And that is increasing. So it's not as big as the residential market, 60% controlled by few providers, but that's starting to increase with those smaller independent fostering agencies being bought out by the national providers. And the other point, sorry, very briefly, I know we've trapped up for time, about international recruitment. So that is also an issue in the children's residential market. Because it is difficult to recruit to the children's residential market. And we have identified with some larger providers that the care of those adults who are being recruited internationally has not been particularly good. We have raised that with the Association of Directors of Children's Services. There is now some sort of national work being completed in relation to that. And that does obviously impact if they can't recruit staff. What is happening there is that residential providers are reducing their bed count. So they're basically closing beds to say, because we can't recruit staff to look after those children. And in those larger providers nationally, some of those providers have now reduced their capacity by 25%. That obviously pushes the prices up in the market because they still need to be a viable organisation. And if they can't recruit staff and therefore can't take more children, they are having to increase, well, not having to, they choose to increase their costs for the children they do take to make their same market share. Sorry, I'll stop now. Thank you.
Indeed, it's once you drill into it, it's an interesting story that's being told, isn't it? Indeed. I'm aware that you had more than one question, Fred.
Yeah, no, it was the wider point, and you touched on it, Bill. I think I would welcome a conversation later on after probably the budget setting process around the roles that perhaps the LCNs and our town, city and parish councils can look to do perhaps to help support some of those wider pieces in adult and children's services and that preventative work, anything. And I think where we have got strong dialogues that have now happened through the budget setting process, it perhaps opens wider conversations.
Yeah, I'm just seeing nods of agreement around the table. So I think that would be a piece of work that would be great to see followed up. Now, Ros.
Yes, definitely support the use of LCNs to help with the fostering issue. I'm just reflecting on what Claire has just told us, and I know that this is in response to a budget setting meeting, so I don't want to sort of set hairs running. But ever I've heard a story which is similar to the post office scandal, what you've just described in terms of the most vulnerable children in our society being such a financial commodity is really quite horrifying. And I really do think we need to find another producer of a documentary somewhere to actually highlight this, because it's not just our budget we're worried about. These are Somerset children really being let down by the system. I'm sorry, I'm just really upset by what you've just said.
yeah, again, I don't think a response is needed. I think we share that concern about how the market for looking after our most vulnerable residents is being almost manipulated in order to create profit out of really difficult circumstances, and how we respond to that, I think, is going to be a key feature, both of what we do to support our most vulnerable residents, and also how we look at our financial challenge as well. There's a potential for a win-win there that we need to make sure that we get a grip of over the next year. I'm not seeing any other lead members or associate lead members indicating. And so we'll go to other members in the room. And Mandy, it's lovely to see you in the room. Normally you're beaming in live from Minehead. If only it were that easy.
Thank you very much. So thanks for the opportunity. So my question's around, where is your urgency, leadership? You've declared a financial emergency. Page 52 shows that the forecast outturn variance has not really moved across months 6, 7, 8 and 9, despite a very long list of mitigating actions. The recommendation before you is that the forecast overspend and mitigations are noted. Page 53 says that the overspend, if it carries on at its current rate, would reduce the reserves from 49.9 to 32.2 million, which is only 2.2 million over the basic levels. If that overspend should rise, you would not have sufficient to cover it. Following on from that, there's a risk of 5.5. So the financial risk is the highest that this council can face. There are many mitigation actions, and again, I would say these are not working. So what else are you going to look to do before the end of the year? And I think if you then add that to your savings that you were trying to achieve, they've again reduced from 73% to 70%. So when you put that whole package together, you've got adults over by 15 million, children overspent by 15 million, you've got a static overspend, you've got risks and mitigated actions that are not addressing, and you're not making the savings. My questions are you going to carry on as we are to the end of the year, or are there more actions that really need to be put in place? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your question, and Liz Lyson's going to respond.
So I know in public sector budgets, there's always lag between action and then seeing result. So all of those spending control boards and the other boards, we will see more from them as the months go on. I would just refer you to that report about local authorities in distress. Nobody's written that about Somerset. They've written that about the whole country. And I don't believe that anyone in a parliamentary committee would use a word like distress lightly. I was quite surprised to see that myself, actually, because I thought that was a really obvious statement to make. And I'm sure as we'll go through this meeting, we will have more and more quotes from that report read out. And it's a really sobering report. So I know that there are other councils with overspends this year. There are other councils who are trying to use whatever urgency they have available to make their mitigations. Completely understand about reduction in reserves. This is an incredibly difficult time for local authorities. I don't know, Nicola, if you want to add any more about the control boards and the effect as you're seeing that as we go through the months. Is there anything you can add there?
I think it's more about the culture of the organisation has shifted. We have seen that I'm not getting as many escalation of complaints about the boards to me in terms of things me trying to override a decision the board has made. I'm not sure if Mel has, but she's nodding, shaking her head. So I don't think we have. I think the focus of the board has had to be on instilling some policies that were in place, and we will see the effect of those now. I just think in terms of, we were seeing a lot of retrospective orders go through where the services were actually raising the orders after the goods or services have been received. They're the ones that we're now homing in. The makeup of the board and the focus of the boards are going to shift slightly to focus on those areas of why they keep doing retrospective orders, and actually have some of the consequences around not following policies and procedures. So I do think we will. It's just a danger that we don't want things to grind to a halt where we are trying to implement things in a controlled way. I don't know, Jason, if you want to add.
Okay. In terms of the picture, I think it's because local authorities are complex organisations as well. You can't just stop doing something. You have quite a lot of statutory services that we still have to do. Actually stopping those costs getting even worse has been one of the key aims here. If you look back at the chart on page 49, you'll see the change between month 4 and month 5 worryingly went up from 26.1 million to 27.3. So actually at that stage, I was getting really worried. I'm still worried, but I was getting really worried then. Since then, we've brought that figure down quite significantly by over £10 million. I think that shows the actions that have happened, but the nature of our budget is you can't stop spending on statutory services. You can try and reduce the costs on them and do them in different ways, but you can't stop those things that we have to do.
Okay, thank you for the question. And moving on around the room and online, I'm not seeing any further comments or question, which brings us on to the recommendation that we're being asked to note the forecast overspend of 17.5 for the year. That's 3.5%, and the recovery action being taken and mitigations put in place to address that. Because it's a note, does that need a formal proposal and seconder? No, okay, thank you. And we move on then to item 7, which is the capital budget monitoring report, quarter 3, which is pages 123 to 150 in the papers. And call on Liz Lishon to introduce.
Again, Chair, I'll be brief. So this second of our quarter 3 reports is telling us that the original budget for capital was 314.2 million. That's now forecast at 199.8 million, with the balance reprofiled to future years, except an underspend of 8.7 million. If anyone else reads this report and notes that there are different sets of figures used at different points in the report, it's because a capital programme, of course, runs across more than 1 year. But we are looking at quarter 3 of the current year, 23-24. We also see the addition of 9.6 million for funding for nutrient mitigation projects and some money, a smaller amount of money, just under £1 million for childcare expansion projects. We also see the regeneration projects that are ring-fenced money from DLUC on town deals, levelling up, future high streets fund. And within that, we see, excuse me, 2 million of Bridgewater town deal funding, which has been removed as some of the funding have been spent in prior years. You'll note too that the Octagon project is still listed under communities. When we get to the 24-25 capital programme report, you'll see that that is taken out at that point and will hopefully be replaced if the DCMS grant remains for the next financial year. If I could, Chair, I'd like to hand over to Nicola Hicks for any other further points.
Of course.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. I don't want to take up loads of time on this because you've already picked out some of the key things. What I probably would want to say is this report isn't where I'd like it to be in terms of the contents of the report. I still think it needs further work. I think we need much, if you look at climate and place, they do account for 64% of the capital spend that we have in the programme. And I think we need much more reporting on this, and we need much more linking back to the returns that are going in terms of profile of that spend and the return of the money coming in from from government on those projects. So I'd like that included in the report, and just really more explanation around why those are delayed. I think what we've experienced at the moment is officers that have taken over legacy projects from legacy authorities, and they're trying to get their heads around it, as well as kind of experience some turnover in the team of why some of the delays have happened, especially as well as things that are going on in those towns and in the market and just generally in that sector. But I do think we just need more report, and I think the report is much better than it has been. But I think there's a little way to go just in terms of that transparency and making sure that we are kind of monitoring where we are. And then again, just wanting to make sure members are aware of the link between this paper and item 12, which is the capital budget for 24-25. But in that report, there are recommendations to remove some schemes that are in the 23-24. It's a bit confusing with the years.
Thank you very much. Just first of all, to lead members and associate lead members, comment, question or clarification. Not seeing anybody in the room or online, so if we go to the room, and it's Mandy. Hello, Mandy.
Thank you. Just to a couple of points, I think it'd be really helpful to have some more detail. There are such huge variances, and to be fair, we've seen this for some considerable time, and this authority still really hasn't got hold of those variances and worked about how we can perhaps have a more accurate figure. I mean, every penny we spend on a capital programme comes out effectively of our day-to-day spend interest-wise. So I think the more accurate we can get it, the better. My question was around the removal of £2 million Bridgewater Town Deal grant funding. Following a review of the overall budgets, it was discovered that the carry forward figure for these projects was incorrect, as some of the funding had been spent in prior years. It'd be really helpful to just, 2 million is a big figure, be really helpful perhaps to understand how that's happened and have some assurance around hopefully it not happening again. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I don't have the answer off the top of my head in that one, but I'm very happy to supply a written answer in relation to that, why it happened and what we've changed in the process to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
Thank you. I'd welcome that assurance.
Thank you, and I think you're absolutely right on the more detail. I think Nicola Hicks actually said that in her comments, that the reports do need to be more detailed in their tone, and that's been worked on already. So thank you for your support on that. Diego, I saw you had indicated as well. Thank you. Okay, thanks ever so much. Yeah, I have a vague memory that I think I might know the answer, but I'm not going to try and give it in public session, as it may be wrong, but I believe there's been capital spend on one of the projects in the previous year, is my recollection, but I just would need to clarify which of it is. I think it's something to do with the carnival sheds, but I'm not certain. Fed.
I just wanted to clarify a point based on a previous comment raised, because it was centred around the fact that our capital programme has an impact on our revenue all the time, but I believe that as a council we have been quite good at going after grant money, so we do receive a significant funds, as showed in this paper. I think there's a nice pie chart around the fact that we do go after grant money to fund a lot of these projects, so that some elements will have an impact on obviously borrowing, but actually significant amounts are funded through central government kindly giving us some money.
Shall I just come back on that?
I can see a little forest of hands springing up.
Oh, that's okay. Well, let's just
take you first, Nicola.
see if I get the answer right, and if not, someone else can correct me. For me, it will be around timing. So it's around cash flow, around timing impact of actually when we have to pay the money out for those projects, and then we do the return to government to get the money back in. So we sometimes have to borrow. Or ahead of that money coming back in. So it is about that effect on revenue. And that's where I say about if we do quarterly profiling linked to the government returns and stuff, we should have a much better handle on that.
I'm just looking down the others. If anybody wants to add anything.
Yeah, I just refer members to the chart on chart 2 on page 132. That shows that the vast majority of funding for the whole programme comes from grants, etc. Actually, borrowing makes up a smaller percentage. So what Councillor Roberts makes is absolutely correct. And long may that continue. The grants continue to grow.
Thank you. Diego, you wanted to come back, and I believe you have the microphone.
Just quickly now that the mic's working. It was just to follow up. I don't need an answer now, but when we get that written response, and what I'd like to know as well around that town deal money is if any of that, and I expect it's not, is part of the Somerset Council contribution towards some of those projects, which I know we haven't got the money for at the moment. So some clarity around that as well. That response would be welcome.
Yeah, we'll get you a written response on that. I think is the easiest way to pick that one up. Ros, you're also on town deal board. Just wondering whether your recollection of things with a no notice question is better than mine.
Maybe I misunderstood the question, but to be clear, the monies which have been allocated to the town deal board remain allocated to the town deal board, and they don't get transferred. They are there. What can happen is that projects do vary as they get developed, and monies can be moved around between the projects, but only with the agreement of DLUC. And so there may be some support because, as you are very aware, many of the original applications were based on a very different environment in terms of construction costs. And therefore, we're very mindful that we've had to value engineer. Could I just pick up the reason I had my hand up was that I hiccuped on Fed's very nice way of saying that we were very grateful for the government kindly giving us grants. I actually find that very difficult because the amount of time and effort the officers and councils across the country have spent on getting competitive grants is disproportionate, and it would be great to go back to funding where we actually could have an ongoing managed, not month to month small funding pot to another funding pot, but actually have a constructive capital programme. And I just feel that we just need to be mindful that while we have been successful, there are considerable constraints on those pots of money, and they did cost us quite a lot of time and resources to get them.
Yeah, and I'm very aware of comments. I think it was the West Midlands mayor made some very interesting comments around that beauty pageant that we have to go for in order to get that funding. Grateful though we always are to receive money from government. It's perhaps not the most helpful process. I think I recall Michael Gove at the LGA conference looking at moving away from that. I can't remember whether that was before or after you buttonholed him. Cause and consequence may not be implied there. Anyway, any further comments or questions from members? So we have a recommendation in front of us to approve the changes to the capital programme. Approvals detailed in section 42 of the report to note the revised capital forecast spend for the financial year 2023-24 of 199.8 million and the key risks, future issues detailed in that report, and to agree to move the slippage of 105.7 million from 23-24 into 24-25. Can I see a proposer for that? That's Councillor Lejeune, and a seconder for that, Councillor Shearer. Those lead members in favour, please. Those against, that is clearly carried. And we move on to the Housing Revenue Accounts Capital and Reserve Budget Monitoring Report, quarter 3. And I would like to introduce Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts to bring in that report.
Thank you, Bill. So bringing forward the quarter 3 report for the HRA today. Just as a reminder to everyone, this is in relation to the stock that we hold in the north and the west of the county through the legacy councils of Somerset, Weston, Taunton and Sedgemoor. This is not council taxpayers' money. This is tenants' money that we look to run the service on behalf of them, and then look to, where possible, look to have a regeneration and build programme so that we can continue to provide good quality, decent homes and help hopefully to tackle the housing crisis that we face in those areas. So in relation to the report before you today, there's some good news, as you will see at 1.3, is even though that we are forecasting an overspend of £275,000, this is reduced from what we were predicting at Q2. Ultimately, as a landlord, across the two housing models that we have, we are very much demand-led in relation to the repairs that are needed, but we do look to, as you can see through the report, mitigate that through good tenancy management and ensuring that where possible we have homes left in a decent way as part of our voids maintenance programme. I will leave my introduction there because we have the larger report in a minute, but I have got Chris Hall and Chris Brown on hand for any, and Kerry Prisco for any technical questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there anything that officers wish to add at this stage? And looking, yeah, I'm aware that we got Kerry online and Chris in the room. If not, we'll go to members' questions. Oh, Chris is just asking for a microphone. Is that an anticipation or with desire to speak? Thank you. And Kerry, I have to say I've been trying to place the photograph behind you. It's spectacular, which has hugely distracted myself from the agenda item. So it is a pleasure to see sunset in its true beauty on so many of our backdrops. Are there any comments or questions from lead members or associate lead members? Heather Shearer first.
Thank you. I was desperately trying to get in there as an officer and everything, so I apologise. So excited. I think it's really super to see that. I mean, how often are we happy to see a £275,000 overspend is a really good thing, but I know the work that's gone behind it, so I think that's a really, really good thing. I just had a question around, obviously, it's a busy year. You've been busy with all kinds of stuff. How comfortable are you feeling with the projects you've got online for this year? I'm thinking things like the Seaward Way development, things like that. I mean, how are we actually progressing? Well, it's easy to look at the outturn in terms of money, but also what is it in terms of achievement?
I'll come in first and then probably hand over to Chris for more technical answers. From my point of view, obviously the capital programme is going well. Theo and I were in Minehead recently, so saw just how well those houses are progressing along Seaward Way. For me, this has always been a positive news story in relation to that particular build, because it's the first council homes, I believe, in a generation for West Somerset, and we are progressing those at pace. We've taken on board local feedback around the communications. We've had a newsletter go out recently. I think there's an open day coming up, or if it's just been, just where I am in my calendar. But for us, it's on target, I believe, and Chris can correct me on this, but we are aiming for handovers coming up later in the spring of the first units. But Chris, if you want to add anything.
Just a quick update. So clearly Minehead project, yes, that's the first properties there will be available in around about April. We're just finishing off a few highway challenges there really, but it's just getting it over the line. North Taunton, this year we've seen a steady handover of properties there, which is great news. Phase A will be complete very shortly, and that includes the additional funding from Homes England, which is very welcome. Then we've got other projects, obviously, which are slightly different from the development, such as preparing for the regulator, our work on damp and mould. All those are taking capacity, but they're all well on track. And we even had a visit from the head of regulations last week, and that conversation went very well. So very confident that we're able to deliver. Obviously, lots of pressure around.
Okay, thank you for that question. Just have to just comment on how impressed I was when I visited the North Taunton Wallaway project recently. The quality of the homes that were being provided, but also the homes that were being future-proof for residents to live in long-term with disabilities. It fits in exactly with the aspiration around adult social care, that we want people to live in their owner homes for as long as possible and maintain that independence. And it's great to see that joined up thinking between housing and adult social care that allows that to happen. And we will need to see much more of it. It's a win-win if we are both saving money and providing better lives for our most vulnerable residents. So I hope that we will see future initiatives like that, because they are really good progressive thinking for this council. Not seeing any other comments or questions from lead members or associate lead members, and I'm hoping that we're going to have some positive comments about the housing in Minehead from Mandy.
Thank you. Really welcome it, of course. Any new social housing, wherever it is in the counties, to be hugely welcomed. But I will say, at the moment, Home Finder's letting us down badly. I know the lead member and I have had correspondence between us. There are a number of people that are waiting 3, 4, 5 months to get paperwork logged onto the system. Now, we are trying to pick those up and get them on, but there is a real risk that some people are not going to be able to be bid because of real backlogs with paperwork. And I think that's a real shame to have that sourness, if you like, around a fantastic project. I did have one question on the paper, if I may. Page 166, we're talking about unearmarked reserves. So it says here the unearmarked reserves has a balance of 13.699 million against a recommended minimum of 3.722 at the bottom of page 166. I'm just wondering really, well, the question is, huge amounts of unearmarked reserves, could they be used to build some more homes? I just asked the question.
Sorry, I didn't just catch the last bit of your question. I wonder if you could repeat it, Mandy.
Yeah, the question was, is there anything more we can do? Because it's a really large unearmarked reserve. Is there more we could be doing with that for the either those that are in the homes or helping with some more homes?
Okay, so we've got a couple of questions in that thread. Do you want to pick up the Home Finder point first?
Yes, I'll pick up the Home Finder. That's it's separately to the HRA, but we do know that there are challenges in Home Finder in processing those applications. We are currently, I think, looking at in the West around October, November applications still going through, and it just demonstrates the demand that we are seeing for people wanting to access social housing and be on the register, and just the challenges we face here in Somerset. In relation to Minehead and Seaward Way in particular, we're prioritising people in relation to that, and we are trying to work to change the process in relation to Home Finder so that we verify later on rather than up front, but we're working with the registered providers to come on board with that. But ultimately it's us as a council that run that process, and we'll look to be firm in our approach there, because we ultimately want people to be able to bid and try and tackle the housing situation we face. But in relation to earmarked reserves, I'll just pass over to Chris.
Yes, and Kerry may wish to come in, but we do have a good amount of earmarked reserves. What we will be looking to do is make sure that we borrow less. So the best use of that money is to try and reduce our borrowing, which is the expensive money. So we will be more likely to be using that to try and reduce our borrowing going forward, rather than to necessarily build additional properties to what the business plan is recommending. We have a different mechanism for trying to expand the number of units or grow the number of units. So it's really what we'd like to do is borrow less, because that's expensive money, and use our reserves to actually pay for the things we need to pay for. Don't know, Kerry, if anything to add.
Kerry, do you have anything to add to that?
Just to clarify that it is unearmarked reserves, apologies. And that just means that we haven't got anything allocated to actually kind of put against at the moment. I think the important thing is to remember that we do need to make sure that we do manage sufficient levels over our minimum balance, just to make sure that we are able to manage risk, because we've seen a lot of risk, a lot of activity in the operating environment and economic operating environment the last couple of years. We do on an annual basis make sure that we do review all our reserves and make sure that we're using them appropriately, managing that through Treasury Management as well. And we are able to then look at the position at the end of each year in terms of making sure that we kind of use our resources efficiently in terms of kind of managing, helping that if that can fund, for example, our capital programme that Chris was referring to.
Thank you. Mandy, did you have a supplementary?
Yeah, just to say, it felt like it was too much sitting there, not actively doing something with it, and that was the reason for the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, your question is noted, and I hope you're satisfied with the response. We'll keep an eye on that one going forwards. I believe Frances Nicholson is next. Good morning, Frances.
Thank you very much. Of course, I too absolutely welcome the new provision for the first time in a generation in West Somerset. Of course, what's local to it is considered under Home Finder to be the whole of Somerset, and that means that and one of the criteria is how long you've been in whatever band gets you nearer to being placed. That raises two things. One is the importance that's already been gone through of getting through the process of actually registering people. But the other one is the other point I want to ask in terms of localness. As I understand it, at the moment, maintaining a child at a school is not one of the considerations. One of the things that's incumbent upon us all is to enable and encourage and support school attendance. And I hope that the council might consider stability of school places as being one of the considerations for the future allocation of houses.
Whilst this is obviously related to Home Finder rather than the paper in front of us, I do think it might be worthwhile doing a Home Finder briefing so that we can look to address some of these questions, Frances, because I think you raise valid points. I know in particular in Seaward Way, I want to say we put in relation to section 106 as to what was the local criteria, and that there are set boundaries around that, because I've had questions from other villages that are outside the boundary but still class themselves as West Somerset, that they're not within that area. But we'll pick it up separately so we can talk through how we do Home Finder and how those criteria are met, because I do understand the point around children being at school being part of that question.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the question is well put. I've certainly asked similar questions regarding my patch. I know other councillors have asked questions that we can just get that Home Finder policy spot on, that it addresses that local need, whether local need is important. It's not just around school placement, it's also around providing care as well, because if someone has to live in a community because that is where the unpaid carer lives, it's really important they can still access that unpaid care, because otherwise we have to pay for it, which is not something that we particularly would be wanting to do. So I think you're pushing an open door here, Frances. Do you want to come back?
Please, just very briefly. Yes, absolutely. I'm aware of, similarly of cases where care is familial care and support is hugely important. Perhaps I would extend what I'm talking about to beyond the new houses, which can have section 106 restrictions, but to the old ones which do not, which come from an era when there were very close restrictions built into the system, all of which went. And so the same questions are arising for the existing housing.
Yeah, I think we all look back on those days when we had a larger housing stock, particularly in some of our rural areas where that need for affordable housing is, and perhaps regrettable that the right to buy has impacted and had unforeseen consequences there. But that's probably a wider debate and issue, but your point is well made, and that is something that needs to be considered in the emerging new local plan, as well as in the existing provision as well. So your points are very well made. I don't know whether any other members want to respond. I'm not seeing any other response, so if that's, I think we're all singing in harmony, Frances. Not seeing any other members wishing to contribute. So we have a proposal in front of us, which is to note the HRA's forecast financial performance and projected reserves position 23-24 financial year as of the 31st of December, including key risks and future issues and opportunities as detailed in the report, which will be closely monitored and updated throughout the year, and to note the forecast outturn position on the capital programme. Do I see a proposer for that, please, and a seconder? Councillor Shearer, proposed Federica Smith-Roberts, seconded Councillor Heather Shearer. All those in favour, please. Thank you, lead members. All those against, that is clearly carried. And we move on to item 9, which is 177 in the papers. And I'd like to invite Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts to again introduce this item.
Thank you, Bill. So this item is the HRA's capital budget setting for 24-25. It covers off our rent setting, our fees and charges, our medium-term financial plan, and our 30-year business plan update, which is what we need to do for being an HRA. So I explained in the previous item that we have brought together the two models across the north and the west. They are running separately in an operational point of view, so whether that's our ULMO and our in-house service, but they have one budget and business plan that covers the work that they do. You will see before you multiple recommendations. I want to say it's averaging around 30 recommendations that we need to decide on today through this paper. And that is around, firstly, setting the revenue budget for the year, and that's in Appendix A. We then talk about the rent setting because we have a duty to set the rent for our tenants, and there's multiple lines there. But the increase that we're saying for the dwelling rents is at 7.7%. And that is working alongside the government's 2019 and now updated 2023 rent standard. But you can see the majority of different settings that we've put out depending on the rent that you're paying us. But we have got the introduction in relation to the north area of a rent flex for re-lent to new tenants. So that allows us to levy a charge on top of those. We talk at 2.10 all the way through to 2.15, the different fees and charges that we can have, whether that's for grounds maintenance, whether that's for the garages that we have in our portfolio of houses and other stock. And you will see those throughout the paper. We've then got our capital programme where I'm asking us to approve different areas of capital budget. There's some really good news stories there into what we want to do. I'm particularly fond of 2.17 and 2.18 and 2.19 in the fact that we've got some bespoke homes that are happening in the north. And we talked earlier around the need for work to help adaptable homes, and you can see that there that's going to take place through homes in Sedgemoor. And then 2.18 and 2.19 is looking at schemes that will deliver some new homes for the most vulnerable in society. And we've been working in particular with the VCFSE sector to help do those projects, in particular the Rochester Road one. So there's a multitude of different budgets that we need to bring through, and then we have got in relation to the actual business plan and what's helping that business plan not have a crunch point at year 7 or stroke 8 this year, and moving it forward, I think latter down to the year 25, is the fact that we're reprofiling some of our projects and looking at our capital programme in order to say actually what is it that we can achieve and not achieve. And so there are some budget returns there that we're signing off of. There is lots of information in this 100-page document, but I ultimately believe it to be a really good news story. We are continuing to provide decent standard homes for our tenants. We're continuing to have an ambition that means that we build more across the north and west, and there is little acquisition there in relation to Martock that's mentioned from the general fund. But I do think that it shows that we want to continue to provide homes that help tackle the housing crisis that we face, and we want to do them to a high quality and where possible zero carbon standard.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Is there anything that officers would like to add at this stage? Not seeing anything. Are there any comments or questions from lead members, from associate lead members? Dixie.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Federica. That's certainly 2.17, 2.18, 2.19. That kind of news about additional good quality provision is a really good news story. It does feel though as though the need is kind of huge, really, and it's going to be very difficult to meet that. So my question really is that obviously today is about the budget. We know that adult services and children's are our main pressure, but I am hearing a lot in the news about housing and homelessness affecting other councils. So just a kind of a question about how we're faring with that kind of pressure in Somerset. Thank you.
So we have approximately, I want to say 10,000 people on our home finder list. So that's those that are looking for active accommodation across Somerset. In relation to homelessness and rough sleeping, whilst it's not particular to the HRA account that we see before us, we are looking to try and do some mitigations of the challenges that we face, and that's those two projects that I mentioned in my introduction. I will just pass over to Chris just to give a quick oversight of kind of those challenges. But we do know that as an upper tier authority, as well as facing challenges for adult and children's, that homelessness is a huge factor and will continue to grow, I imagine, in a cost of living crisis.
Thank you. Yes, as many members will know, we have around about 10,300 households on our choice-based system registered with Home Finder. That's a huge demand. We only managed to let around about 2,400 or so as registered providers across the county. That's all providers. The council is a small provider, or one of the major providers, but only a small share of the overall opportunity around social housing. So it's a real challenge. We have got other challenges around building in the county. These are such as the phosphate challenges. We've had a few good years of registered providers building, about 941 estimated completions this year. But next year it really falls off a bit of a cliff with 405. We've put this on the council's risk register because it is a huge risk for the county. It affects homelessness, the supply there, it affects children's services, it affects adult services, and it affects our general population in there, their need for accommodation. So it's a huge issue, and not surprisingly, we often talk about this as a national crisis, which we think it is, but Somerset is certainly part of that crisis. There is significant demand. Homelessness, we get 6,000 approaches each year. We have 250 customers on average in temporary accommodation, or households in temporary accommodation. We had a conference yesterday with children's, adults, housing, all present, with some really good external speakers about how do we even touch this scale of challenge. Some good ideas came forward, some good positive things that we can do on a larger scale than we're able to do at the moment. So we'll be bringing these forward as opportunities to discuss with members and others. But obviously we have a challenge with funding. So it's not an easy situation to be with. We need to bend our colleagues in registered providers and work at even within an even tighter partnership to make sure that we can maximise the opportunities which do exist. But it is a challenging situation, and demand is very high from all quarters.
Thank you, Chris. And going on to Sarah Wakefield's question next.
That one? Thank you. Yes, thank you. Feedback here, because I'm close to the speaker, I think. Sorry. What I wanted to ask about was also about. Sorry, I'm close to the speaker. I wanted to ask about social housing building as well. Is it a problem for us that we have to sell some of our houses each year to owner occupiers, which, you know, a government policy, fine, but I don't think we're allowed to use all the money that we get in from those for building new ones. And there was some talk, I remember, from the government about back to David Cameron's day, I think building one for one, that definitely doesn't happen. And I think there are issues about getting that to happen, which would make a difference certainly to falling numbers as people buy them. But my experience also is that there are other reasons why we can't build enough social houses, and that's because of viability claims by developers. And I've come across people online who are offer to get your viability claim in and cut down your number of social houses, and all this is having an effect. So we do need to lobby the government to change what they're doing about this. If any government that comes in after the election, I think they're all promising more houses, but they're going to have to do something about people cutting down their obligations to build social houses when they've put them in their Section 106 agreement and then they row back on them. Thank you.
I think all I can say is hear, hear. Yeah, it's really good points made. We're in an incredibly difficult position with current legislation, both on right to buy and on viability assessments. Councillor Ros-Wyke would like to chip in, and then Councillor Heather Shearer, and then Chris, you were looking vaguely like you might have wanted to join in, but please do if you like to. I'll come to other members after I've done associate and lead members, if that's okay. Councillor Nicholson. Ros.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Wakefield's absolutely right. The question of viability is going to be an increasing problem as we see developers move forward with, I think, increasing construction costs, increasing costs of phosphate mitigation and BNG. And the thing we need to really guard against is that the loser in all of that is not social housing, but we actually hold developers to account to actually meet the viability or the requirements for social housing on our sites. I think there is also, I think, a broader piece about social housing is that particularly in Somerset at the moment, we have had a legacy, and it will continue for a while, of not building housing in large parts of the county because of phosphates. Though we're now more optimistic than ever, given our recent monies to actually unlock some of that in terms of housing. And also, we're working very hard with one of our major employers, Hinkley Point C, who are looking for quite a significant uplift in workers on site for a period of time. And of course, this then puts pressure particularly on the western side of the county. And though we are working very closely with Chris Brown and his colleagues, we do recognise that as a county, housing is increasingly an issue, and we do need to begin to address some of the challenges. So I'm delighted to hear there was a workshop yesterday, and I look forward to seeing some of the outcomes. And I know that members would like to be quite involved in this because members too feel very strongly about this issue.
Fred.
I was just going to come in on the right to buy point that Councillor Wakefield made. And again, Chris can correct any technicality that I have, but we get to keep 40% of the money that we receive in right to buys, and that's already on a discounted property when we look to sell. And then ultimately we get to use that 40%, but we have an ambition then to build homes that are, where possible, zero carbon and lifelong. So that money really has to stretch itself. So we need to make multiple sales in order to build one of those new properties that we want to deliver, because we know the benefits of zero carbon and lifelongs, as you talked about in North Tauntonville. So I do think there needs to be a national conversation around right to buy, but we do where we can, and as you can see from that £5 million grant that we received from Homes England, have strong relationships with them about what we want to achieve across the county.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I'll try to be quite quick because a lot of what I want to say has been said already. I just wanted to point out on the working together between adults, children's and housing. It's a fabulous thing to be doing, something that Unitary allows us to do and something we've wanted to do anyway before. But we also have to remember that all three have got these different statutory obligations, but I can see that there's no lack of will to get across those differences. And I think that's really important, but it's quite a big job to do to get it right. So just want to go and make that comment. Also, somebody once said to me that, you know, there's no question about care without it being a question about accommodation. You can't tear them apart. So the first question was really around those points that you pointed out as well, Councillor Smith-Roberts, around 2.17 to 2.18, where we're spending, quite rightly, I think, we're investing quite a lot of money in some bespoke housing. It'd be nice to understand why the values are there and what we're getting for that investment. I think that's really worth rehearsing and helping me understand what it's about. And I think the other thing I don't want us to miss is in 6.5. Someone somewhere's done some fabulous work at recasting how this budget is going to work and how the HRA is going to be going forward. Because when I last kind of looked at this in any depth, you know, we reached, as many HRAs do across the country, we were reaching a point of unsustainability quite quickly, and that seems to have slid away nicely into a much later year. So I think I'd just like to hear a little bit about how that happened.
If I pass over to Chris on both those points, I echo just to the point that you've made that the team, and 3 of them are sat in the room here before us, and then the rest of the team that sit behind them have done some incredible work in relation to get this business plan to where it is today, in order to help kind of mitigate that kind of crunch point that we were seeing at year 7 or 8. So.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. So on the first question around the bespoke homes, it's worthwhile members noting we now for the first time have one development programme which covers both the work which Homes in Sedgemoor do on behalf of the council as one of the delivery models, and the in-house service. So we can now see the benefits and the challenges with different types of schemes. And it's fair to say that over the county we have delivered schemes in a different way and they've had slightly different outcomes. It means going forward we can choose the strongest, the best, those which have the greatest strategic alignment to what we want to do. Bespoke Homes is a great scheme. It's a second of that type of scheme, but it is expensive. It actually is focused on families with complex needs, maybe family members or multiple family members who have health matters and challenges, as well as large families. So Bespoke Home schemes introduces larger properties which are accessible properties for the families. On our Home Finder, we have about 500 families who need a 4, 5 or 6 bedroom property. Of those, a few of them will have complex needs. The average is about 10 years to wait for a property if you're a 4, 5 or 6. I think about 70 families of those need a 5 and a 6 bedroom properties. If you've got complex needs in your household, then you are facing potentially a really challenging situation. So Bespoke Homes is very, very expensive. It doesn't get enough grant that we would like. However, when we look at one programme, we can also match it with things like the Local Authority Housing Fund, which members supported last year in delivering, where we're getting 31 properties which are not costing us anything, because we're using grant, 100% grant for those. So when we look at a blended scheme, we can manage to do more and reach out a bit more to some of the more complex cases whilst getting the benefit from elsewhere. And that's what we hope to do. And that's, I think, how we will manage to bend more into the needs of children's services and adult services, as well as homelessness. So I hope that's a reasonable answer on the Bespoke Homes. And next year, we'll consider whether we'll bring forward more or to be a different type of development. On the quite dramatic change, I suppose, of health for the HRA, the key issues are we've made sure that we've put some pretty challenging targets in as far as revenue within the business plan. We realise that we don't collect as much of the service charge as we should. So we're not setting service charges quite as accurately as we could. And we think there's quite a chunk of money there that if we have better processes, better evidence base, we'll be able to collect more income. We also have the benefit of of the government's guidance on rents at the moment, which is 1% above CPI, which is very helpful. That makes a huge difference to the business plan. For several years, the HRA had -1% on inflation, and that created a lot of damage and actually removed a lot of opportunities for the HRA to do good things and more. So there's things around revenue. The business plan also has some stretch targets around cost savings. Members will be aware we'll be starting an option appraisal in 18 months or so to actually see how we should develop, how we should go forward with the council's housing stock and management. There are some assumed savings within that process, and that's been built into the business plan. And then on the other side, we have a number of pipeline projects which were in the business plan, but were not fully appraised really, or needed to be appraised again. So there's about £30 million worth of development which was taken out of the business plan. Plus we got the benefit of extra grant, for example, the 5 million again from Homes England. So that swung some of the expenditure within the plan. So those areas created quite a lot of space. In addition, though, we put in net zero, the full cost of net zero for all the existing 9,700 stock, which is a big expenditure, but we can afford that still with borrowing and being able to afford to pay back the borrowing interest. That's a pretty big commitment. I think we will improve. It's about £20,000 per property, up to 2050. We think we'll improve on that because we haven't put in grant matching in that. And we know at the moment we've got access to over £20 million of grant around net zero for our stock. If we can manage to spend that, if we can manage to match it with our decent homes work, I think we'll do even better on our business plan. So it's a big swing. It does require us to get that income in, but at the same time, I think we've got I think the business plan sets out a very good vision that we can annually review and make sure that we are achieving what we think we are able to.
Thank you, Chris, for that explanation. Yeah, it's good news, isn't it? Ultimately, Ros, I'm aware that you've had a couple of bites, and I do want to move us on. Is it a quick one?
I would just like to say two things for the record. Can I remind people that always, as Councillor Federica mentioned, this is only about the western side of the county, and therefore, we need to be aware that a large percentage of our population are not covered by this. And secondly, the right to buy isn't automatic in RP. Particularly rural ones. So yes, it's there for our tenants, but it's not uniform. And I think we just need to be aware of that too.
Your points are well made, and who knows what the future holds. So if we move on to questions from other members, and I'd like to say Councillor Francis Nicholson has been waiting very patiently first. And you are sharing so well.
Thank you, Bill. As you know, I find it difficult to take my turn, but I do try. Just recognising all the complexities across the whole county, recognising the huge efforts that are being made, just a plea for small schemes in sparsely populated areas, because small schemes are what are needed in sparsely populated areas. It's awfully easy to overlook them. There is one, which is not our own, where a landowner has come forward with a site in my area who desperately wants and has been working for the last 8 years to try to get some affordable housing. It does require our impetus to weigh in very, very strongly behind him. And in this particular case, if there appear to be some questions, I and my colleague member for the area would be very happy to do anything that might help.
Thank you. Your point is well made. We try not to do casework in executive, but if you'd like to give details to the relevant lead member, we will do that. And it was interesting. I was at Broomfield Borough Council last night, where similar points were being made about affordable housing and the planning applications that were seen were not necessarily reflective of the diversity of population one would like to see in rural areas. So it's not just an Exmoor issue. It's a Quantock and a Mendip issue and a Levels issue as well. And the point is very well made. Councillor Chalcott, Mandy.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions, if I may. There was a phrase I didn't actually recognise on here in several recommendations. I think that was budget return. It's not something I've come across. It's obviously HRA related, so I'd love to know what that means. Second question is around, for me, we're talking about homes here and building them with sort of extra access. My question is, do we build every home with so it can be accessed where possible by a wheelchair, so the doors are wider, so that if the needs of the person living there changes, they can do that? Because the time to do it is at the build stage. It's much more pricey and complex to do it post. So Homes for Life. That was my second question. The last one is, have we ever looked at anything really innovative? I know in some areas for homelessness, they've built very small pods that just give the absolute basic to give people what they need. And very last question, sorry for the last one, really great to see you looking at some that may be used for children leaving care. We know they're the most sort of vulnerable often, but my question is, will they be built of a size so that they are affordable to run? Because it's not only getting them into a home that's really important, but they need to be able to afford to stay and live there. So sorry, series of questions.
Thank you for the series of questions. Mandy, Ben, did you want to pick up first?
Yeah, so again, I'll hand over to Chris, and Chris, if I get any of this slightly off, but a budget return is because we previously, I believe, under Somerset West and Taunton, and would have been Sedgemoor, would have made a decision to move forward with these projects. And we're now saying that we're not, so we're no longer allocating that budget to them. But again, they can correct me on that. We don't build every home accessible in all of them. I think we always have an ambition where possible to do that, and that was in particular some of the properties we saw in North Taunton, but I don't believe all of our properties will have complete accessibility up to the high standard. But Chris, you can come in on that. And then in relation to the innovative builds, that is in relation to what we're doing at 2.18 in particular in Rochester Road, and trying to work out some of those projects. We used one of the ideas that came forward that we initially looked at was something called the Malachi project in London, where it was the container build outs and done to really good quality standards, but we've been working with Citizens Somerset who want to provide the wrapper around support that's needed for those that are coming off of rough sleeping and homelessness, to try and make a good model for that. And I think we're meeting them again early next week as well to discuss this project. But Chris, do you want to correct me or add any meat to my bones?
No corrections. Just to say at 220 on the report, and sorry, 220, 219 and 218. These are two projects using a type of pod, a modular construction. Slightly smaller than your normal space standards, but this is the model that we'd like to try. And if it works, it's relatively effective. We're going to get 50% grant. They're going to cost 100,000. So for £50,000 of our HRA money, we may well be able to produce a home, which is fantastic. So if it works, that's really good. Dear me. Accessibility, thank you. M42 is a standard which is recognised nationally. You'll find the properties at Minehead and North Taunton, many of the other new builds actually build to that as a minimum. And then we go further and we say some are fully wheelchair adapted. So actually the standards that Councillor Evans has seen at North Taunton and others will have done, many of those have actually got the fully wheelchair accessible. Some of the ones in the north have been done. The whole lower floor on one development, 10 properties I think are going to be fully wheelchair accessible. So that is important to the council. It's important to us. It may cost us a little bit more, but we want to future proof. We want to lead the way for some of the other RPs as well to follow. because we do think it's a good investment for the next 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years. So I think in those areas we are progressing, and I think you'll find quite a positive story.
Okay, and we're going online to Bridgewater. Councillor Jill Slocum.
Thank you, Leader. I know you'd be worried if you didn't hear from me. I just want to thank Councillor Ross Wyke for her points that she's raised today. They've been very important, and one of them, as everybody has, of course, but I'd like to talk about the HPC. I think that this council, I would ask that this council could support the HPC in getting land to build more modular homes and build our portable homes, is what they're trying to do. This will then free up many of the private sector, the social housing that we have a real problem with in Bridgewater. We are absolutely inundated with, as you can appreciate, with our workforce that need to obviously be housed. But I think if we could support HPC in getting these portable homes in, it would really actually help the whole situation, and it would bring the numbers down. And our housing needs list is very, very high, and I think the one thing would lead to another. The other thing I'd like to thank Mandy for was the Homes for the Future. This was something that Sedgemoor was really doing well and working towards, and in the long term, for health reasons, this would save our council a lot of money if we could actually, when we build, we actually think about the future of ourselves, that when we buy a home we may be younger, but as we get older our needs are greater. And I think these two should be intrinsically linked, and they're often not. We build box houses, no gardens, no land areas, very small houses, and then in the end they cost us money. So I would just like to ask this council if they could be thinking of this, the long-term measures in place, please, but especially for Hinkley Point, because I think that would free up a great deal of land, a great deal of housing that is so badly needed. Thank you so much. I'll try to be quick, Leader. Okay.
Thank you for your brevity as always. Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts.
I actually think, Councillor Slocum, it's more probably for our planning teams and local plans to pick up as they develop, because I know HPC is different again, but in relation to the HRA, I think it's more probably planning related.
Okay, so if we can, I think the point is well made. It's not related to this particular agenda item, but you've actually raised a really important point. So we'll get back to you with a response. And yeah, acutely feel the, as a member on the in a different town very close to Bridgewater, I would echo the pressures on our housing market as a result of the unanticipated uplift in HPC workers at the moment. We're very much aware that has a significant impact on both our private rented sector, which then impacts on our housing our housing stock, both as an authority and also the RP sector as well. So your point is very well made, but not directly impacting on this agenda item. So we'll get back to you with another response. Okay. And another beautiful vista behind you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions or comments from members online or in the room, so we move on to the recommendations that we are recommended to endorse and recommend the changes for rents and service charges as set out in the paper, and prepare the necessary notices to tenants ready for dispatch following full council on the 20th of February to ensure the 28 days notice period is met. There are several pages of recommendations. I'm going to offer you some light relief by not reading out 3 pages of recommendations to you. If that is acceptable to all members, it's certainly acceptable to me. Can I see a proposer, please? Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts, and the second, Councillor Dixie Darch. All those in favour, please, and all those against. That is clearly carried. So we move on to item 10. We are still about 40 minutes behind schedule. So just to remind members that our brief interlude earlier is causing us timing issues. So if we can continue to be as brief as we can, that will be much appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the Treasury Management Strategy Statement for 24-25 went to the Audit Committee. It's here today and it will go on to full council. It's a key element of the budget framework. It includes debt and interest cost charges for the housing revenue account as well as general fund. As a general statement, we will need to borrow less for future reduced capital programme. We come on to that later this afternoon, but we will hold the borrowing levels we have as we dispose of assets, that's both council assets and commercial investment, in order to fund the transformation that is the subject of the capitalisation direction that is expected from government. So if I could, I'd like to hand over, please, to Alan Sanford, the Principal Investment Officer, who is here with us to give us some more background on this paper. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that the key driver of borrowing strategy will be the detail of the disposal of the council assets and the commercial investment portfolio and any disinvestment in strategic pooled funds that we hold. Debt for the general fund will be taken mainly in shorter periods to provide sufficient flexibility so that debt can be paid down as and when the commercial investments are sold. Secondly, as interest rates are predicted to fall over the next couple of years, it gives the opportunity to refinance maturing debt at a lower rate. It is envisaged that new Treasury investments will be made primarily to manage day-to-day cash flows using short-term, low-risk instruments. And it should be noted that the figures in tables 3 and 4 will need to be updated ahead of submission to full council to reflect some changes to the numbers in the capital strategy, which I believe Peter is going to cover in the next item.
Okay, thank you very much, Alan. And
could I just come back? Because
I'm aware that there's conversation going on to my right, so just
so I'm hearing that this paper doesn't need to go to full council. Is that correct or not?
Goes to full council.
It goes to full council, I think. So we need to make sure we get that right, amended if necessary. And I'm just aware that something I said didn't sound quite right alongside Alan's comments, and Alan is the professional. So whilst we will pay down borrowing on some sale of some commercial investments sooner, others we will hold the level of borrowing so that we can go through the work of the transformation and the cost that that will incur. So it will be partly what I said and partly what Alan said. So I just want to apologise if there's any confusion there, Chair, and make sure that we get this paper to the right place if it's needed at full council, which I thought was a requirement that we do actually make sure we get that right. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vaughan.
Yeah, and just to clarify, assuming members approve this paper, we'll update those tables 3 and 4 in the light of the capitalisation direction from government, which we'll cover later on this afternoon, and in light of the capital strategy.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've had the paper presented. Are there any lead members or associate lead members that wish to comment, question, or otherwise contribute? Not seeing any, so we'll come to other members in the room. So first of all, Councillor Chilcott.
Thank you very much. I suppose my first request, following on from the previous speakers, is please can we annotate changes? I think otherwise we'll be searching through the whole paper to find them, and there will be a lot of papers to read for full council, so that would be helpful. So just around the Treasury management, so if we look at page 280, it outlines in point 42 there's expected to be a further borrowing need by up to 110 million. That we're saying might now change. And it also says the investment balances have reduced significantly, although I don't know within the paper by how much, I can't tell. So I don't mind a written response. Can you tell me how much investment balances have reduced by? And I have raised this following the audit committee, could we in future have perhaps a line graph to show the direction of travel of investments and debt? Because this gives a point in time. It would be helpful to see the trajectory of where we've come from and going to, as we do in all of our other budget papers. So my final, just to add to that, again, it says the audit committee reviewed this paper on the 25th of January. I know I made comments there, but I can't see anything included in this paper here today. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I'd just like to say we clearly need to do some more work before full council papers are published, which we will do. And I think I'm right in saying, Alan will correct me if I'm not, that investments have included in recent months and years funds that belong to other bodies, not to this council. And so that does affect the amount of investments. My personal view is I completely accept that is advantageous in other ways. I much prefer it if I know that everything we're looking at are funds that are either those of Somerset councils or organisations, bodies such as the Somerset Rivers Authority, where there is a very clear link to Somerset Council. Clearly, it helps with internal borrowing and cash flow to be holding reserves for others, unusable reserves. I think the most important thing for any of us to understand is the difference between a usable reserve and an unusable reserve. So I can understand that it's complicated. Pay tribute to Alan and what is a very small team at this council doing incredibly important work. Never been more important than it is now. And we'll make sure that we get on top of this before full council. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz, and Councillor Healy. Good morning.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm going to sound like a scratch record now, if you don't mind, because I understand that the fact the council needs a heck of a lot of money in the future. We're looking at commercial assets to be sold off, and I think we've had this conversation before, Leader of Council. That have we, as this council, looked for actual partners outside, commercial partners that are prepared to actually invest in now £250 million? Because if we can find a partner and say, agree, I'll make this figure at 45%, that could be £100 million invested into it, which actually gets over quite a bit of problems financially. So the question is, through you, Leader, is have we looked at these possibilities? Thank you.
I'll just say that I'll speak to Jason and Alan about that. Having heard from Claire Winter earlier this morning about how people are making money across this country from some of the most vulnerable children, I'm really, really concerned about how local authorities work. And my personal view is that I am much happier when local authorities stick to what they're here for. I completely accept the leader's words when he says we need a national conversation about what local authorities are for, how they're funded and how they deliver. And I think that we absolutely should stick to our, I was going to say our core business. It's not respectful to people to call it a business, but there is a business that lies behind the services of a council. And I am wary at best of other possible involvements in local authority in this country. I think as local authorities, we need to get our heads above the parapet yet again and say we need to discuss what are we for, what are we doing, how can we best deliver it, how can it best be funded with the least possible risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz, and Councillor Healy will recall a number of conversations that in a previous life he responded to that I and my colleagues asked, and will remind him about the difficulty of making comments around commerciality in public session. but rest assured that we will leave no stone unturned in terms of being able to find a resolution for this very difficult financial times. And we can leave that there in public session, but more than happy to pick up offline if that helps. And just looking around the room, not seeing any other lead members, associate lead members, or other council members wanting to comment further. So if we could just go to the recommendations on item 10, which would adopt the Treasury borrowing strategy and Treasury investment strategy for 2024-25 as set out in this report, to adopt the Prudential Treasury indicators, that's difficult to say, adopt the Prudential Treasury indicators set out in this report, and adopt Appendix A as part of the Council's financial regulations with the addition of apostrophe of the end of Council.
I just need to bring to your attention that the recommendations in the actual paper are slightly different than the recommendation in the chair's schedule. So in the recommendations in the paper, it says the executive is asked to endorse the following and recommend approval by full council on the 20th of February. And then exactly as you've read out.
Okay, so we'll take the recommendations as per the paper, rather than as per my schedule, and we'll take that on board as the formal proposal. It shouldn't require an amendment because it's in the paper, and there's just a slightly different wording in the schedule. If everyone's happy for me to do that, so that's proposed by Councillor Leishon, seconded by Councillor Wyke. Those in favour, please. Those against? That's clearly carried. Now, in my notes, we've got a half-an-hour lunch break that we've got 20 minutes to take. I'm going to suggest that we reconvene at 1:15. Yeah, is that acceptable to everybody? Which does give us time to be reasonably sustained for what I don't think will be a short afternoon. And just wanted to make sure that everyone does have the opportunity to refresh. So the meeting will be suspended until 1:15. So we're on item 11. Am I correct? Yeah, that's all right. Just check where we are. Lunch break does confuse me slightly. So item 11, the 2024-25 capital strategy, and invite Councillor Liz Leishon to introduce the item, and then Peter Robinson. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Chair. So just to start with, to say that this capital strategy for 24-25 went to the audit committee, is here today and will go on to full council. It's another key element of the budget framework, and it has to be recommended by executive, approved by full council prior to the start of every financial year. It covers the HRA as well as the general fund for Somerset Council. And very pleasingly, on page 317, it breaks down the capital programme under the council's 4 priorities. It also includes disposal of commercial investment portfolio, so we don't for 24-25 need a separate strategy for non-treasury investments. It does include the minimum revenue provision policy for 24-25 and also revised policy for 23-24. It's really important that we get this right, our MRP policy for Somerset Council, and that we set a prudent level of minimum revenue provision. It also includes the flexible use of capital receipts policy. And I would be very pleased, if I may, to hand over to author of the report, Peter Robinson, to bring forward any further points, and also Nicola Hicks if we're missing anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I haven't got a lot to add to that, really. I mean, the capital strategy is an important document. It brings together all of the main plans around capital and how it fits in with the Treasury management strategy and then feeds into the budget. And as Councillor Leishon has said, actually is a key part of the budget framework. I'll talk a little bit about the updates to the MRP policy because they're important. The auditor, our external auditor, made comment about our previous policy, and there was a lot of inconsistency from the predecessor councils. The government have produced the new consultation on MRP, primarily to make councils comply with prudent provision for MRP, which is in lieu of debt charges, in effect, paying back debt. The main reason they've done that is some of the well-publicised failures across the country. Certainly Thurrock, Woking, Croydon, Slough, all authorities not providing adequate provision for MRP and borrowing far too much money. Now, what this policy does is makes we're fully compliant with the new guidance in advance of that becoming statutory. We are recommending, we want to just tweak one of the recommendations to use the policy to update the 23-24 policy approved by council to show we're fully compliant. It means we have got prudent provision for MRP, which puts us in line with good authorities. We're providing 2.5% of what we call our capital finance requirement, which means we repay all of our debt over a 40-year period. Now, some councils have moved that further forward. Clearly, in terms of our discussions with DLUHC, we want to be complying with all their regulations and policies. So I won't go into detail about the report, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Peter. Are there any questions from League members or Associate League members? First of all, I'm not seeing anybody. Is there any questions from other members? And the chair recognises Mandy.
So predictable, Chair. So my first question is, and I'll follow on with another soon after. It actually says in here that the Audit Committee reviewed this strategy, and it only says that suggested amendments have been made to the paper. What were they? The reason I asked for this is the Audit Committee also reviewed the last paper, and I just think those comments, etc., are not following through into papers. And I think we've covered this with scrutiny previously as well. So what were the amendments that were made that were reflected in audit? That's the first question.
I think probably it's better if I sort of go through and drop you a note. I'm quite happy to brief you afterwards. I can't quite remember. I think the other thing I would say, I forgot to mention in my introduction, we will have to update some of the tables in the report because of the changes to our capitalisation direction. So some of the tables that link with treasury management and borrowing will change slightly in terms of what we go to full council with. But I mean, you'll get a copy of the paper. I'll go through in terms of the changes we've made since the audit committee and set those out for you. And if you want any further information, happy to go through them with you in advance of council.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back, I just think for strong, good governance, if comments have been made either through scrutinies or audit, it's really important that they're noted so the executive can see and hear what's been said there. So my next question is that page 337 refers to and says that in A1 or AI, that debt associated with investment properties defined as capital expenditure on the basis that such assets retain their capital value and that the asset can be sold at any time to repay associated debt. As the overall debt associated with Somerset Council's investment properties, as covered in a previous audit committee, is now considerably more. I think the figure quoted was 80 million than they could be sold at. How is this reflected in the MRP provision? That's my second question, Chair.
So MRP is based on what you pay for the property rather than its valuation. So you calculate your MRP based on because you're repaying the debt. So if the value goes up or down, you don't change your MRP provision.
Thank you. And it also says that government's in the process of putting in place financial support for some authorities, and that should also be reflected in determining the MRP. So, and that we should be having conversations with government. So have we had these conversations, and how's that reflected in our MRP?
So we have had conversations, or the council has. That's reflected in the budget report is an appendix in terms of the detail in those discussions. In terms of the support we've applied for, and that letter is an appendix to the budget report, sets out that they will support Somerset in terms of a capitalisation direction. What we've included, which is a direction, is that, so there's no choice, we've got to repay that either from capital receipts, and any net balance we would pay over 20 years, the MRP. So that's what we will be updating the tables for slightly, but at the moment, yes, we are assuming the capitalisation direction comes from capital receipts, and any remainder would be paid over 20 years. I'll make that clearer in the report for you.
Thank you. So this report has considered, in line with the government guidance, the what's going on with in terms of capitalisation. That's included in what we're seeing.
That's right, but we will, as I sort of said, we will have to update those capitalisation directions because the figures have changed. But yeah, we have.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mandy. Just looking around for any other comments or questions. Councillor White, you did indicate at one point, did you want to come back?
I'm sorry, excuse me, Chair. I was going to continue the discussion around MRP and the fact that we've inherited from both the former county council as well as some of the districts a less than ideal position on MRP, and I think we've now probably covered it with the questions as to how we're going to take it forward. But it's not something which I think people have really gotten on top of. And so I will speak as a member to say that, you know, we fully recognised it. And I'm very delighted that our finance team did do that. So we've reduced the burden on the council going forward.
Councillor Shearer.
Thank you so much. And Councillor White just reminded me of something, because it was just a question about, obviously the MRP strategy we're adopting is a prudent one, inevitably. One question is about, is it any more prudent because of the situation that we're in, or is this the kind of level of prudence that any kind of, you know, non-financially strained council might have? Because I was thinking, I'm whatever the answer, I'm really grateful to see that we're being prudent, because it would be very tempting at this point when we're trying to count costs everywhere to be a little bit less prudent. But so I just wondered whether are we being more prudent because of our current financial situation?
No, I think we'd be still looking to comply with the policy and provide prudent MRP. And I think some councils, some councils that are in financial difficulty tend to be less prudent. We won't refer to them, but we do know some of them that have done that. We wouldn't be recommending that, and so we're keeping that level of prudence. In the report to Audit Committee on the balance sheet, there was a comparison of MRP going backwards, as has been mentioned. Somerset, as a council, as a new consolidated council, is quite low in terms of MRP provision, and it set out other comparator councils and where they were. We're now at the top end of where those are in terms of MRP provision.
Yeah, I'm just aware that I'm hearing things online. I think it might be Councillor Redmond. Lee, if you're able to mute, would you be able to do that, please?
Put my headphones on, wrong button.
Thank you very much, Lee. Just, are there any other members who wish to comment? I think we're just finding yet another way, whether it's in pest control or minimum revenue provision, in which all our predecessor councils deal with the same things in very different ways. And there are significant, to paraphrase Donald Rumsfeld, unknown unknowns as we go on this adventure of Unitary, bringing together 5 different councils together, and I'm sure we will discover new ones over the coming years as we bring all our services together and make those efficiencies that we all know we need to. We have recommendations in front of us. Now I want to make sure I get the recommendations correct. So the executive is, it says the executive is recommended to request council approves. Is that correct?
Goes on to, yeah.
Yeah.
You're recommending it, council.
So the executive recommends and requests council approves the capital strategy, including key prudential indicators 24-25, the flexible use of capital receipts 24-25, and minimum revenue provision 24-25. Is that correct? Or am I on the wrong one?
Sorry.
So in C, that should also say for 23, 24 and 24, 25. That was the amendment financial year.
Okay.
And just say both policies, just not actual.
And it's both, and in both cases it's policy. So as written and corrected. Are we clear on what we're voting for, everybody? Thank you very much. I think I am too. So those in, oh sorry, have we got a proposer and second? Proposed councillor Lyshawn, seconded councillor White. Those in favour, please, and those against. Thank you. So we're now moving on to item 12, which is the 2024-25 General Fund Capital Budgets. And Councillor Liz Lyshawn to introduce the item.
Thank you. And I missed saying thank you, Peter, for your work on a very important document and important policies for the new council. Thank you. So item 12, General Fund Capital Budget. So this paper went to the Scrutiny Committee on 2nd of February. We have in recent months completed a full review of the capital programme, taking into account increased cost of borrowing and the pressure that puts on the revenue budget. I'd like to thank Chris Hall for the work that he has done alongside the finance team in reviewing the entire capital programme. Thank you. At the end of December 2023, you'll see in this paper approximately 62% of expenditure was externally funded, with the remaining 38% funded by capital receipts and local sources. We discussed earlier, didn't we, about how much comes from government grants, and not least the fact that that takes a great deal of officer time to establish those funds. We have 3 appendices with this paper. A is removal of approved schemes following review. That's on page 357. And if required in future to revisit any of those schemes, a new business case would need to be submitted. Appendix B is the revised capital programme for 24-25, and C it has the new capital bids for the coming year for inclusion in the programme. So table 7 on page 360, because this came to our notice at an earlier meeting, does not include funding from current and previous years, so projects may not look complete on both income and expenditure. That's because capital programme, of course, runs over more than 1 year. So I'd like to ask Nicola Hicks, if I may, Chair, if she wishes to add any further points.
Thank you, Councillor Lyshawn. Just a couple of points. So this is the paper I referred to that is slightly confusing. So though it is the budget for 24-25, there are recommendations in there to amend the current year capital programme, and that is following the review that Chris Hall led, because the review did look at schemes that were already in flight in terms of the current year and the effect that would have on the following years in terms of slippage. And it also looked at the new bids that were submitted and made recommendations to this executive and then on to council about those that should be agreed to be added to the programme. And remember, they've largely been agreed because they are either 100% externally funded or they are in relation to health and safety. There were many other bids submitted that were deemed to not fall into those categories at this current time, and given our financial emergency and our need to reduce borrowing, they haven't been recommended to council for approval. But just really the papers are very transparent in terms of the amendments we're asking to the current year programme for the removal of schemes totalling 56.3 million, of which of that there's 43.3 million pounds worth of borrowing, and that's quite a significant chunk of removal. And then obviously the revised programme with adding in the additions that we're allowing is still only that would increase that borrowing by 3.3 million. What we have seen is obviously in item 7 that we viewed, we have got a lot of slippage to carry forward in terms of those schemes that are already in flight, but they perhaps aren't going to be spent in this financial year. So those will then be added to the programme once we get to year end, to have then a new total projected spend for 24-25. But obviously, as we're still in flight in the current year, we won't know what that is. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Nicola. First of all, going to lead members and associate league members to question, comments, or otherwise? No. Excellent. And if we move on to other members around the room, first of all, anybody? Oh, Mandy. Hello, Mandy.
Oh, was it such a surprise, Chair? Just a couple of questions. There's a couple of reduction amendments covered in Appendix A, and some of them there's a removal, but there isn't much dialogue around there as to why, and a couple I looked at were around phosphates removal, scheme no longer required or not possible, and there was another one there which I can't see right now, around Saltlands. Again, that's been withdrawn, which was dear to my heart, being a sort of solar panel location. It'd be really nice to just, within papers in future, just have a line to perhaps give some background on why they've been removed, because there might be a good reason for it, but it's just not evident from the papers.
Councillor White, do you want to just pick that one up?
Yes, surely, in reverse order. Saltlands solar, we had a intention to build this out, but we were dependent upon one thing, and that is a grid connection. And the grid connection is not forthcoming. And indeed, as you well know, grid connections in the southwest were right at the bottom of the priority pile, and therefore we could see no option at this stage to build it out. We still retain the site. It is, as you know, a former waste site, and it's still a site where we have planning for a solar park, which hopefully at some day we'll be in a position to move it forward. But at this time, realistically, we gave up that capital allocation because there is no likelihood of a build out at this stage. And the first issue was, I think, around phosphates. As you probably are aware, we did get some funding to help do some early days work on phosphates, and that is some of the residual money. And what has happened is subsequently we've been successful with a 9.6 million capital grant towards the pilot project and rolling out a number of phosphate natural responses to in addition we've received some revenue funding, so it was quite legitimate then to say, right, the previous project, which in essence has now come to an end, the retained money was returned to the council coffers rather than needing to give it to anyone else.
Thank you, Chair. Both really valid reasons. It would have been just nice to have had a sentence or something in the report, so those going back perhaps and reading it at a later date will get a sense of that.
I'll make sure that's picked up in future.
Well, and the public, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one, and it's quite right to have a written answer if you don't have the information to hand. Just on page 367, looking at under infrastructure and transport, car parks and parking services. I'm assuming that budget is for the upgrades of or improvements of car parking sites. The only question I have really is, I recall, I think one of the policies around transport, one of the vision documents around transport, and that was passed quite a while back from this council, was to reduce parking provision in car parks, particularly those in town centres, to encourage people to use buses. I'm just wondering if we're borrowing money to upgrade or improve car parks, which will reduce spaces and therefore reduce income generated from those car parks. I appreciate you haven't got the detail now, but happy to have a one-to-one brief just to get the detail on those particular projects proposed.
Yeah, I'll give you the details later. I think we're looking at it in a very holistic manner. So, okay, I'll get the details.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's really on the same lines of it would be helpful to understand a bit more about removals. School basic need 12, best part of 20 million has come, between 19 and 20 million has come out. There are two separate questions. One is the schools access initiative, which is about making sure that children with disabilities can actually go to their local school. And there have been ups and downs with whether that had a budget or didn't have a budget over the years. It's something that's really important. So I'd quite like to understand a bit more, and very happy to have a later answer. But it would be, I think, relevant for the public as to what the situation is around the school access initiatives. And it would also, I think, be really helpful to understand why 6.1, 6.1 and 7.1 are removed from school basic need. And I know that there are things going on in schools. I know also that developments of housing change over time, phosphates not least. But it would be helpful, I think, if we understood why 19 million wasn't needed.
Do you want to come on this? I'm just reading, I might be reading it slightly differently to Councillor Nicholson, I think.
Yeah, because I think that there's a minus 6.1 and a plus 6.1, which I think means it still is going to be picking up that 6.1 capital project. So we're not losing that, it's just paid for in a different way. The 7.1, I think I would like to come back with a proper written answer. I don't want to busk it, but I would certainly come back. But it's only 7.1 that really you're asking about, rather than 7.1 plus the two lots of 6.1.
Yes, apologies, I did completely misread that. Yes, it's the 7.1 million then, but it's also the school access initiatives. I really would like to understand about that.
More than happy to come back with a written response on that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is that okay, Councillor Nicholson? Yeah, okay, that's super. And I've got quite, sorry.
Except, Mr. Chairman, I think, again, for the public and for people coming back, it would be helpful if there was a note in the papers by the time it gets to the next stage.
Yeah, I think Nicola Hicks has already picked up that point and accepted that we can just perhaps expand on some of the narrative there to help the understanding there. I've got Liz and Ros, so I'm not sure who to pick first. It's a bit of a dilemma. Liz, then Ros, and then I'll suffer the consequences later.
I just wanted to make the point on the second page of Appendix A, the Octagon Theatre is referenced, the redevelopment. I just wanted to make the point that the £10 million grant, we don't know yet what the outcome will be of the work that has gone on with Department of Culture, Media and Sport. So I didn't want anyone to read this, see those figures coming out in Appendix A and think that there wasn't still further work ongoing. There is. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ros?
Thank you. Just wanted to point out, if you go to page 365, you can see that we have really prioritised the school condition programme and the expansion of the critical things, and above virtually everything else in the capital programme, because I think we all recognise that we need to support our educational sector. And so just wanted to reassure you.
Mr. Chairman, may I come back? Just very quickly. Absolutely acknowledge the school condition. It was the basic need I was talking about.
Okay, that's understood. Thank you very much for those points. Not seeing any other comments or questions, so we move on to the recommendation. The executive is to recommend to full council to approve the removal of the already approved schemes as detailed in Appendix A approves the revised capital programme for 24-25 as detailed in Appendix B, and approves the inclusion of the new capital bids for 24-25 onwards as detailed in Appendix C for inclusion in the programme. Have I managed to get that right, Liz? Excellent. Are you proposing it? Okay, and Ros is seconding it. So proposed councillor Lyson, secondly councillor White. Those in favour, please. Those again, that's clearly carried. Thank you very much. Which brings us on to item 13. Just wonder whether we got councillor. I'll go back in time. Just wonder if we got Alan Debenham online at all. I did see him briefly earlier. No, okay. In which case, I would. Are we happy to take his question as read and ask and publish the answer? Is that okay? Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts, do you have urgent information on the whereabouts of Alan Debenham?
No.
I'd be slightly alarmed if you did.
I just wanted to double check because when I looked online, or it might be my papers hadn't updated, I couldn't actually see Alan's question, so it might be useful if it is read out. Just sorry to give David Clark more work, but then at least it's then there for posterity. But it might be that I'm looking at the wrong items on the website where it wasn't showing.
I may have misheard you, but I think it's there for posterity, not for prosperity. But if it were there for prosperity, we'd be delighted. Does anyone have that question to read, please? Thank you, Ms. Clark.
So Mr. Debenham's question refers to an attached email that he's submitted alongside his question. So the question itself is, bearing in mind my attached document below, which I will go on to read, could the council please consider this matter and agree to do in mitigation of debt prosecution concerning council tax collection what has been agreed in the Manchester area? So the attachment reads, my name is Richard and I am a community organiser at Debt Justice. I'm emailing you today with some fantastic news to start the year. Our UK household debt campaign just scored a major victory, and it's all down to our local group in Manchester. Many in the group have been impacted by the cost of living crisis and unable to keep up with council tax bills. They aren't alone. Across the UK, nearly 3 million people have been taken to court for falling behind. The Trussell Trust reports that council tax debt pushes many people into destitution. This debt builds up so quickly because one missed payment can mean councils will send a bill for the entire year's worth of council tax. Debt can increase tenfold in a matter of weeks, and that can mean facing the stress of a visit from the bailiffs. For over a year, the group in Manchester has been campaigning together with Community Union Acorn for more support for people with unpayable council tax debt and for an end to bailiff visits. We've just heard that they won some major changes following pressure from debt justice campaigners in Manchester. The council have brought in measures that will mean almost 50,000 homes that are in receipt of council tax support will no longer be visited by bailiffs. This is on top of the changes last year that includes extra support for people who are having trouble paying council tax. With the effect of the cost of living crisis being felt by people across the city, this is good news. Local authorities have a duty to their residents to collect council tax to support high quality local services, but there isn't any observable link between using bailiffs and higher council tax collection rates.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. We didn't put the clock on you, but I think you got that within 3 minutes. And Councillor Lysham.
Right, thank you. So for Mr. Debenham, and hopefully when we let him have this answer in writing, he'll be able to pass it on to Richard, the community organiser. So Somerset Council introduced a generous new aligned council tax reduction scheme last year. We approved that November 22. We've approved it again December 23 to help people on low incomes to pay their council tax. This scheme provides up to 100% support for those on the lowest incomes and thereby removes the requirement for them to pay any council tax. The scheme also includes an exceptional hardship scheme, which allows us to make ad hoc discretionary payments to help individuals who are struggling to pay, perhaps for the first time. The council has a legal duty to bill and collect council tax. The approach we take at every stage of the process is to encourage contact from people in debt so that we can attempt to agree mutually acceptable payment arrangements and to ensure that we can maximise their entitlement to benefits and discounts. In certain instances, we have to take further action using the measures provided for by legislation, which includes the use of enforcement agents, bailiffs in our language. Both we and our enforcement agents undertake any recovery action in accordance with our income and arrears management policy. We'll make sure we put a link to that in the written answer. This policy stresses the importance of identifying vulnerability, including financial vulnerability, and of taking an appropriate approach in such cases. Where we believe it is inappropriate to use enforcement agents, then we will not do so. And I'd like to Chair those officers in the 4 areas of Somerset who respond really quickly and really fairly every time I send them a case to look at. They respond to me and they follow up, and then they come back and let me know the resolution. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure we would all echo those thanks, and thank you to Mr. Debenham for his question wherever he is. And I do wish him well. He is a frequent flyer at our meetings, and his contributions are always appreciated. Right, so we're now on item 13 proper, which is 2024-25 general fund budget and medium-term financial plan. And I'd like to begin by asking Councillor Liz Lyshon to introduce the paper.
Okay, thank you. I think it's fair to say this paper is probably top of the bill on today's agenda. Every year, this is one of the most important tasks we do, to take how we intend to set a balanced budget. That is, of course, an increasingly difficult task, and how we intend to avoid a Section 114 notice. So the committee report that we have already referred to twice this morning, which was published earlier this month, identifies the situation for Somerset and for many other councils across the country. It is titled Financial Distress in Local Authorities. And I know when distress is used as an official term, it does mean something really specific. And it's not that it's a harsh term to use, it's a correct term to use, but it gives us an idea how that cross-party committee viewed the current and future position for local authorities. So they say, as we have already heard today, it is no surprise that the financial crisis that local authorities are encountering comes after significant reductions in local authorities' spending power, which has itself coincided with increasing demand for their services and inflationary pressures driving up costs. Chair, I won't read this all out because I'm sure we're behind schedule already. But it goes on to say that this has meant that local authorities are increasingly reliant on income from council tax to fund service delivery. We have ourselves discussed council tax many times, and Somerset's situation where we have a low council tax base, a low council tax rate, and where we compare unfavourably with geographical neighbours such as Dorset Council, where if you lived in a Band D house on the Somerset side of the border, you would pay £259 a year less than in a Band D house on the Dorset side of the border. So that gives us some idea of the kind of challenge that we face. So this national report goes on to say, council tax is regressive, long overdue for reform, and is contributing to a disproportionately negative impact on funding levels of local authorities in the most deprived areas of the country. So we know that we have 65% of homes in Somerset in bands A to C. In Nottingham, for instance, 80% are bands A and B. and some of the other councils in the country are as high as 85% A and B. So when people talk about an average Band D house, indeed, there are parts of the country where that may even be below average. But in Somerset, that is not the case. Our average is below a C. And in many places, it would be below a Band B. And of course, that banding goes across the precepting for police, fire, for parish, town and city councils, as well as for this council. So these are not my words, but I'll read them out because I totally agree with them. The government must urgently reform these core funding mechanisms to ensure that the levels of demand and cost pressures faced by local authorities are adequately considered in determining their funding levels. Now, clearly that is not something we can do ourselves. And when we put to government recently, could we consider a higher than 4.99% increase? The answer has been no. Although, as I read out earlier, there was a requirement, we understood back in November that we should not be putting further stress on national taxpayers. So where to go from here, Chair, is the issue that we have. So we are putting forward today a budget that we believe is a balanced budget, but it needs one-off actions in order to make it balanced. We know that those one-off actions of capitalisation and use of reserves will simply make the next years even harder. And we will not be alone. So colleagues might consider that Somerset is a little bit ahead of some other councils. We're behind other councils where there have been really significant problems on an even greater degree. And we're ahead of some other councils, but we are all facing in the same direction. We are all moving in the same direction. And whoever thinks that they wish to be the next government needs to take this on board now and not consider it after the general election. I believe the leader of this council has done an exemplary job in bringing this to national attention. I hope that all of the political parties have moved as much as our own party has moved in understanding the scale of the challenge, because if we look more than 2 years ahead, we will be in a position where council tax as the primary funding mechanism will not even be able to pay for statutory services. And what happens then? Who decides who does get services when they have a care needs assessment that says they need and they must have services? Who decides who does and who doesn't? Who decides funding for schools and those other services that we provide that are absolutely essential? We already hear from people who are so concerned about their household waste recycling centre, their non-statutory services that they have grown used to and they value through district council funding. We have to take this on board now. Anybody who's standing for Parliament at the next election needs to understand this, and it is part of our responsibility that we make sure that every one of them does understand it, because this one is coming to the next government. So, Chair, these papers include reports from the Corporate and Resources Scrutiny Committee meeting on the 2nd of February. I'm sure I can see that the chair is in the room, and I'm sure you will be calling him in. My thanks too for the time that scrutiny has taken, all the scrutiny committees have taken. We also have the feedback here from the public consultation and the 5 business consultation events, which is something that we hope to build on for previous years. That public consultation is in a very accessible form, I think a very useful form, and it gives us a clear indication of where residents wish to see their council tax spent. We're noting that the capitalisation direction to set the 24-25 budget is essential. And we will be looking to commence that transformation of the new council into a leaner organisation, but that is our next agenda item, of course. We know that in Somerset we have demand increasing with our ageing demographic. We have all those factors that we've mentioned so many times, including Brexit, COVID grants, inflation, interest rate rises. We have a fundamental problem with Somerset Council's budget, as other councils are beginning to share with us. So we know now that we cannot increase the council tax beyond the 4.99%. We know that our Section 151 officer, Jason Bourne's Section 25 report will go straight to full council. That is not with us today. We also have in here special expenses for villages and towns in the former Mendip area and some of, I think, South Somerset or Somerset West. And we also note that the council tax resolution appendix will come forward for full council, but is not with us today. But that is a complex paper, and that will obviously be published with the full council papers. So at this stage, Chair, if I may, I'll hand back to you and then pick up again perhaps later. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. Is there anything Mr. Vaughan wants to add at this stage?
Yeah, if I could just add a couple of things. So since the report was published, there have been a few changes. We've had the final finance settlement announced by government. So the appendix in the report here was based on the provisional settlement that set out on the 18th of December. On the 24th of January, we had the statement from Michael Gove of the £600 million additional funding. We did estimate what that would be and the impact, and built that into the papers in front of you today. And actually, when we've looked at the final detail of the settlement, it's exactly where we thought it would be. So that's absolutely in line with what we thought. So just to clarify, the funding settlement is a £38.2 million increase, of which council tax is 20.2. So in terms of government grant is a £18 million increase in government grant. We have also been told details of the public health grant as well, and how that will change for next year. And we will set that out in the final papers to council. It is less than an inflationary increase, so in real terms cut in terms of that funding. A couple of other things just to add then, in terms of the update to this report, there are some updates. We touched on those at scrutiny last week. I know, looking over at Chris and Frederica in a minute, we'll perhaps just make sure we're all aware of those, and there's potentially some other ones as well. We'll just run through those. I'd like to thank scrutiny for all the work they did at the workshop and then at the committee as well. That was a really helpful piece of work, I think. I think it might be worth me just touching on the Section 25 statement, because I've heard lots of stuff flying around about Somerset is going to issue one sort of today, tomorrow type stuff. So I think it might be worth just saying that ahead of council, where I will do a separate report. Based on what I see the proposals in front of me today, and assuming members go broadly in line with those, we can balance the budget for 24-25. We have got that letter from DLUC. It's in the appendix 13 on page 509. We won't get that confirmed in writing until after we've set our budget. Final confirmation we're expecting sometime at the end of March. So that sort of time frame. We did make the request, two parts to our request, well, three parts actually. We asked for a capitalisation direction to close the budget gap, and at that stage that was for £37.9 million. That could have been reduced down by having an additional 5% on council tax. And we also requested £40 million towards the transformation costs, which are the next item on the agenda. The impact of the not having the additional council tax is worth about £17.1 million. That doesn't impact on our ability to close the gap for 24-25. What I will flag up to members, and I will do this particularly in my Section 25 statement, I am extremely concerned about the gap for 25-26 now. That has gone from 85 million to 104 million. That feels a very big ask for us to be able to close that gap going forward. The sort of size of that, to give you a flavour, 5.6 times the size of the LGR business case. So you're kind of merging the whole of the Southwest to get to that number. If I relate that to staff based on an average pay, 2,476 members of staff. If you looked at that in terms of council tax, it would be an additional 33% increase. If you looked at it in terms of parking income we get, you'd have to increase them tenfold. In terms of the finance settlement, we'd need to see a near six-fold increase in what we received this year. So the size of the challenge going forward cannot be understated. I think it's worth setting out a couple of things in terms of section 114 as well. And I'll just pick up on a couple of features that I've seen in other councils. I would say there's three main things. Shock and surprise. They didn't know it was happening in their council. I don't think there's anybody in Somerset that can say they don't know about our financial position. This was flagged up back in July. We've been talking about it ever since. We've adopted the approach of dealing with it. So we have, the second thing I would say is we've taken those early actions. We've declared a financial emergency. We've been operating as if a section 114 had been issued. We've put in those spend control boards. We saw that earlier on the agenda in budget monitoring report. We have developed savings options. We've disposed of assets and are in the process of disposing of our commercial portfolio and everything else. And the other thing that you would do if you were operating as if you were in a 114 is ask the government if you could increase council tax by an additional 5%. And we did that as well, unsuccessfully, as it turns out. One of the other features is outstanding accounts from previous years. Now, this council back in April inherited the position that had outstanding accounts from 2021, 21, 22. So since April, you've produced 6 sets of accounts for 22, 23. 4 out of those 6 have already been audited and complete. To put that into picture, nationally, only 33 audits have been signed off across the piece. 2 counties were one of those. 14 districts were 2 of those. I apologise to my colleagues on audit committee. Actually, over the last year, they have signed off quite a lot of sets of accounts. They've done 8 so far, and we expect them to do another 2 in March. So in its first year, the audit committee would have signed off 10 sets of accounts. For a normal council, that's 10 years worth of work. We've asked them to do it in 12 months. I apologise for the length of the agendas on those because they have been quite big. There are 3 of the features that are set out in different councils. We are very different to all of those. Our issue, and it's set out in that national report, is our funding isn't enough to fund the services that we provide. And that is the fundamental basic problem we face.
Thank you, Jason. Very sobering words. And can I just offer the profound thanks of this council for all the hard work that your team has done over the last months. It has been a work in which you've proceeded with considerable speed, but also with a professionalism which I don't think can be underestimated. I know that the team is working phenomenally long hours to do a huge amount of work. And it is certainly the view of this administration that you are proceeding with sufficient pace and resolve to solve the funding problems that this council has, and you have our fullest support in doing that. And I'm really pleased that we enjoy your team, your team for services in helping us to deliver a council sustainable for Somerset, because you were right, many of these solutions lie out of our hands and need us to be able to influence others' decision making, as well as being able to make very difficult, challenging and heartbreaking decisions here in Somerset as well. So we do appreciate your team's efforts in being able to bring this forwards. First of all, I need to remind lead members as we vote on this that we need to have due regard to the cumulative impact assessments and the individual equalities impact assessments for the specific savings proposals that are before us. All of these have been published on the council's website and form part of our agenda papers today. We have members of our equalities team in the room who stand ready to answer any questions should we have any queries, and they will be able to give us that expert advice on those issues. I'm just wondering whether any lead members would like to update on any revisions to the initial savings proposals that came. Actually, no, I'll do it in a different order. So my apologies. I will just like to bring in Bob. That's a filmer. Are you here somewhere?
I am.
I couldn't see you.
Thank you very
I just sorry. I swapped the order down on my notes and then then forgot to actually read my notes. Councillor Filmer, as chair of the relevant scrutiny committee, can I just say thank you so much for the very ordered, professional way in which your committee conducted itself at both the workshop and at the public meeting on looking at this. It was an incredibly valuable exercise, and if ever there was testament to the power of scrutiny and some excellent chairing as well, I might say, we definitely saw it on that occasion. So thank you so much for your contribution to this process, Bob.
Thank you very much, and I'll keep my comments brief because you've got an awful lot to get through. Like you, I'd like to just take this opportunity to thank the amount of work that's gone in behind the scenes by officers to get the papers to us for scrutiny is very much appreciated. I'd also like to thank all the members who engaged, both as the leader has said in the meeting that we had, both as the workshop, which took place over a number of hours, and then again into the committee. So thank you for the engagement that everyone had. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the executive members who attended the committee to both listen to the issues that members raised and also to address some of those at the meeting, and hopefully we'll hear further on that today. In front of you, you've got today an addendum that's come through for this meeting of the details, the recommendations that were made from that scrutiny committee, and also they were circulated before that key lines of inquiry. So members of the executive have got those to see the issues that have been raised, and hopefully some of the suggestions that came from other councillors through scrutiny. So again, I won't go into the details of the individual items because those will come up as we go through, but I would just like to say thank you to the process that's been followed. We have done our best to try and feed into the decisions that you'll be making today and will be coming to us in full council. So thank you very much, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filmer. Before we move on, I just wonder whether any of the other scrutiny chairs would like to briefly add to Councillor Filmer's comments. That would be Gwyl, Lee, Jill and Martin. If any of you are on, any or all of you are online, please indicate. If not, I will move on to updates from colleagues. And Gwyl, I think you've won.
Right, my camera doesn't seem to be showing. Can you hear me?
We can imagine you, Will. Please continue.
Yeah, don't think of something you can't unthink. Yes, I what's to say? I mean, none of us. Well, it's all been said before. None of us want to be in this position. I think the scrutiny process has gone as well as it can, and it's of course interesting that a lot of the public angst has surrounded services that were covered by my scrutiny committee, which is communities, and I must pay tribute to Chris Hall and his team for the work that he's done in order to try and modify suggestions and make agreements with town councils, particularly Yeovil, in order that these services can continue. And I think that's really good. I mean, as I said just now, I mean, none of us want to be in this position, but it behoves us to make the best of what is an exceedingly bad job. So I'm listening to what Mr. Vaughan had to say. I am still deeply concerned about the long-term future of this council, but we have to keep carrying on until there is no more road left. Anyway, I'll leave it there. But as I say, thank you for everybody who's taken part in this process, and we are doing our level best to make a best of a very bad job. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwyl and Jill.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I have to say, I found it immensely, well, really, really important to see all the elements of what we do as a council, because when you've come from districts, you obviously quantified your own areas. I have to say, Bob's chairing was amazing. I think he held it together very well. I think we probably could have done with another day. We didn't have enough time, and we had so much we wanted to ask, and there we are. But it was very well done. I hope this doesn't equate me from asking. I do have some questions, as you'd expect, Leader, to ask. Do you want me to wait to the appropriate time, or do you want me to do it now?
If you could wait for the appropriate time, I'm bringing you in as chair of scrutiny at the moment.
Yes, yes.
And then I'll bring in lead members and associate lead members, and then I'll go back to other members of council, so we get some structure to the discussion.
That's right. That's what I thought.
I will hold you in my thoughts when we get to the appropriate time.
Can I say, Leader, I always hope that's what you do. Always hope that's what you do. But thank you for the opportunity of being the chair and being involved in this, because it was really important. 2 hard days, but yeah, it was good. But you might not think that when you've spoken to me in a minute. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Jill, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts later, as always. Right, I'm just wondering if any lead members who've got updates on the saving lines would like to report back. And I first of all recognise Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts.
We've got a few updates to add. I will just hand it over to Christo, because you've got this actual reference numbers.
Yeah, thank you. So sobering words from Jason. I think it's important to understand we've made some progress along the way. So some of that is recorded in the papers for today. Some of it will be recorded in the papers for full council. So really positive changes, not enough to change the budget position overall, but important nonetheless in protecting services to the community. So we talked in scrutiny about the proposed changes around CCTV provision, and you'll see in today's pack, it no longer says to terminate the CCTV service. There is now an income line there for that service. So with the support of my wider team, we are now going to be receiving income from the recognised town and parish councils who receive that service, and that will help fund it. So it's not a devolution, it is an income that this council will receive, and will continue to operate the CCTV service as we do now. We've also had some successes. This one is a devolution process with Yeovil Town Council in regards to the Yeovil Rec, known as Mudford Rec by many. So Yeovil Town Council have said they will take on a full asset and service devolution of the entire space, which will include a TUPE transfer of our employees. So the rec will remain, it will remain open, it will be delivered through Yeovil Town Council, but this council will ultimately make the saving for that function. We referred to a couple of others which were future transfers, those being the Octagon and Westlands. They're not part of the pack today. They make no change to our budget position for 24-25, but again are positive developments. We then move on to a few of the newer ones. So these are not changes in your pack today, but will be for full council. So CMS 026 is the proposed closure of the Taunton Visitor Information Centre. By the time we get to full council, that will be revised, and that will be a service to be funded at full cost by Taunton Town Council. So that will not be a devolution. It will be Taunton Town Council paying that money, 114,000, to maintain the service that is the Taunton Visitors Information Centre. CMS 021, which is the overnight locking of Wellington, Blenheim and Vivery parks. Again, that was a termination of that service that will be reworded to read that that service will be funded by those relevant town councils. So those 3 town councils will pay Somerset Council, and therefore that will be seen as an income generation line in the future packs. And then CMS 041, which is the parish ranger service, which is provided in the south area. And again, the negotiation has been that the relevant parish councils will fund that. So
This council will continue to deliver the service, but funded by the relevant parishes. So those are the headline changes for communities.
Thank you, Chris, and again, repeat the thanks for all the amazing work your team has been able to do, working to mitigate the impacts of the situation we find ourselves in. Are there further updates from members? I'll go to Dixie Darch.
Thank you, Chair. As I raised at scrutiny on Friday, under Climate and Place CAP 010, the original wording was to close 5 recycling sites based on those sites that offer the largest saving per tonne. That wording is changed to make savings from the core contract for household waste recycling centres. And I'll hand over to Mickey to give the kind of detailed rationale for that and where we are. And we also have an additional saving, which was not mentioned at scrutiny, an additional saving from waste, which is around our guaranteed minimum annual tonnage. And again, I'll hand over to Mickey for the details of that in a minute.
Councillor Wilkins, do you want to just update on your portfolio area, and then we'll hand over to Mitch Green?
Yes, we've got a few revisions as well. I think CAP 004 for the funding of community rail partnership, CAP 027 reduction in transport policy imposts, and CAP 032 reduction in highways maintenance and devolution of services. I will hand over to Mickey to put the detail in.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so as Councillors Wilkins and Darch mentioned, these aren't proposals that you'll see in the pack. They're revisions that, if accepted by exec, would inform the details that go forward to the 20th of February. So just to talk through them, and the reason for doing them together is that collectively the revisions I'm talking about keep the bottom line the same, i.e. if all of these were taken, Climate Place would still be delivering the same amount of savings overall, and there are still some very difficult proposals in there. So going through them in turn, CAP 004, which is cease funding for community rail partnerships. The proposed revision is to remove this savings option. It currently funds community rail partnerships like Sevenside and Heart of Wessex. It's a 5k saving in 2024-25 currently, and we have found a mitigating saving. The next one is CAP 027, reduction in transport policy posts. The previous proposal was to reduce the team by 2 posts. The revised proposal is to remove only 1 post from that team, so that reduces a 70k saving to a 35k saving. We continue to explore other funding options to ensure we can bolster this team and continue their great work in attracting funding into Somerset and ensuring we take the golden opportunity to refresh our local transport plan alongside our local plan and climate and ecological strategies, and hence deliver our wider objectives in challenging times. The next one is CAP 032, the reduction in highway maintenance and devolution of service. Clearly the subject of lots of discussion at scrutiny and beyond. And if I just recap on what the proposal as in your packs is. So the published savings option assumes that we will permanently remove the second grass cut on A and B roads, and will remove from the planned schedule those gullies that we currently only empty every 4 years. Those ones being in low flood risk areas. So that's 150,000 of the £330,000 saving. The other element was to reduce reactive budgets by 180,000 for drain jetting, gully emptying, hedge trimming, noxious weed treatment as a one-off for next year. And as reported to scrutiny, we are seeking to offset the impact of this through discussing with town and parish councils whether they're able to provide financial contributions, buy back a level of service, purchase services through our contracts, purchase a highway steward, or enable local skilled people to undertake lower risk activity suitably trained. Those conversations are ongoing and going well, but clearly they take time. The revised savings proposal reduces the overall value of savings to 127,000 in 2024-25, with 77,000 reversing in 25-26. It completely removes the previously proposed savings for planned gully emptying and reactive drain jetting. It reduces the reactive budgets for hedge trimming, noxious weed treatment, reactive gully emptying, ditches and grips for 24-25 only, and the permanent removal of planned grass cutting would be pushed back to 25-26. So the intention of these changes is to remove the savings proposals which had the greatest impact on flood risk and to give us more time to continue discussions for local devolution of delivery of highway maintenance activity. So those three changes obviously reduce the amount of savings across Climate Place. So to compensate for that, we've been working up in the background a number of savings proposals that we hadn't been mature enough to propose until now. So the new proposed savings are firstly a new £90,000 saving for 24-25 to fund transport scheme commissioning staff from Levelling Up Fund capacity and capability grant and a small part from capital. So the grant was a one-off grant from DLUC to support us in delivering LUF schemes, Levelling Up Fund schemes. It means we'll fund one grade 10 post and one grade 7 post using that time-limited external grant. That will cover about 70% of the cost, with the remaining being charged to a number of capital programmes. So this is similar to proposals that Scrutiny saw, where we're funding a number of posts from our external funding to make sure we're sweating that as much as possible while still delivering the schemes in Somerset. The second new proposed saving is in our energy from waste contract with Viridor. So that's the contract for our residual waste, what everybody else calls our black bag waste. So that contract doesn't give Viridor exclusivity on our waste, but instead it says we have to give them a minimum tonnage amount each year, how much waste we have to send them. So I can't give you the details of those levels, but as they're commercially confidential, but we've previously reported through the Somerset Waste Board that tonnage guarantee is at a very low level. We're currently well above it, and each household that gets built in Somerset inevitably adds more. So it kind of goes up if we do nothing in terms of the amount of waste we generate. So that gap gives us some wriggle room, and that gap is worth something to our contractor. So the savings proposal aims to deliver 153,000 in 24-25, and that will be achieved either through contractual changes with Viridor related to that guaranteed minimum annual tonnage, or by seeking alternative energy from waste disposal routes from a different contractor. So to be clear, this isn't about us moving waste away from energy from waste to landfill. It isn't about us making energy from waste more desirable financially than recycling. And it's still the subject of ongoing commercial negotiations, because clearly we want to make sure we manage the risk of not having a minimum floor below which we fall beneath. So, and I'm not sure there's much to add in terms of the changed wording on closing recycling centres to the more kind of accurate description of where we actually are, which is making savings from the core contract. It reflects the fact we're in those ongoing commercial negotiations with the contractor to secure the most favourable outcome. It doesn't mean we're ruling in or out the closure of sites. We can't do that until we've completed those commercial negotiations. And clearly those commitments we've given that there will be full consultation on any changes that impact on the public remains. And just to be crystal clear, there's no financial impact from that wording change on the recycling centres option.
Okay, thank you both, Chris and Mickey, for those updates and for all the work that's gone behind those. Okay, do we have any comments or questions from lead members or associate lead members at this stage? Councillor Lyshon, do you want to come in?
Could we ask the monitoring officer at this stage, Chair, whether we need to take a vote on those revisions to Appendix 7, the detailed lists of savings?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lyshon. I think it'd be appropriate to have those changes in writing for executives so we can incorporate them into the recommendations. So the impact of those changes will be reflected in the papers to full council moving forward.
Thank you for the clarification on that, Mr. Clark, and Liz Lyshon.
Chair, accepting that those revisions will be put in writing, will be incorporated into Appendix 7 for full council. I would like to propose some amendments to Appendix 7 and also to the reserves position, which we have as Appendix 10 and 11 on this item as well, if it's acceptable to you that I do this now.
Yes, please.
Okay, so first on the reserves position, having listened to parish, town and city council representatives at both parish meetings and LCN meetings, number of hours of our life recently attending those meetings, and having appreciated the bold and ambitious plans of those councils, I realise that the devolution of assets and services will have overhead costs that need funds to ensure devolution is both timely and as efficient as possible. So I'm proposing an amendment to create a reserve for devolution of assets and services overhead costs of £600,000. That is my first proposed amendment, Chair. And then on Appendix 7, sorry.
Could you just clarify how you're doing that, which reserves you're taking it?
So I have to clarify which reserves. So there are reserves on the detailed list. There are 2 that came from South Somerset District Council that were attached to Yeovil or Mudford Rec, and I intend those 2 reserves to be taken into this devolution overheads reserve, and also a further, it's just under 200,000, 198,000 from the reserve number 26 budget delivery. And so another 198,000 from that reserve to create a total of 600,000 for, do you want me to read out its name again? For devolution of assets and services overheads costs. Thank you. And then if I may go on, Chair, to Appendix 7, where we have the detailed list of savings. So I'll give the number for each of these. I start with CMS 015. This is the saving on the RNLI of 35,000. I propose that we remove this saving while we work with other partners to ensure safety on the beach and in the water at Burnham, that is a beach that has specific characteristics and therefore safety implications. So my second proposal on savings, recognising the revised saving that is now CAP 032, I propose that we remove this saving for 24-25 to give us more time to work with parishes through the LCNs to establish those alternative working practices that would be the highway steward model. I'm really hopeful and really keen that there are some parishes coming forward with plans to work together within LCN areas to see the highway steward model. And I also note that in the budget consultation of residents and businesses, that highways, the roads and the pavements were by far the biggest concern in numbers. So I believe we need more time to work on that highway steward model, and we will do that through LCNs and parishes. So on CAP 007, so this is the crossing patrols for schools, where this council was making a contribution to a number of schools. I believe we need more time to continue our communications with those schools to establish exactly how many of the schools do now have crossing patrols. So I propose that we reduce that saving to £20,000, which I believe will be adequate to fund those who still have crossing patrols and establish an accurate current situation. on saving SWL 010. We have all listened to scrutiny members and heard their concerns for the coming years, where financial pressure and increasing demand will continue to challenge every member and indeed every officer of this council. I wish to propose to remove the £23,000 saving and allow the scrutiny chairs and vice chairs time to consider their needs for meetings, for task and finish groups, using their valuable experience and commitment to this council. On SWL 006, having listened to the audit committee, having listened as much as I do to external and internal auditors, and heard of the chair of audit's concerns, I propose that we remove the saving of £12,000, allow the chairs of audit, of constitution and governance, and of standards to work through all the options for future years for those three committees. So we understand and acknowledge that audit will continue to have a particularly heavy responsibility until all 5 predecessor council statement of accounts are approved, and then they will continue to have a heavy workload on risk and on the governance structure for this council. Further on SWL 007, having heard the debate and the concern on the committee size, I propose we remove the saving of £5,000 while the chairs and lead members between them consider the optimum size, including the quorum for each of those committees. And then 2 further savings. SWL 008, so this is removing a £2,000 saving about bringing all meetings by default to this building, Dean House. I believe we need as full flexibility as possible when we're looking at rationalisation of office space for this new council, and so I believe that in order to achieve that flexibility we should remove that saving. Finally, SWL 012, we know that we have the work of the Independent Remuneration Board ongoing. We know that the group leaders will be meeting to consider this, and so knowing that that work is ongoing, I propose that we remove the SRA saving of 35,000 to enable that work to continue and to come up with the best resolution for this council. Those are my proposals, Chair. I'm very happy to propose them, obviously, and I look for my colleagues' support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. I was just going to ask Mr. Vaughan for his views on that proposal.
In terms of the implications, that obviously affects the budget gap. The budget gap will increase. Our balancing figure at the moment is the capitalisation direction. As I said, the application to government was based on a slightly higher figure anyway. It was based on £37.9 million is what we submitted.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor White, Councillor Wilkins, Councillor Smith-Roberts.
Thank you. I welcome a recognition of the costs of devolution, particularly in respect of legal costs to the council and also staffing within the assets team. And therefore, I think making a reasonable provision to actually do this well and appropriately with our partners in the town, city and parishes, I think is really important. So I welcome that additional reserve. Thank you.
Councillor Wilkins.
Yes, I'd like to welcome the suggestions that Ms. brought. Clearly, there were some areas we weren't overly happy with, and scrutiny brought those to light, and I think you responded extremely well.
Thank you, Councillor Smith-Roberts.
I've actually got a question for Jason as well, just to pick up on some stuff that he said earlier. So I just wanted to check my understanding. You advised in relation to the grant that we got given, it was a real term cut for public health in that settlement that we were given. You also said that, if I understood correctly, it was around 18 million that we've been given in our settlement from central government. Does that cover the cost of inflation that we see as a council on our bills? Because are they therefore truly giving the support that we need? So there's that question. And then I think it would be really good to explain whether this is for Liz or yourself. Clearly, we've been told that we're not able to have the additional 5% and that impacts us this year. Actually, it impacts us every year going forward, doesn't it? Because yes, we were asking people to pay more to support their local services. Yes, we understand that that is a huge impact for people's finances, and everyone would have to look to find a way through that in their own personal situation. But ultimately, it will have a negative impact on us as a county year on year on year by not being able to do that. And if commissioners were to come in, they could put it up higher anyway. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, so in terms of the public health grant, our increase is 1.31% for next year, an additional 368,000. Clearly, where inflation is at the moment, that is a cut to the service, particularly when a lot of those costs relate to staff and other things like that as well. In terms of the overall funding, yes, you heard me in terms of when you take out council tax, which makes up the majority of the funding settlement, we actually received £18 million extra grant on our budget next year is 600 million. That's clearly quite a low percentage when you put it in those terms. So is that covering our increased costs? The answer is no. Perhaps refer you to the House of Commons Select Committee report that identified those very issues and set that out. In terms of the council tax, yes, I think my major concern actually was I was always confident we'd be able to balance the 24/5 budget because of the capitalisation direction. It's more the ongoing impact in terms of that council tax would have had. It has pushed up the gap for 25/26 from 85 million to 104. Have to say, I am really concerned about the size of the gap. I give you some of the examples of how you close that. At this stage, I'm not convinced the council will be able to close that gap.
And then if I could just come back, Bill, if you don't mind, I actually welcome what Liz has brought forward in relation to having a fund for the devolution of assets. We know that in communities we are having to do really good work with town councils, but when you talk about land and assets, and same for Ros and her portfolio, there's complex legal and land registry situations, so that will take both time and money, and we are already stretched, I believe, as a council in relation to our ability to pull on resources, and the market out there is difficult for us to recruit into those roles. So I think it is welcome that we actually are being mindful of both the pressure that we are putting, and we're going to have also the transformation paper later that we're bringing through, that actually we have a resource and capability to be able to do that, to work with those of our partners in the town, city and parish sector that have stepped forward.
Thank you. I'll bring Jason in response to that. I think Duncan wants to come in on an earlier point. So Jason first, then Duncan.
But mine wasn't on earlier. Well, I was just going to tell you the total of Councillor Lashon's amendments. We've just worked through them and the impact that would have.
Okay, hot off the calculator.
260,000 is the total that would impact upon.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharkey.
Thank you very much, Leader. I just want to pick up on the council tax point that Councillor Smith-Roberts raised. It is becoming quite obvious that the council will not be able to sustain itself financially over the medium term without seeing a change to the way it's funded. So, as Mr. Vaughan pointed out, if that was a national change to the distribution model, i.e. the way we get grant funding from government, we pick about 1% of the funding that goes into the top of that system. So to actually help us in a material way, government would have to put multiple billions of pounds additional into that funding mechanism. Or, of course, could get the funding mechanism redrawn so the distribution's different and gives all the money to us. But that feels very unlikely because I think nationally lots of other people would have views on that.
it's becoming more and more obvious, I think, as we work through the finances, that we have to see council tax increasing to actually give us any ability to be able to meet the rest of the deficit with transformation, savings and being blunt cuts. Without the council tax increase this year, that means a bigger increase in future years at some point, as Mr. Vaughan pointed out. If we have to close the whole of next year, sorry, the 25-26 gap with council tax, I think you said 30%, didn't you? 33%, which feels very, very difficult for anyone to talk about in any meaningful way. So I think where we were trying to get to was almost a smooth glide to crash landing, rather than going right to the cliff edge and then falling off. The difficulty we have now is it looks very, very difficult because the way our budget's constructed, a lot of the things we fund, we can't just stop funding, particularly care costs, particularly debt financing, etc., etc. There are a number of things within the totality of the budget which are fixed and we can't reduce. So the amount of money that's actually flexible within the budget is quite small by comparison, in terms of percentage small. Therefore, making a bigger total out of that smaller pot makes it really hard to see how we can do that in the future. So, and yeah, it's just going to get harder and harder, but we'll keep trying. And I think that's what we're going to have to keep presenting to executive and the public as a whole. And the only point I was going to make, Leader, if I may, is obviously it's not to the officers to welcome or not Councillor Lashon's suggestions, but I think it's quite sensible that we take those things and actually put them forward. And the whole point of this meeting was actually this is the executive's budget, not the officers' budget. So it was your amendments we wanted here today as well. So I think that's now in that this is a budget the executive, hopefully subject to a vote, will be supporting, because that gives us all the certainty about the council papers now and so on.
Thank you very much. And just to add my thoughts on that, very much we wanted to brand ourselves as a listening council, and we've listened very carefully to the public consultations, the business consultations, to members' input, both through scrutiny and directly to lead members. And the proposals that Councillor Lashon has made, which I will second, to my mind, recognise that we are taking on board what areas of concern members and the public had, and have been able to bring those forwards. It's been an amazing piece of work to have landed so much that we're aware that the public are concerned about, particularly on CCTV, which I was pleased that we've managed to. And I'm very aware that there's been a massive contribution from our city, town and parish councils. I'm very aware Yeovil, Taunton, Wellington, Minehead and a number of southern parishes have been mentioned. I'd also add Frome and Bridgewater and Minehead. I think there has been a Burnham-on-Sea and Highbridge. I think there's been a real step up, and that importance of partnership across all of the public sector in Somerset to be able to get through this difficulty, I think is absolutely crucial as part of our strategy. I've got Councillor Butt-Philip next.
Thank you very much. Not a huge amount to add to what's been said, because I mostly put my hand up to formally second what Liz had proposed, which you've stolen my thunder there. So, but I wanted to welcome these amendments and the sort of themes that run through them. They are about, principally, they are about how we facilitate, either by additional funding or additional time, the preservation of so many of those services that our residents and communities value, in the context of what the Chief Executive has said about the fact that about how our budget is constructed and how so many of the elements that we spend money on, we cannot simply stop spending money on. We know that the pressure on so many of those discretionary but hugely valuable services is going to be incredibly great. So the challenge we have is, how do we protect those for the future, for our communities and for our residents? And very, very sadly, I think we have to come to the conclusion that the answer is not that we will be able to continue to provide them, and therefore we have to look for another safe home for them. And in so many cases, that has shown to be the city, town and parish councils stepping up. So we should be incredibly grateful to them for that, for protecting these services for our communities, and the fact that we are going to help them take on that devolution is hugely welcomed. And then the other element is there's a small number of amendments there at the end, which, although the financial costs of them don't look terribly significant, I think if we didn't make those changes, the cost could actually be much higher than anticipated. I don't really think that changes to scrutiny in particular should form part of the budget process. It's much more important that we get the scrutiny process right, because that will help impact upon the decision making, and that will have a consequent change on both service delivery and the budget in the future. So I just wanted to make those points, and I did want to second the amendment, but I'm afraid I've missed that opportunity.
Thank you, Thea. Just looking around the table, Professor Grant, I think I noticed you move earlier, and just before I went to Theo. Was that an indication you wanted to speak?
I did, but I feel as though the moment's gone, but I just wanted to pick up on the public health grant, if I may quickly. So I think it was expected, but really, really disappointing that we see yet again for at least 7 years now in a row and a below inflation increase for the public health grant. It is a really worrying situation, and I feel without Councillor Dance here, I ought to speak up on his behalf. So he and Councillor Trimnell together are currently composing a letter to go to the Secretary of State and Public Health Minister, saying we're setting out the implications of the constant eroding of the public health grant. I've also had discussion with the Integrated Care Board on an ongoing basis, but reinforced recently, to say actually this is going to have implications for the system as a whole. We're taking out an awful lot of the preventative measures, the public health grant being just one of those, and we do need to expect to see some deterioration of the way that people live their lives going forward, and the NHS will probably be the people that see some of the consequences of that.
Thank you. I think there are a lot of nodding heads around that, and really pleased to hear that Councillor Dance is working with Councillor Trimnell cross-party on this. I think it's absolutely essential that only get to, and the work that public health have done, particularly with events in the last few years, has shown the huge importance that we place on that activity. So thank you for raising that. Councillor White.
Just briefly, just want to echo that and say that in the last 7 years, we don't seem to have learnt any lessons. We've had a pandemic, we've got real increase in public health problems, whether it's mental health and all the other issues. And there seems to be a total blindness to this. And I share your concerns, and I think the council does too.
I'm not seeing anything else from lead members, associate lead members. So I've got. Actually, I will do the leader of the opposition first as a response, and then I've got councillors Mansell, Redmond, Slocum, and Rodriguez to follow. David.
Thank you very much indeed, Leader. And can I first of all say thank you for the movement that you've shown on some of those lines of savings this afternoon. I think credit where credit's due. Those were some of the things that did concern people. And I think particularly pleased. I had some very difficult questions from Richard Wilkins about school crossing patrols. So you've just dodged a bullet there. So well done. We do have to recognise that there are still over 200 lines of savings. So there's going to be a lot more questions, if not today, then certainly on the 20th. My question is to the Section 151 officer. So it's actually it's two questions. The first one is, I believe the letter of comfort you hold is shown on page 509 and 510. Is that correct? I'm not sure it would give me much comfort. I've got to say, it clearly states in there, ministers will decide the appropriate amount, form and structure, if any, of any support for the council. I note that Birmingham themselves, who have asked for similar facilities, have pushed back their meetings because they can't set a budget without more information. And I'd just like to know what legal advice you've taken, that you are presenting a legal position, that we're taking a legal decision, because I think that it is very, very suspect whether we can actually take a budget decision based on that letter. And I accept that you will write your own advice, but I just want to make sure that there is a legal backup to that. And if there is, I want all members to see it, please. That's my first question.
Yeah, so in terms of the letter of comfort from DLUC, it is in the agendas pack there, as you say. In terms of a final decision, so the final yes will be after any council in the country legally has to set a budget. So no council can have any certainty from DLUC because they don't work on the same timetable as local authorities. If you look at the two in Cumbria this year, they actually didn't get their confirmation until well after the start of the new financial year. So we're in a position not of our making, unfortunately.
I suppose I'm trying to assess the level of legal risk that
And
this
to be
council
clear,
presented.
I have taken legal advice from the council's legal advisor on this as well.
And is that legal advice you can share with members?
I'll let her answer for herself.
Yes, I think it may be something we can put in writing, but as Mr. Vaughan has said, it is a bit of a moving feast at the moment. You know, we don't know exactly when we're going to get this information from government. We do know that we have to set this precept by the 11th of March. And so when people are postponing their meetings, you know, that there is legal risk, which whatever councils do, and we're addressing that and are trying to take the most pragmatic decision, and we are keeping it under review.
I think my request still stands that I'd like to see something in writing which gives you the legal basis for the decision that you're making, because we're being asked to make a decision on the 20th of February. And I would just like to know whether that's a legally compliant decision. That's my first question. I'll leave it there.
I believe Jill Byron's already given you that undertaking to provide that.
I don't think she, I'm not sure she has.
Oh, you don't think she has? She's nodding at me curiously.
Okay.
Yeah, she said, she directly just said to me, she'll put it in writing,
That's
nodding and smiling.
Thank you.
And I can't give you any more assurance.
Thank you.
Than that, but I don't know whether the Chief Executive wants to add.
I was just going to point out, Lee, the entirety of the budget is a supposition about what will happen next year. That's why it's next year's budget. So including whether we get the capitalisation direction or we deliver the savings programme or the contracts deliver as we expected. If it changes after we set the budget, we have to come back and fix that in terms of further decisions or changes.
Okay.
So I don't think there's any particular difference in that risk between getting the capitalisation direction or not in terms of anything else happening in the budget. The difference, obviously, because of the size of capitalisation directive, the impact on the budget is if we didn't get that, I suspect we'd be straight into a section 114 because we literally wouldn't be able to balance a budget that we'd already set. I don't think it has an impact on decision making, but if Ms Byron's happy to provide that advice in writing, then obviously that will hopefully agree with what I just said.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Vaughan, you want to come back in? Thank you, Jason.
Just to clarify, this is a difficult decision because ideally you want everything confirmed in writing. But as the Chief Executive just said, there's lots of things we're assuming, making best estimates on, etc. One of the things we had to balance is if we move the council meeting, what is the impact? There's two significant impacts we have to balance there. One is we won't be able to do the HRA and give the notice of the 28 days before billing. The other one is on council tax billing, where you physically got to print the bills and then you've got to be able to give 14 days notice before you can take a direct debit. So we could be in a situation, if you push this back, say, to the very latest date, which will be the 11th of March, that you are unable to take the April precept into a council tax. You'd be doing an illegal act. That's a definite thing we shouldn't be doing knowingly. So we've had to balance all those up. It's not a situation I particularly like. I've asked DLUC if they can give us as much in writing. This is much as what we got, I'm afraid.
Okay, so I think it goes to the point about the model of funding local government, which is a wider issue. You wouldn't choose to do anything like this. It's been quite an adventure working with government over the last few months, shall we say. Councillor Fothergill, I believe you have another question or two.
I've got a second question. So, it's actually two, but the first one's very quick. I'll do the first one very quickly. So could you just confirm for us, Section 151 Officer Jason, that the figures that we keep looking at and being compared with adjoining counties, 14 of those counties actually run their own fire authorities as well. So the fire authority precept is actually built into those comparative figures, whereas ours isn't.
You could be very well right. In terms of, you talking in comparison with other unitary councils, of the 63 unitary councils, that feels about right. I don't have reason to dispute anything you're saying.
So not quite apples and apples.
They will all have slightly different arrangements. Some of them may have parished areas, some may have unparished areas, and clearly that has an impact as well, as we've seen locally with the differences between Somerset West and Taunton and the other councils. So council tax comparisons, statistically they're right, but you have got to be very careful what you're looking at.
Thank you. And then the final question, which may not be for the 151 officer, maybe for somebody else, but the DLUC response on the additional 5% related to 5% without a referendum. The opportunity for a referendum still exists. Had we applied for a referendum in September when we first became aware of the issue, or you said you became aware of the issue, then we would have perhaps gone through that. Can I just ask, is thought now being put in place for a referendum during next year to ensure that we can go for a much larger increase if that's what the administration wants to do?
Well, thank you for your question, David. It's not something, I think you asked me that question. Virtually, your first question when we took administration, you asked me would I ever consider it, and I say that I would never rule it out, but it's not something that I think is a process whereby the council is. I think it's a process where the council set up to fail because of the way that it's structured. I have asked for a briefing note to give it some extra thought. I'm still minded, and our colleagues are still minded that is something that would not be in the public interest to carry out at this stage. But I'm not at this point going to rule anything in or anything out. So as I said earlier, no stone is left unturned. But that's one which I know that under which there is a particularly ugly toad, and perhaps that's not a route that would be wise to go down.
If I can just add to that, unfortunately, the referendum principles are you can't do it in advance of a financial year. It's specified a date in May when you have to do it, which is a bit of a pain, really, because ideally you would like to do it, know what the result of it, and then build that into your budget. It's the other way around. You have to set your budget first, and then you do the referendum. So therefore, you expose yourself to the risk of losing the referendum. There's only been one referendum so far. That was Bedfordshire Police in 2015. They lost it by quite a bit. I think they got 70% against it, as it were. We estimate the cost for this council would be, because of this May would be a PCC election, so sharing those costs would be £1 million on election costs, and about 1.6 million on rebilling if you were unsuccessful. So potentially 2.6 million cost. So you have to balance that risk when you make the decision. But clearly that is something still open to council. You've still got time to do that if members wish to do that at full council.
Okay, I think that answers that question. So I've got Councillor Mansell next.
Thank you, Leader. And I would like to thank the executive for the proposals, the amendments that you've brought forward following the comments and recommendations from scrutiny. It's very good to see that the work we did there has been noted and responded to. And thanks, of course, to the officers as well who've clearly worked on this and helped contribute. If I may, I would just like to comment on a couple of them. But I have been pleased to see the spread of the ones that are now proposed on the changing the savings coming before full council. So firstly, on the on CAP 032 on highways maintenance, that was one that I was very concerned about. To me, it felt like a budget that had already been cut too far. So it was difficult to see that we could cut it further. In that respect, I do still feel a little concerned that it's proposed not to take the full saving proposed, but still to take something. Giving it more time to work out alternatives, that clearly does sound sensible, and I think was part of what was being what was being asked for. So I will look at the detail on that, which will come to full council. But pleased to see that there's been some welcome movement on that. I would also like to comment in relation to where the saving is going to come from instead. As I understood it, well, from what was said earlier, especially from Mickey, in relation to the minimum tonnage on the residual waste contract. There may I accept there may be some room to move on that. I have an idea it has been moved once before since it was that minimum tonnage was first put in place. So this has been I think this has been the second now proposed movement in it. There are risks, and the risk in particular is that somewhere down the line, if the minimum tonnage proves to be set too high, it starts to provide a financial disincentive to reducing waste and recycling. So we do need to make sure that the balance is kept right. For that reason, I hope that there can be a report on this to Climate and Place scrutiny in due course to look at that one. But I accept there's possibility for movement there, and clearly all the help available is needed. And just finally, on a saving which there hasn't been a comment on yet, and it's not actually a saving proposed for 24-25, but is indicated as it could be for the future, and it's there in the proposed savings. So this is on the bus subsidies, CAP 002 on page 445. So it's currently showing 0, but in the information that we've received, it does suggest that there could be a potential saving of 117 to 467,000 pounds taken from the bus subsidy budget, and that feels like another budget that has already been cut too far. So I really hope that this can be avoided, and realise though that there's nothing yet. There's nothing proposed for 24-25, but it is at risk for the future. And of course, yesterday we had an announcement from First that they wish to cut 4 services, withdrawing 2 of them. So our bus network is really at risk, and we need to find some answers because that's been cut too far. So I just felt I should mention that as well. But overall, in terms of the changes to the savings, I think you've made some good changes, and I very much welcome your positive response to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I'll just go to Councillor Wilkinson and then Mickey Green for a response. My understanding was that on the bus proposal yesterday, it wasn't a proposal. I think it was in response to a question of the bus users group, but I'm not. I think it was slightly misreported, was my understanding. But we'll get clarification from Councillor Wilkinson and from Mr. Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I'd just like to point out that there was both a revision and an amendment to the CAP 32. So that the revision was to, like you say, reduce it down. But I think Liz's amendment was to remove it completely from this year's. Can I just get Liz to cut in on that?
Can Liz Lyshon clarify?
Sorry. What I want to do is give LCNs and parishes enough time to consider the Highway Steward model. It's further complicated by the fact that on the £127,000 revised savings, 77 comes back in the following year. So what I want to do is delay the £127,000 saving to give LCNs and parishes more time to work on the highway steward model. That does not affect the figure in the year for 25-26. That makes sense?
Thank you. Richard, do you want to continue?
And on the the bus saving, which is measured at zero, it's because we're going to be looking at it. We haven't. There's going to be a there's going to be a report done, but no savings has been suggested at this point. And to clarify on yesterday's report on the 4 in danger bus routes, we had a board meeting in which first brought the suggestion that they may cut some of those buses and change others. We're still in ongoing negotiations with them about this. No decision has been made, but until we've had those discussions, I can't really comment any further. I'm just going to bring in Vicky to clarify a few things.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly as Councillor Wilkins said, there isn't a number attached to the bus review because it would be inappropriate to do so until we've done the work around understanding needs, as was addressed at scrutiny on Friday. Jason will probably kill me, so I'll take it offline. But if the EIA, which is attempting to give a flavour of the potential impacts, is causing concern, we can look at revising the wording ahead of full council. In terms of your comments on the guaranteed minimum tonnage, the last time that was amended was when we entered into the energy from waste contract, the contract we call NTWF2, and it hasn't been changed since then. But you're right to point out the risk, which is what I was trying to allude to as I highlighted. And of course, we're happy to add that to the list of the savings that were highlighted on Friday as ones we specifically bring back to the relevant scrutiny committee regularly.
Okay, thank you so much for your questions, Dave. I've now got Councillor Redman next. Councillor Slocum, your hand's gone down and then up again. So I am going to take you next, just in case you were, or Enrique, you were still on my list. So
sorry, Leader, I've had a little bit of connection. I do apologise. Sorry.
Okay, I apologise for your disconnection and we'll move on to Councillor Redman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Firstly, I support most of the previous comments that have been made earlier in relation to the work that's gone into producing this. My original reason for putting my hand up was just to seek some clarification, really. There was a paper that was generated after the joint scrutiny meeting, after the corporate scrutiny meeting, that had a number of points on it. I noted that Councillor Leyshon had made a number of amendments. My question was really a point of clarification, really, as well as some suggested removal of savings. There were a number of important points and comments and directions of travel suggestions that were made in relation to reports going to scrutiny. I just wanted to seek clarification that the suggestions in relation to the savings were all covered off in Councillor Leyshon's response and in the amendments, because I was here with my pen merrily trying to keep up but was failing to do so. So were all of the savings covered off there, the proposed amendments accepted? And secondly, the paper that came from scrutiny that talked about suggestions that things come, like for example the high block as regular reporting coming back to my scrutiny committee. So are they going to be taken as read, or are they separate, something separate, Chair?
Thank you very much for your question, Lee. I think, as always, agenda items for scrutiny chairs down to them. Scrutiny is an independent process, and I would hope that the recommendations from scrutiny will be adhered to by scrutiny. because otherwise, why would you recommend them? And it is in light of that recommendation that we've changed the proposals to the option to downsize the scrutiny element, because of how important we see scrutiny in the governance arrangement. So I hope that clarifies on that.
A fair point, well made.
Thank you. I'm just looking on your other point, whether we've got an immediate answer or whether we will be back with you.
I think, Chair, there was one recommendation from scrutiny that was not included in my proposed amendments. That was one of the bigger savings, but I'm quite happy to catch up with Councillor Ridman and just clarify that later when my eyes stop being square from looking at screens.
Okay, we can take that one up later, Lee. That would be great. And
just one final one, Chair. I put a little note in the chat asking for a written copy of the changes that were made by Mr. Mickey Green, but I'm sure that I think that there was a tick gone there, or a thumbs up next to that, but I just wanted it noted.
You may have seen my reply, which was of course, and Mr. Green put a thumbs up to that.
Thank you for your time.
Let the record show that we have agreed to your request there. And so I've got Councillor Slocum next. Jill, are you connected?
I'm going in and out. Can you take the next one and I'll come back in? Sorry, leader. Sorry.
Okay, as long as it's just your connection that's going in and out, I'm sure we're fine. Councillor Rodriguez, you're next on my list.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question of clarity, really. Looking at the Appendix 7, particularly on CCTV, CMS 052, which is on page 439. So the contributions on there from town councils cover the 480k cost of the CCTV for 24-25. I recall from a previous document that you got cameras in various towns. I won't mention them, but I've got a list of them in front of me. I was pleased earlier to hear Councillor Lation say around asset and service devolution that although this means that council tax charges will increase at a local level, that local money stays local. So what I really want some clarity on is which of those councils where there are CCTV cameras within the localities are paying towards the CCTV budget. Particular reason I ask because I know on Bridgewater Town Council last week we've set aside about 225,000 for CCTV. That's almost half of the contributions on 24-25, yet Bridgewater have a third of the cameras. So I want some clarity around that. And also just on the same thing on CCTV, at last month's exec on CCTV, there was a saving of 163 for 25-26. That saving is no longer showing in 25-26. I wondered if that money's been found somewhere, or perhaps you could clarify for me, please.
Yes, thank you. So I think all bar a couple of the smaller parishes have yet to determine whether they will contribute, and it's probably City Council as well, I beg your pardon, but they are relatively small figures. The overall cost of the CCTV service is the combination of that 489 and the other, I think it amounts to just under 650,000. 489 of that was to be delivered in 24-25. So we will receive contributions based upon the proportion of cameras in each location. So Bridgewater's contribution is based upon the 79 cameras that they have, and it's the cost of the overall service. So in 24-25, it might feel disproportionate, but that is their contribution towards the overall cost. We haven't yet secured the full 650 for rounding's sake for the full service. So we're going to use the time we've gained by having contributions in 24-25 to continue negotiations with those town, city, parishes that haven't contributed thus far, and to look at bringing the cost of the service down so that it can be more sustainable. So in terms of your 24-25 budget, it's safe to take those income opportunities, and it buys us the time needed to refocus the work of the CCTV service.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question and from the answer, and we'll try again with Councillor Slocum.
Thank you, Leader. I know you're pleased that I'm back. Thank you. It's only a few seconds, so it was good. I wanted to thank Councillor Lasham, Councillor Lasham, for the changes that she's made, and I think it is good that we've been heard. I felt slightly depressed in some respects because I do feel that to cut adults in the way that it's had to be cut, I just wanted to know whether there's any chance of their reflection on this. To cut on ADS 004, mental health and substance abuse is so, at the moment, it's such in the media that I feel this is it's a small amount, but so needed. Also on the ADS 005, Learning of Disability Employment Service, a great service that is really needed by so many. And the ADS 011, supporting people to live independent lives. I've been involved in part of this, and I do feel this is a really important factor and a really important thing. That is on the adult side. Do you want me to wait? What I wanted to say was I'm disappointed to see this because we have a growing population with very complex needs, and I believe this is short-sighted in the long term, and I'm really not confident that that we'll be able to live with these budget proposals on the health side. I do have, Leader, questions on community. Do you want me to carry on that one, or do you want me to wait for that answer?
Just to briefly respond on the points that you've made. Yeah, I'm on the record of saying that there are savings lines that are unpalatable and heartbreaking, and some of those that you have identified, I would certainly put in the heartbreaking category. We take fully on board the concerns around those savings, and if we will take a yet another look at them. But sadly, that is where we are as a council. And but you're absolutely right that if anything is going to be perceived as short-term gain for long-term pain, if on the budget, then we will take another look at it. And that's the assurance we can give you. But that is the very difficult reality of a council in a financial emergency.
Yeah.
I don't know whether Council Mellock is sorry. We've had so many councillor locks over the years. I'm now getting myself confused. So I'm not. Mel has indicated that I've got a 7 for my answer. So yeah, yes, there's nothing you've said that I disagree with, and that is where we are, and it is with huge regret and sadness that we're in this position. I'm sure you'd appreciate. If you want to move on to your communities.
Yes, please. I was really pleased to see about the school crossing patrol. Sometimes I find it very difficult when we have things, income is going to go to the parishes, because in the end that high rise goes to the members of the public. This is just, to me, it's still a devolved budget going to one place to another, and it's the precepts that are picking it up in our parishes. And I mean, thank goodness they are. But it does again affect the members of the public. This item I want to bring up is just for your health and well-being, to make you feel better, Leader, and you'll know what it is. I've fought for this quite hard. I'm still going to continue to. On the CMS 016 and the CMS 017, it's ceasing provision of the temporary toilets for Bridgewater Carnival, which is head of the Somerset Carnivals, and the ceasing the barrier protection for hostile vehicle management. This is the biggest carnival in Somerset. It works with all the other carnivals. It spreads their goods. They spread around to other carnivals. They work very strong together. And I would ask you, it's a small amount, but it's not just about the money. It's about the link with Somerset Council. I don't want you to lose the link between the biggest tourist effect. And I know what we're going to say, you don't have to do tourism, but you know what, this brings in the biggest money for Somerset, the biggest amount of money. And I don't think we're looking at this in its entirety. So I would ask you to look at this again. But I'm thinking about your health and well-being, and what a great event this is. And I would ask you to please, is there any way that you can look at this again? I know the parish will take it on, which is unfair to them, I think, when actually I think it always came under Sedgemoor District Council. You remember them, and I would like to think that it came under our Somerset Council. Thank you.
Thank you. I have many mixed memories of Sedgemoor District Council, as I'm sure you imagine, and I cannot imagine a time when, with you as a councillor, there will not be a link between Bridgewater Carnival and Somerset Council, as you are our appointed rep onto that committee, and I'm sure you appreciate your appointment to that role. And Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts to respond, and then Councillor Roswijk.
We totally, like I said, at scrutiny, Jill, appreciate and value what Bridgewater Carnival and the other carnivals bring to Somerset. It is part of our wider heritage piece, and it's part of our culture. And I think we've seen that, and you'll see that coming when we bring forward our cultural strategy in coming months. However, we are having discussions with Bridgewater Town Council to see what can happen in relation to these budget savings. We were asked to bring forward all manner of different savings, which I believe that we have done within the Communities Directorate. And I do appreciate your point that we are asking, if that does go over to parishes, to pay more. But ultimately, we've heard before us through Liz and through Jason and through Bill that central government isn't funding us in the way that it should be. And this is sadly, in my opinion, the decisions that we have to make. And ultimately, these are around the toilet savings, and we are, there are other savings in the community's budget proposals where we're proposing closure of toilets. And it is about those discussions that hopefully other towns, city and parish councils are coming forward and taking on some of these savings. But it does mean that residents, we pay more.
We do.
Councillor White. It's Councillor White, Councillor Slick.
Thank you. Jill, I'm as great an advocate as probably second only to you on Carnival. And I do recognise what it brings to the community of Bridgewater and the huge economic value to the town. I'm just mindful that as a council, we have carnivals in quite a few other towns across the whole of the county, and they pick up the responsibility for doing providing additional toilets and providing health and safety and protection of assets and all the other things. And they do so well because they know that that is an important thing as part of the relationship between the town or the city and the and Carnival. And so while I do appreciate you advocating for Bridgewater Carnival, I do recognise that Bridgewater is fortunate to have a strong parish council, and secondly, a significant contribution to the economy. So I think, given some of the other savings we're having to make, I think this one is we just have to grin and bear it. But it doesn't mean to say that we can't find other ways to support Carnival, because Carnival is rightly a key heritage for the whole of the county, and we need to help it in many different ways. I'm very conscious that Bridgewater Carnival is getting money from the Bridgewater Town deal of quite a few million to help their facilities there, which many other carnival organisations across the county don't have. So I think in the round, while I appreciate your advocacy on it, I think this one is a fairly balanced saving in comparison to some others. I know it's disappointing, but I think that's the reality of where we've been placed by government to make these savings.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Slocum, for your question. And obviously, we're all disappointed in the answer in a peculiar sort of way, and I'm sure you'll appreciate the difficult position that we're in, where we're balancing these services against each other. I have Councillors Osborne, Chilcott, and Dingwall on my list. Can I just check I've not missed anyone? Okay, and that'll be the end. So Councillor Osborne first, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Certainly a very sobering discussion, and not an easy path forward. I was just going to observe that on the appendix where it's you have printed the DLUC letter acknowledgement to Jason. In that, there is an annex and there are a couple of links. One is to an example of an in principle letter to a council looking for a capitalisation directive. The other is actually an example of a capitalisation directive letter when it's agreed, and that one was to Eastbourne. Woking was the recipient of the in principle. It's worth reading those two example letters because it gives you a real flavour and feel of just what a capitalisation directive actually is, what it does, and how difficult potentially it may well be to meet whatever terms and conditions are imposed. And what struck me was with the letter to Woking compared with the one we've received, is it is more direct in terms of it uses the wording, we are minded to, whereas there is no such wording in the letter that we currently have. So perhaps we need stronger wording. I certainly wouldn't be comfortable signing off section 25 on what looks there. Can you also confirm what the total amount of that capitalisation directive will be for? We know we're not going to get the 5% rise in council tax, but also as well, there has also been mentioned, but I haven't sort of seen it developed here, the extra capitalisation directive of 40 million to cover redundancy costs. So what is the total amount that we will be looking for, and has that full total amount, which I believe is around 70 million, been factored in to the papers that will be coming to full council? That's my question on those, because I think there's a very real concern around there. My second question.
Councillor Osborne, I will come back to you on your second question if that's okay. Your first question was quite detailed, and I don't want it to be lost because I think it's a really important question. Is that okay, Councillor Osborne?
Yes, that's fine, as long as I can come back on my second question, which I think leads into concerns over mobile library and possible opportunities.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. So first of all, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the section 25 statement is from the section 151 officer. It's like a game of bingo at times. It's from, and it's not for council to sign off. It's for council to know.
Yeah.
I'm getting an echo. Anyone got a mic? Mr. Bryant, are you able to? Oh, we're right. Okay, listening to myself once is bad enough. Sorry. I'm not sure who wants to take that question, Mr. Vaughan. I think it's probably one for you, isn't it?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. In terms of the section 25 statement, it is from me. It's for members to have regard to. That's the legal phrase, I think, in it, in terms of when you come to set the budget. In terms of the letter from DLUC on page 509, you're right, this is not a cast iron guarantee, but as I said, we wouldn't get that until after we legally set the budget anyway. I take comfort from the phrase, I can assure you that the government will continue to work closely with council officers to find a way forward, i.e. by supporting the council to set a balanced budget for 24-25. I have no reason to doubt that they're lying when they say that to me, and I've taken it on face value. That's what they will deliver on. So that's the basis that we're taking these budget proposals forward. In terms of the capitalisation direction, assuming the amendments proposed by Councillor Leyshon are agreed, to balance the budget, we will require £36.9 million of capitalisation direction. We have also, and this is your next item on the agenda, so pre-jumping, but we had to make the request to DLUC in advance. We did request an extra £40 million to cover the redundancy costs associated with that, but we did set out in the letter that would seek to use capital receipts flexibilities to try and reduce that down. Clearly, that's dependent on us knowing the size of the programme and everything else, so that's at the moment in time. So the total request would be for £76.9 million at this stage. And that's purely for 24-25. We did initially set out the request over 3 years, but the government are only considering requests for the coming financial year. They won't entertain requests for future financial years.
Which I suppose in the political cycle also makes sense, and that it may well be a different government within that time period. Can I add to that conversations which I've had with the Minister directly and with the Chief Executive and civil servants, in which we've been given a similar verbal undertaking that this would happen, obviously with the codicil that he isn't the ultimate boss. Apparently there's a Prime Minister above him, and therefore there may be other people that could give a different indication, but certainly every indication we have had has been that the capitalisation direction will be forthcoming, and it would be a shock if that didn't come forward, whereas we were not surprised by the decision on the council tax above referendum increase. I think it's fair to say. So if you can take the assurance, the professional assurance from the Section 25 notice that will be served by the Section 151. You can take the political assurance that I've been given and passing on to you at face value. Ultimately, it is for you to make that choice when it comes to the full council. But be aware of the consequences of that choice should we not land a balanced budget. Your second question, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you. I think we are all aware, but I do think it is worth looking at those two letters because it really brings it home. The implications, as you rightly say, the consequences, but also the robustness of the letter in principle to Woking compared to what we received. The wording was much more robust and seemed.
Thank you. Your point's well made. Could we move on to your question, please?
Move on to my second question. And this is covering the mobile library service, which I noticed you are going to go into consultation with DCMS over. However, it looks like you are proposing to close the service and then go into consultation. Is that correct? Because usually you consult before doing this. Also, we've talked about the prevention agenda and also in terms of adults as well, some of the implications from the reductions we're making in adults in terms of how that will impact on people's ability to live independently and how we can deliver other things there. But is there not an opportunity maybe to use the mobile service or combine it so it could also maybe serve as a mobile health hub? So all the devices and other things you can hire from libraries in towns, which people aren't going to be able to get to because our bus services, we've heard, are under threat, that they could actually be loaned out through that service. And therefore reduce isolation, that we actually maybe make that service do more rather than perhaps cut it.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Osborne. I remember working for the library service when I was recently graduated from university, and there were 6 mobile libraries in Somerset and 2 travelling libraries at that point, and the service has been substantially reduced over the years to the one mobile library we now have. Councillor Frederica Roberts. I'm echoing again.
I'm echoing as well. I'll try again. That better? Brilliant. Okay. So in relation to the question that's been asked, I believe if you see in the papers, there is.
Councillor Osborne, could you keep yourself on mute, please? Because when we respond, we're getting the response back into the room.
That's really strange.
So if you see in the papers in relation to the library service, it's actually showing as 0 across those lines. What we've wanted to do within the community service is be open and transparent in relation to the library services and what's currently being offered. So we're not saying we're closing it. We're saying that actually we need to go out and do assessment first, consultation, and also work with DCMS, because libraries are a statutory service. And what does it look like from their point of view as to what it is that we can and do provide? I think, Councillor Osborne, you raise a really valid point, and hopefully lots of members attended the members' briefings as to what libraries are. They're not just about books. They're around our health provision, working with public health. They work with children's services. They work with adult services. They truly are community hubs. And we are always looking at what ways we can make libraries even more accessible and what else they can offer. And so I think it's for all members to promote what they do, but actually we do know that they play a vital part in both prevention, but also around that kind of tackling isolation and working in deprived areas so that we can really give better services to people. And we can see that even through the customer access points that we've put in them.
If it helps, councillor Osborne, I'm looking at CMS 008 on page 441, which is consider the removal of the statutory mobile service. You stated in your question that there is a saving number attached to that, so we made the decision before the consultation. I'm reading across that line and I'm seeing zeros all the way across that line, so I'm not sure whether you're reading the correct line of the savings proposals. Are you able to check? Clarify, please.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I was reading across the correct line because it does have the cross-reference to DCMS and commencing consultation. But the way it read, and I'd be happy to be corrected, is that you would look to close first and then make the saving. I did note the zeros, so would certainly welcome clarification on that.
I'm very pleased that you're happy to be corrected, because that's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay, well, thank you for that, but I welcome Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts' comments that potentially there is much more we can do with this service.
Thank you. Moving on now, please, to Councillor Chilcott.
Thank you, Chair. Try and be as brief as I can. Buses 28, I'd really welcome just a statement. I know it's not here, but if I can share something with my locality, I think it would really help, perhaps calm things down. So I'll just leave that with you. My second question is around adequacy of reserves. We know that they're going to be near the minimum at 32.3 million. If this end of year ended up at 20 million instead of 17, and we've got a few more months to go, and that only takes perhaps a few young people coming into care that we didn't know about. So if it pushes that then, which then would impact bringing that below 32.3 million, what would happen then with one point of view, because we'd be below the minimum. That's my minimum recommended. That's my first question.
I just make the point, Chair, that getting through today's meeting, getting to full council on the 20th and beyond doesn't take away the threat of a section 114 notice. That remains.
In terms of the reserve position, to clarify on that, that is a minimum level that's set by me, by council, recommended by me. It's a number you can go below, but if you did, I'd want to see plans of how you get above it again fairly quickly. So there would have to be action taken to recover that position. Because I think once you start going below those, that is a real sign of a council that is in significant trouble, that if you haven't got a clear way of getting out of that very quickly, that would start my concerns around issuing a section 114 quite quickly, I think.
Thank you, and we're all painfully aware that it's only at that figure because we've moved a lot from earmark, which also forms part of that resilience. My next question was again around a plea really for those NEET young people, not in education, employment or training. One of the issues I raised at scrutiny was around SWL 001, which was to remove the budget for the Pathway to Employment scheme. I will just leave it here on the table. I think these are most vulnerable young people, and a change in their lives and help and support at this really critical time can change lives. I've heard it happen, and I think it would be a shame if that saving was carried through. So that's SWL 001. I'll just leave that there if I may, as I still have a concern with that. And my last question is as much a statement as anything. We heard about Dorset and Somerset earlier, and that difference in amounts charged to the residents. I will just say, having a look right around the county, we're almost turning into a two-tier county. We're looking at a huge amount of cost shunt to our larger towns around Somerset, and they have come forward with some great suggestions and offers of help. But what we are then left with is some residents might be paying £300 a year, and 100 yards up the road, where they're outside of those large catchments, they might be paying £30 a year. So we've potentially got a larger differential in Somerset than we have between Somerset and Dorset. So even though it's great for us here today that our towns and parishes are working, there is still that impact that comes onto the ratepayers in Somerset, albeit it might be through a town and a parish. I think there's a lot of lines here we haven't discussed today. I think there will be a lot more questions at full council, but I think it needs perhaps a bedding down to see the final list, and I'm sure there'll be more questions at that point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chilcott. Your point about council tax is a really interesting one, and I'm sure you will echo my requests to all political spectrums and parties that we need a national solution to what is a failed model. We cannot continue to basically pay for social care out of a tax on 1991 property values, and it's an undiscussed problem on a national level that needs to be raised, and I hope that I'm trying to do that cross-party, cross-sector, and trying to speak to as many people as possible about the need for this to be tackled urgently by the next government. It was very apparent when I met with Minister Hoare that he didn't see it as a problem for this government. Councillor Lation.
I wanted to make the same point. We just, everything we all say just proves that council tax doesn't work. So I do accept the point about some parish, town, city councils and their preset. The people who are making those decisions, like us, are democratically elected. And so we're all responsible for the decisions we make. I believe that people who are elected within towns and parishes are representative of their community, and they know their community best. They know what their residents care about. We all have to stand up for what we believe is right and do the very best we can. It is for the electorate to decide whether we continue to do that work or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And finally to Councillor Dingwall.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slocum stole most of my thunder and spoke much more passionately about the Bridgewater Carnival than I will ever be able to do, I'm sure. But I did want to come at it from a slightly different angle. With the carnivals across the county driving such high levels of tourism, and from that charitable donations, the carnivals are a major contributor to charities across Somerset. And the council leaning more heavily on the voluntary and charity sector to provide services that are going to be lessened over future budgets. Has there been any sort of impact assessment to the withdrawal of support for things like Carnival to the onward chain, like the charities, in a similar way as we've done with asset management, where we've said, okay, we'll sell this asset, we no longer have the income, that's an impact on our budget, that's an impact on what services we're able to provide the community. Is there any kind of impact assessment on that been done?
Councillor Smith Roberts will respond.
Just to clarify, we're not withdrawing support for carnivals. We aren't putting in additional toilets, because that's the toilet budget, and we're not putting up barriers to protect some assets, such as the Blake statue, as an example. So it's not withdrawing the funding because I don't believe, unless Theo or Alan correct me, we don't give any funding to Bridgewater Carnivals through any BCFSE mechanism, but it's about in this budget here that's in front of us that by taking this decision, we will be ceasing those two aspects. So we appreciate that people will have to find somewhere else to go toilet, and that the potential there is an impact on assets. So there are perhaps some unwanted consequences by no additional toilets. But those are the decisions that we make here, and we continue to have conversations with Bridgewater Town Council in order to see if they are willing to take on that, the savings that we are proposing.
Thanks,
So
Fed.
if
To add to that residents would also be able to attend a very similar carnival at North Petherton shortly afterwards, at which we have public toilets that are very well provided by North Petherton Town Council and so on. I'm sure you'll all appreciate that. Seriously, Andy, yeah, your point is well made. I've got many friends who've been involved with carnival for many years, and I'm very aware of the impact that it has and the amazing work they do for charity. I just wonder, it would be amazing if carnival clubs could come forward, perhaps with some foster carers. Who knows? Maybe that's an approach that we could make, and we could find a way forwards on that. I've got Ros Wyke in the room who wants to add, and then I'll come back to Andy.
Just a quick point, but I think it's a very well made point about carnivals are really important across the county. We've got a responsibility, and you'll hear about it in a few minutes, about the economic plan for Somerset as part of the transition from LEPs to local authorities regarding economic growth. And I would have thought it was very legitimate that we do look at the broader piece of tourism, and particularly the contribution to Carnival. And I'll certainly personally make sure that happens. Thank you.
Andy, did you just want to come back?
No, Councillor White's just picked up on the important part of my question there as well. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, we're very aware of the impact of tourism, of that, and a number of other events that happen in Somerset. We want more and more tourists to not make it to Cornwall. If you get my drift. Councillor Darge.
Thank you. I just want to make a really quick point, just kind of listening to all the contributions, and obviously kind of climate change is my thing, and in climate change we talk a lot about cognitive dissonance, and cognitive dissonance is when we clock something, we clock the facts, we clock the science of it, but it's a bit too difficult to grasp. So actually we carry on with our big cars and all of our kind of carbon footprint. And I just like to say that, you know, these savings are going to have a negative impact on communities. We're not denying that. It's like, it's not good news, but we really don't have much choice. So in a way, we can't kind of discuss the perilousness of our financial situation and then say, yes, but we don't want that to be cut. We've tried to kind of, we've really tried to minimize the impact. But the truth is that the business as usual that we have all got used to can't be sustained under the current funding model. And, you know, I don't like that. I don't think anyone likes that, but that's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Dixie. Wise words indeed. We are in a situation that isn't of our choosing or of our making, but it's our responsibility to find a way through this and seek the solutions that probably don't use those solutions which are within our power and seek the solutions that are outside of our power. And that is the painful duty that we have and our responsibility. So we are where we are. Okay, so I just want to move this agenda item forwards. Councillor Leishon, do you have some more detail to share, please?
I understand, Chair, that I need to move two amendments. The first amendment on the reserves position. So that is to create a reserve called devolution of assets and services overhead costs of 600,000, and that will be created by taking reserve number 55, which is 212,000. Reserve number 56, which is 190,000, and then from reserve number 26, which is budget delivery reserve, 198,000, to give that total of 600,000. So I propose that.
Okay, that's seconded by myself. Do I move to a vote on that directly? Okay, So I'll move, we've had an amendment proposed and seconded. Can I see those lead members in favour, please? Those lead members against? That amendment is clearly carried. And now moving on to a second amendment, please.
So amendments for CMS 015, CAP 032, CAP 007, SWL 010, SWL 006, SWL 007, SWL 008, SWL 012, totalling £260,000 to be taken out of the savings. So I propose that amendment.
Okay, I second that amendment and just clarify with Mr Vaughan that that still allows him to be able to give us the assurances he needs to.
Indeed.
Thank you kindly. All those lead members in favour, please. All those lead members against? That's clearly carried. Thank you very much for everybody involved in that exercise. It was, I think we have listened to our residents in the consultation. We've listened to our members. We've listened to our town and parish councils, and we have found a way forward through a very, very difficult situation. That difficult situation maintains and continues through the next weeks, months and year. Councillor Frederick Smith-Roberts, we haven't voted on the substantive, haven't we? Well done. Well done. You spotted my deliberate error. So can I have those members in favour of the substantive as amended by the two amendments? And those against? That is clearly carried. Thank you very much. Just for the nudge. I think I would have got there eventually when I was hunting for my chair schedule underneath all the amount of papers on my desk. So I do appreciate your support. So we are moving on to item 14 on our agenda, which is developing our approach to transformation, which is page 515 to 568 on the papers. And can I invite Councillor Theobald Philip to introduce the item, highlight any key points that need making, and I'm sure he'll draw on the support of Dawn Vettridge and Alan Jones in doing that.
Thank you very much, and Sarah Critley. So we all know that Somerset Council has to change fundamentally. The process we have just been through looking at next year's budget is only one part of what that looks like. We know we have enormous challenges to come in the future. We know that our current level of resources is not adequate to the challenges we face. We have to change the way that we do things. That means stepping up the transformation of Somerset Council and taking it further and faster than I believe was ever anticipated. We are therefore bringing forward some new proposals. Principle which, to start off with, is the workforce reduction. We need to substantially reduce the scale of this organisation so that we can continue to fund Somerset Council so that we can build a sustainable council. It will be a smaller, leaner organisation with fewer offices and fewer staff. We will have to work in very different ways. Some of that has begun through the devolution process, working with our partners, but there is still an enormous amount to be done working across Somerset Council as one organisation. To begin the workforce reduction, we are asking the council to start a process of voluntary redundancy. But we are asking that the consultation on that process begin in 2 days' time, on the 9th of February, so that we can commence the 45-day consultation necessary to begin right-sizing the organisation. We are asking to start this with a scheme of voluntary redundancy to ensure that those members of staff who wish to take up that opportunity are able to do so, and so that we can minimise the need for compulsory redundancy going forward. This will be a change in the organisation of a scale which I don't think many of us have ever seen. We are talking about the potential for the reduction of the full-time equivalent of Somerset Council of between 20 and 26%. That is a radical change in what Somerset Council is and how Somerset Council will have to work. But it is necessary that we make changes of this scale so that we are able to continue to have a sustainable council going forward, a council that can deliver the services that our residents need. I'd like to hand over now to Alan Jones to take us through some more detail.
Thank you, Theo, and through you, Chair. The paper really builds on the previous papers and statements that have been made to Executive previously in both December and January. The purpose of the paper really is to build an approach to our programme and clearly set out the steps that are going to be taken and be really clear about those component parts, so members in particular can see how this programme will work through and be really clear the influencing factors. As has been set out today, it requires a radically different approach as part of that process. However, we do need to consider being smaller, leaner and more agile as an organisation, and as part of that we need to embark on starting to consider how we would take those steps. A first key step, a step that's been used in other local authority areas that have been through local government reorganisation, is through a voluntary redundancy proposal. However, I should emphasise, and as set out in the report, it is just one aspect, one trick, one treatment to consider how we can reduce the scope and scale of our organisation. That's everything from considering the use of vacancy and how we can remove those permanently from our structures, how we can look at the use of agency and interims to support our organisation, but also how we can consider 2Ping staff where appropriate into those organisations that wish to continue those services. So it's really important that the emphasise this is part of a wider structure of proposals. However, we do need to make pace, and we do need to radically change that approach, and part of the paper today is to ensure that we can start and commence that approach around voluntary redundancy as one of those key enablers as part of that right-sizing programme, but also the commencement of a new approach to how we then redesign the organisation moving forward. I think, Chair, I'll leave it there. I'm joined by Sarah and Dawn to help kind of answer any questions that you may have as part of this process. Thank you.
Sarah, Dawn, anything to add at this stage? Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions from league members? Thank you very much. Fed.
I've got a comment and then maybe more of a question. So I kind of shiver when we hear voluntary redundancy, because I guess it goes back to my time as being leader of Somerset West and Taunton and the pain and scars that we bore on the creation of that new council and being handed it over by the previous administration, and just the spiralling costs that went in on VR, but also the damage it did to us as an organisation, and I mean us as SWT when I talk about us there, and the loss of knowledge and experience of really key people that kind of helped keep things going. So I think for me, it's about understanding the mitigations that we can put in place. I don't disagree that we need to transform. I don't disagree that we need to do it quick and at pace, not just because of financial reasons, which we've all known about and we've discussed for hours and hours today, but about wanting to be a modern, forward-thinking, efficient council that is easy to interact with and that takes on board AI and other ways of working that makes it easier for those that want to interact with us to interact, I guess, how they wish to, and then we're there to serve the most vulnerable through, I guess, other different ways. So I think I need reassurance in relation to VR in that element. And then it might be a question for the chief executive, just around if in all of this transformation, what will our culture look like of the organisation? And I know we've done papers on this around the vision and the values, but just to reiterate that as to what you see us being, and obviously what we want us to be as the administration, but how that then works down and works its way into the workforce.
Shall I? Okay, I'm going to ask, sorry, Mr. Sharkey to start, and I'll then go over to, I believe, Dawn to answer the next question.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. It's a really good question. So you're absolutely right in what you say that, you know, this was always part of the transformation plan. It's about accelerating it. And unfortunately, you know, we will have to make bigger changes to the finances and realistically to reduce the funding gap. The culture we'll have to adopt is very much going to be about coming together across the organisation to do things that we've agreed to do. It needs to be a lot more flexible, a lot less process, a lot less bureaucracy. We're going to have a really good conversation about risk. Yeah, I won't answer the first part of the question because other colleagues have got some practical answers there. But actually what we can't do is make sure all risk is eliminated every time, because what that means is we're a lot slower, it's a lot heavier, it's a lot clunkier. If we're going to actually be able to manage with a small staff team, we're going to have to be able to do more with it. So we need more flexibility, the ability to say, actually, we're doing that this way, we'll get on and do it. Then we stop doing that and do the next thing. We can't keep speccing everything up to avoid risk at every single stage. We'll have to be good at managing risk, but we'll have to start to accept we need to take good risks rather than avoid all risk. And we absolutely need to look at all the internal handovers. So one of the things we've picked up in a new organisation is an organisation with lots of different parts, and that does feel on occasion like different silos. And there are handovers internally across lots of different service processes, lots of different customer journeys, lots of different pieces of information or kit or whatever it may be, all of which generate a cost. I don't necessarily mean a physical cost, but an opportunity cost to the organisation. So we're going to have to look really about how we lead, how we manage, being much more about that matrix type management, and about recognising this is what the council needs to do as a whole, and we're all parts of that team. It very much does build on the values. These are the sorts of things that our staff talked about when we did the values workshops last year, in terms of what they wanted to see different. They wanted less bureaucracy, more empowerment, etc. So it is those values that we'll be building on that we've already adopted. And, you know, the values talk very clearly that we've already put in place about working as one team, about striving for excellence, about building belonging. And if we can really start to pick the behavioural framework up underneath that and work in that way, I think we can make it work probably better than it does now, which will mitigate but not remove entirely the impact of the transformation we have to do to reduce the cost. So I hope that helps. It's certainly not the fully formed answer because that is what we're still working on, but we've got to think that way.
Okay, thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Chair. In your pack on page sort of 549 around that area, we were really conscious to look at the lessons learned, not just from around Somerset, where obviously SWT have recently done a voluntary redundancy programme, but also to look at lessons learned from around the country, and also from feedback from Grant Thornton, our external auditors as well. So there's a number of things that we're putting in place as a result of those lessons learned. They're summarised on page 550. One of the things we are making sure that we do is to have really robust central control and grip and governance. So we're putting in place really robust programme management around this programme, ensuring we have dedicated resources to the programme and that it's led from the very top of the organisation. So we've established a design authority, which is chaired by the Chief Executive, has members of the executive leadership team and myself on that board, along with other members of the corporate leadership team, to make very clear decisions around the future of our organisational design. One of the areas as well is around change management, and that links with culture. So it's really important we just don't look at the process of a VR programme, that we take people with us, that we support staff through that, whether they're staying, leaving, or that they would like to leave but are going to have to stay, because not everybody's going to be able to go that applies. So we're going to really look at a very strong supporting managers and staff through change, very clear accountabilities within my team in terms of how we're going to deliver the programme over the next 6 to 9 months. Digital solutions as well. We're looking at making things slick as possible, keeping it simple, trying not to make it too complex, enabling staff to self-serve. So there's a lot of things that we've looked at with the lessons learned, and we've built them into this programme as much as we possibly can. I do appreciate what you're saying about the worry about the loss of talent, the loss of knowledge, the loss of experience. And it goes without saying, if we're going to reduce our workforce in the region of 20 to 26%, that's an inevitable outcome. So we will be phasing some of the people that will be leaving where there is essential knowledge and skills, or where there are projects or pieces of work that need to be properly completed prior to November of this year. So again, I think phasing out the leavers is extremely important. I think I'll leave it there, Leader, but hopefully that gives you a flavour of what we're trying to do to counter some of the risks.
Okay, Councillor White.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. From my commercial life, I've been through this process in large and small organisations, and I do recognise that we start from the advantage and the disadvantage of being local government rather than commercial life. But there are often unintended consequences. Some of them you can avoid, and some of them you can preempt. And I'm just concerned, and I will give you an example. Within my patch, I've got two groups who are going through trying to get grades in place and whatever. And one of them started based upwards and have got the job descriptions and got some grading, and the other one's done it based from the top down, and they've not got anything right in terms of getting the right grades through. And I just feel that sometimes we need to put some effort into actually helping our staff, and it's the managers. It's not just the staff who are you're wanting to, but actually the people who are going to implement, whether it's a job grading scheme or whether it's something else. And I would welcome some constructive blue skies thinking about the unintended consequences and how you're going to mitigate them, because it's fine to read a paper, and I welcome all the effort being put into it, but sometimes one needs to step back and recognise what could or couldn't happen. And I'm concerned that so far we're doing a lot of good things, but we are seeing some unintended consequences as we leak staff because of the constraints of local government and the existing HR stroke job description grading system and what we've inherited and things like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that feedback as well, Councillor. I think one of the things that's really important with what we do is to ensure that it's not just a financially led initiative. Clearly, we are looking to make significant financial savings towards the budget for 25-26, and hopefully be able to support as well reinvesting into the reserves at the latter part of 24-25 if we're able to do so. But I think it's really important that what we do is that we're really clear that we're redesigning the whole organisation, and all VR is a voluntary redundancy scheme is just a tool, really, to one of many tools that we'll use to actually reduce the size of the workforce. So where we need to start from is, you know, what does a good council look like at the end of this? What is the vision? What are the values? What are the behaviours that we want to see? How are we going to still have an organisation that people want to work in, that where we can attract and retain really great talent into Somerset Council? So there is a vast majority of different work streams across the workforce programme that will look at how we're going to do that. So VR in itself is quite a blunt instrument, and I do appreciate that, and it's not transformational. The transformational element will be our the organisation quite quickly will enable us to be more creative about how we can redesign and reshape the organisation to deliver services differently in the future. And we know that's going to be really hard, but it needs to be culturally led around that vision and those organisational design principles that full council signed up to in November, and also applying structural design principles. So we're really clear across the organisation what our optimal sort of spans and layers of control need to be as well. I think that's really important in an exercise like this. So the thing that we're doing differently is taking a whole organisational approach, whereas previously we were doing it really by directorate and by service and by tier. And this enables us to be much more dynamic and reduce management costs where it's possible to do so.
Thank you, Donna. Heather.
Thank you. Yes, and thanks for the report. I just made a couple of comments and then sort of a question, which is, I think it's clear that we're trying to consider our staff. We realise the kind of stresses and strains staff body's been through in the last couple of years. And I think it's also, I agree that we need that robust process to manage this this change we're going to have to go through. But I suppose what I'm looking to see is how are you going to culture will take time, that culture that Duncan mentioned. The cultural change takes time, and time is something we haven't really got. So I'm just wondering how you reconcile the fact that culture is slow, but the need to change is going to be quite quick. Have we got ways of mitigating that kind of contrast or challenge?
Well, that's a deep and meaningful question, and I think there are officers pointing fingers at each other already, which is in a no-blame culture is always good. Duncan.
Yeah, I think you'll find we're just letting Shiva go first rather than pointing fingers. But within the values that we need to develop, we also need to make sure we've got a really clear change model. And at its heart, change management is about being really clear what you want people to, how you want it to be done in the future, and making it now impossible for people to do what they're doing now. Otherwise, that change doesn't happen. So that's the simplest definition of a change management model. Obviously, there's lots more complexity to it, but what we will need to do is make sure we're very overt about what's changing and why it's changing. Not because that in of itself will take people with us, but because then people can actually have those reference points and translate the changes into what it means for them and how they need to work. I think what you'll see, you're absolutely right, culture takes a long time to change, but in a situation where the actual culture you are displaying, the values, behaviours you're displaying, are no longer available to you because the situation in terms of the world has changed around you, people will be looking for new cultures. So very much it's going to be about how do we give that navigational aid for people, that route map that says, look, this is what we need to do in this new world. So when you get into that new world, you've got that to rest on. It won't mean we get everyone there at the right time. There will be a lag, but we need to be able to do that as well as we can. Otherwise, we'll just confuse people by changing the world and people won't know how we expect them to behave in the future. So that's got to be part of the design process to bring that change management model to life and make sure we give that route map for people.
Okay, Alan's going to have a go next.
And if I may, just to support the chief executives from points in terms of some of the tools that we can then consider by looking at things like structures, spans, layers of control, and how that then functions, gives us an opportunity not only to consider how those values are embedded, but also ensuring the right accountabilities are put in place as well, and staff are empowered to work in the right way at the right level. And part of that is considering all these different elements. As Dawn's very clearly set out, the workforce element is simply one element of this programme. There are a series of other activities, from organisational redesign led by Sarah, and then right the way through across some of the other transformation programmes that are already underway, and those that we know as an organisation around things like place and setting our place-based strategies also need to be developed. The purpose here is to try and create one transformation programme which encompasses all of these different elements rather than competing resources across the piece. So we're able to deploy at the right time in the right place. So to influence the culture, or to influence the spans and layers, or to influence place-based policy, whatever it may be, it enables us to control and influence it directly, but also understand the impacts of staff reductions or whatever the activity may be on each of those parts of the programme.
I'll jump into, and I'll make it really short. But what I would say is there are occasions when culture can change really quickly, and the COVID pandemic was a brilliant example of that, because overnight we've radically changed the way that we worked across every single local authority across the country. And literally overnight, we had 80% of our workforce working remotely, whereas before they were very much a Monday to Friday. If you were sort of a support service, not a frontline service, it was very, very different for about 80% of the workforce. So one of the things my team are doing, because we've all been through that experience and we've all had to support managers and staff through, 2 years of unprecedented times changing our ways of working almost overnight. So it's taking the lessons learned from that about how do you support people well? How do you take people with us on the journey? How do you do change management authentically? How do you lead from the front? And how do you role model the behaviours that you want to see? So we need to grab some of that learning from that period of time and bolt it into this programme, because you're absolutely right. We are going to have to do something very rapidly, very radical and very difficult and complex in the next roughly 9 months, whereas normally you try and do this over maybe 3 or 4 years.
Indeed, it's a pace that we're going to have to work at, which does present risk, as I think we're all very much aware, but it's making sure that we've got that values piece that's been worked on so hard, running through that. I'm not seeing any other lead members or associates who wish to speak, so go to other members, and David Fothergill.
Thank you very much indeed, Leader. And I want to start off by agreeing with two of the lead members here. I would agree with Federica. I think she was being a little kind when she talked about the transformation at Somerset Western Taunton. I think it was a complete dog's breakfast, and she had to manage her way through it, and it was just an example of how it shouldn't have been done. So I too go cold with the thought of voluntary redundancy, and I think I'm agreed now with Ros White, which is probably the first time in my life, maybe the last, but certainly I'm about to do it.
I think we may all need a moment.
So just capture this moment. Let's note when it is on the screen. But I agree that voluntary redundancies has unintended consequences to it, and I think one of the unintended consequences is with those that apply for it but don't get it. And we have to consider them because they are in their mind leaving. They've had that conversation with their partner. They are in their mind leaving, and then suddenly they're not leaving. And I think they are the biggest unintended consequence. So that was just my agreement with Ros for a few seconds. We'll move on from that then. I've got some questions from Faye, who is the opposition lead in this area. So if I could read what Faye's talking about. She's particularly very concerned about the impact upon apprenticeships in this area. She leads into she's got 4 questions, which I'll put on her behalf. But being National Apprenticeship Week, I think it is really important that we recognise the amazing apprentices working across the council and ensure we are taking specific steps to support them through this process. VR is a tough environment, even for those who have been in the workforce for years, but I would add for regular support, communication and feedback for apprentices who may or may not be affected by departmental structures, line managers leaving and general uncertainty that will prevail. Can we please commit to building on the support and information that is offered? In particular, I'm concerned, Faye, on social value. It's disappointing to see at this part of the paper blank. There will certainly be social value impacts on this activity, and we should not fail to recognise the social value of schemes like pathways to employment being cut, work experience likely reduced by a smaller and stretched workforce, and other opportunities offered by the council reducing. So her 4 questions, and perhaps I think, for benefit of speed, I think written answers are fine if that's more appropriate rather than try to handle all. What support is being offered to all employees currently undertaking an apprenticeship levy funding training programme? How will it be affected if they leave? Is there a clear policy on this? Number 2, what financial impact will, I'll send these to you in writing, see down, just copy them down.
What financial impact will this significant workforce reduction have on the council's apprenticeship levy monies, both in the impact on the council's budget, but also the available budget to fund apprenticeships, offer a qualifying training for older staff, and the support we give to small businesses in our supply chain who can benefit from our apprenticeship funds to develop local talent? How many pounds in the pot reduce? How many pounds in the pot will it reduce by? 3, are apprentices currently being given any of the additional support mentioned above? And if not, will you commit to re-looking at this approach? And 4, will the new apprenticeship still be offered this year? And how will that work? Happy to put those 4 questions in writing if you want to take a little bit of time to answer them.
Okay, John, do you want to just give an initial response? And then,
Yeah.
then maybe a full written
then
answer,
I'll-
I think is probably the way. I think the questions are really are really good ones, and I'm sure Federica and Ross will be glowing that you support their comments.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and thank you for those questions, and I welcome them as well, and the challenge. The quick answer is yes, we absolutely are going to maintain our commitment and support to our early careers strategy, which the council has had in place and has put an awful lot of resource, effort and time to support people with apprenticeships. We currently have in the region of 286 apprenticeships across Somerset, and that includes our schools. 142 of those are staff that are upskilling through the apprenticeship levy, and that's from a level 2 to a level 7. So it's not just young people coming in on lower apprenticeship programs, it's right the way up through to a master's degree, where we're growing our own planners and professionals within the organisation. We have 144 apprentices that have come into the organisation on apprenticeship schemes. So we absolutely intend to support that commitment through. We're still going to be an organisation for the long term, and we need to grow our talent and our resource and our skills internally wherever we can. We know it's increasingly difficult to attract and retain people into Somerset Council, especially in some specialist roles. So one of the things that we have done to try and offset, I think the first question, which was around, how we're supporting those people who apply and don't get it. We have had extensive discussions and come up with an exempt list of posts, which is around 16 different job types. And that is deliberately because we know those posts are very difficult to recruit and attract, and we might currently be carrying quite a lot of temporary labour in there or agency workers to fill some of those posts. So it doesn't make sense to go to that proportion of the workforce and say to them they can apply for VR when we know fully well we wouldn't be able to accept any of those applications. So around 20% of the workforce are effectively in that exempt list. I know that puts a lot of pressure in terms of the job reductions on the remaining element of the workforce, which I'm sure will be a concern about how we manage that. But not everything around workforce reduction is around job reductions and redundancies. There are lots of other things we can do to reduce that pay bill before we look at redundancy. And we've been doing that in parallel and been doing some of that work for the last 3 months. But I'm very happy to do a written response to each of the questions in a bit more depth. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions in the room, which means Councillor Slocum is online. And oh, sorry, Mandy, I missed you. So as I've got Jill appearing as a vision in front of me, I'll go to her first, and then I'll come back to you, Mandy.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Mandy will say something much more profound than me. I just wanted to say, having gone through that process myself of redundancy, voluntary redundancy, and that awful feeling of have you got a job, haven't you got a job? I just hope that we will put in place some health and well-being measures for staff, because it is important that people are there to help you through this process. And I would ask as well that I can only talk about the North, but I know I've met many staff all over. I think we have a wonderful amount of staff. I think the staff are brilliant. And I just want to say that I hope we'll keep staff geographically over the council, not just in one area, because every area of the 4 districts had expertise. And I fear that sometimes we've lost the expertise in certain areas. They've just gone. So I would just ask us to be mindful of that. I know it's a voluntary, so it is about people wanting to go and those that want to stay. But I just would ask that we keep geographically keep our staff in those places as much as we can. But I would just ask for the support, please, for all staff. I've spoken to a number of staff who are struggling, really struggling, because some of them really, well, I think most of them probably love their jobs, and they're just feeling a little bit of no man's land. So I just wanted to raise that, please.
Yeah, points that are very well made. Do we want to respond particularly? No, there's no particular response I think needed to the points you've made, but absolutely fully understand the need to provide that extra support, but also to recognise that the knowledge base and skills base that we learn isn't just about job roles. It also is also about accumulated local knowledge over a considerable period of time, and when that would be a loss to the organisation. So we have a number of things that we need to consider in this process. Nothing here is easy, as I'm sure you'll appreciate, Jill.
Thank you very much, Bill. Thank you.
Mandy.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, if I may. With the budget papers we've heard about earlier, there is a colossal amount of work that's going to be attached to working with our towns and parishes, certainly around devolution, trying to work through arrangements and deals with them to keep services going. So is there an assurance that there will be capacity left in the organisation to carry out that work? And the second one really is around pace and culture. And I suppose, how can we ensure that culture's right, but still progress at the pace we need to? So it's a similar question to earlier. But I think when the two are combined, there is a risk there that one will absolutely affect the other. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think in terms of the second question, I think we've explored that to some degree, and I think it's recognised that the risk is there. On the first question,
if I may, Chair, I think we try to set out really, I think it's paragraph 36 in the report, and it's some of the work that Sarah will be leading on about running a lot of activity concurrently, because we need to be really clear how we are dealing with the programme rather than just being one approach. This is about making sure we're able to innovate, but also consider things like partnerships and devolution. There is always a risk now in terms of the level of resource that will be able to support some of this activity, and we need to be really clear what's come through the system, how we're going to service that. I think some of the decisions that have been taken by executive today enable us to have those more meaningful conversations and actually be able to have a bit of a buffer through them as well if they're taken through at council. But that will be one of the considerations we have. We have established a programme pillar looking specifically asset service and partnership working in order to understand how we can work that to best effect. If there are those resource constraints, of course, that'll be reported back to executive and scrutinies as we move through the process. But it's an absolutely critical part of the programme, and hence why Sarah will be taking the lead in coordinating the entire programme to make sure that we're able to understand all of the resource pinches as we go.
Sarah, do you want to add?
Is that okay? Yeah, just to add to what Alan said there, I think one of the things that it says in the report here is that this is about for the transformation approach. It's about bringing together transformation and change across the whole organisation for the first time, and this is about really maximising the opportunities of 5 councils into one, but also the huge amount of work that we've got to do. This is a complex programme in order to deliver the vision, in order to deliver the savings that we need to make. So I think this is what, by bringing it all together, as Alan says, what we'll be able to do is to actually make sure that we're prioritising our investment and our resources to those areas where we're looking to achieve the greatest return. So just to say that is why we're bringing this together in a whole transformation approach. Obviously, because of the financial imperative at the moment, the first piece of this is the focus on the workforce reduction programme to kick this forward, get this started.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm not seeing any other questions from members, so move to the recommendations. Get the right pair of glasses. So executive is recommended to note the new approach to whole council transformation, to approve the launch of the voluntary redundancy scheme and the 45 day consultation period on the 9th of February 2024 as part of the workforce reduction programme, and note that the delivery of the VR scheme will be dependent on the current financial strategy. Proposed Councillor Butt-Phillips, seconded by Councillor Wilkins. Can I see those lead members in favour, please? Can I see those members against? That's clearly carried. And we're moving on to item 15, which is the Heart of the South West LEP transition, which is pages 571 to 600. Could members please note that the main report for this item is not confidential, but some supporting appendices available to members do contain exempt information and are marked confidential and not for publication. If at any point any member wishes to discuss that information within these confidential appendices, then the executive will be asked to agree the resolution to go into the session, excluding the huge numbers of press and public that are still here. However, if we can manage to avoid making reference, then we don't have to go through that process. Councillor Ros-White, could you introduce the item, please?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and I will try and cover quite a lot of ground fairly promptly and aware of the time. This paper is in response to a government initiative where they are now reducing the funding of LEPs and will, in due course, we'll see the demise of them. There are lots of different ways across the country that is happening. Our partners within our LEP, the Heart of the South West Local Enterprise Partnership, have all taken a very similar paper to their boards, and the LEP itself has agreed the transition plan. I welcome the setting up of a Somerset Economic Growth Board. It's a voice of business in Somerset, and that will make a significant difference, I think, in going forward. In addition, our 151 officer has been acting on behalf of the LEP in the sharing of assets and liabilities, and I think he has been the honest broker and has moved the project forward, so that's great. Two interesting things coming out of this. First of all, the government has asked us to produce an economic plan for Somerset, and we've been given 6 months, would you believe, to do that. So that's going to be a challenging measure. And secondly, we have been given a little bit of funding to enable all this to happen. So what you have in front of us is a number of recommendations, recognising that we've got an integration plan to create a new organisation and take on the responsibility within the council for the LEP activities within Somerset, and then a number of delegations to actually enable that to happen fairly rapidly, including a new economic plan. And I will ask Paul if he wants to add anything to that.
Ros, I think you summarised the position fully, and in interest of time, I won't add anything, but I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Vaughan, you've been mentioned, so you have a right to reply should you wish to use it.
Not in that sense, but I think it's helpful for clarity. So Somerset Council is the accountable body for the LEP. And in that regard, I am acting in that role. I'm not wearing my Somerset Council hat. If it's to do with the finances of Somerset Council, my deputy Nicola Hicks is dealing with those things rather than me.
And just to clarify, we haven't purchased hats as part of the financial emergency. These are metaphorical hats, not something that we provide as millinery, is not one of our services. Are there any lead members or associate lead members that wish to comment on this proposal or ask questions? Not seeing anybody. Any other members wishing to ask questions? Not seeing anything in the room. I've got Councillor Volkich online. Hello, Val. Val, you're muted. We'd love to hear from you.
Oh, hang on, that's better. Sorry, I had a puppy that decided it would like to play with the computer. I suppose you have both the most recent chairs of the Heart of the Southwest Joint Committee in the room. I think this is an inevitability. Once Devon went for a Devo deal, that it was obvious that their attendance at meetings dropped off. They very rarely turned up. And of course, now the last couple of days, their actual Devo deal's been announced. I think there is an inevitability about this. I need to study the actual details because I've not had a discussion about that with anybody. But I think to bring it into Somerset makes absolute sense. I need to look and see what an economic growth board actually means. But David Fothergill is the chair before me, and so he may have something to say. There is an inevitability. This was always going to happen. And once the government decided to change how Let's work, part of me thinks it's very sad because we did actually work quite well with the Devon authorities, but they have gone their own way. So they didn't want to work with us anymore. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Val. And it's one of the difficult things is David Fothergill has actually left the building, so we don't have the two previous members of chairs of in the room. So that's not the case. But however, the point is well made. And we do also need to remember that we have it's a different vehicle, but we also have the Greater Southwest as well, which brings together the voice of business and the regional voice there as well, which it's not a successor to the left. It has a different role and function, but it does will help us to get our voice heard, I hope, on a national stage. Anyway, I'm not seeing any other members wishing to comment. So returning to the recommendations, the executive is recommended to approve the proposed integration plan for the Heart of the Southwest LEP, to delegate responsibility to the service director for establishing the Somerset Economic Growth Board and the implementation of the integration plan, to delegate to the Section 151 officer to finalise a transfer arrangement and agreements with the other authorities regarding residual funding and resources, and to agree that we don't need to do D&E because we haven't managed to mention anything confidential. So though we have the proposal, which needs to be put forward by Councillor Wyke, seconded by Councillor Wilkins. Can I see those lead members in favour and those lead members against? That is clearly. So we have item 16, which is the determination of 2025-26 Somerset Council admission arrangements, and Councillor Heather Shearer to introduce, and with the assistance of the backup singer of Mr. Phil Bird. Heather.
I would just like to say thank you very much. This is absolutely the thing you've been waiting for all afternoon. I realise that Phil and I are what's standing between you and going home. I know you're as committed now as you were at 10 o'clock, but I just like to take you through a couple of things. Phil will keep me right if I get something wrong, I'm sure. It's exactly as it says in the report. It's a requirement of the school's admission code that all admission authorities determine their admission arrangements for 2025-26 before the 28th of February this year. What we're putting forward to what we've got already and what we're putting forward to you is essentially compliant with the codes that we have to follow. But over years, a number of let's say criteria have kind of crept into the eligibility, if you like, or the admissions considerations. And we thought every time you get the chance to do this, it's an opportunity to take out those things that are no longer useful or are kind of confusing because the eligibility or the admission process it's covered in some other legislation or change. So I would like to say that we've got a recommendation before you, which is essentially saying there are 4 appendices, and that, moving that we urge you to recommend the detail particularly in Appendix A, which explains all of the things we have to consider when a school is considering who to admit. But there's a couple of things on there. One is you'll see on page 606 for Appendix A, there is there was some conversation when putting this report together, and there was something that was proposed to come out. One thing was proposed to come out, which we decided even before we brought this to you that we thought we'd keep in, and that was to give some priority to the children of staff, principally because we think, recruiting and keeping good teachers is important, and that could be seen as encouraging and a bonus for members of staff. It's not taken up very often. Many of these things we've brought to you are not taken up very often, but at least it's there as an advantage. And there was another one which was around giving priority to siblings, if you like, in an infant school where there was already a sibling in a secondary school in the same area. And that was something that was put forward to be taken out in discussion. I think I would like to actually amend the thing to say that actually it doesn't come in very often as an issue, but actually for those odd exceptions, it's probably good to keep it. So I wanted to make an amendment to our proposals, but I'm happy to discuss those that issue. I want to make it an amendment that we would keep it in, contrary to the report.
I think you may have misspoken slightly there when you said an infant to a secondary. I think you meant an infant to a junior school, where there is the infant and junior schools are kept separate, which is the issue. In many areas, including schools I've worked in, the infants and the juniors have amalgamated into one school, and that step from year 3 to year 4, wherever the line is, wouldn't apply where there was a primary setting, but where there is a legacy infant and junior setting, that still does apply. So I think it was that one that we were looking to.
Thank you, exactly right. I should have been reading off the screen and not from my memory. And I know that I've got a million people in here who keep me right. At least 2 I can think of, you would keep me right on that one. But it's mainly to sort of set up that there's the recommendations that are there. But there's also, I would like to move that recommendation that we would, or an amendment to it to keep that one on the table. It's currently off the table, but Phil may want to say some more about those things, or you may have questions for Phil about the various things in the appendix.
Thank you, Heather. Nothing more to add really, other than the admission arrangements affect 94 schools. That's 92 schools in primary phase and 2 secondaries. There was a 6-week period of public consultation between the 8th of December and the 26th of January, and we had 4 respondents to the consultation, 2 of which weren't particularly relevant, and 2 of which we remain in contact with.
Thank you very much. Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts.
I just wanted to come in and support the fact that we are now going to keep in, or we're recommending or amending the recommendations that we're going to keep in, that people who have got teacher parents or the children of staff, that actually we do recognise that actually they should be there as a criteria, because of we all know of the challenges that we face in recruiting teachers. So I think anything that helps that recruitment process is a good thing. And then I also do support, and I think it was only used 3 children in 2019, I think, in looking at the papers, but I still do think it's relevant that we still have it as an option in our admissions process, that infant schools can link in then to the junior schools where there are siblings there. I just think anything that makes parents' life sometimes easier and trying to go across multiple settings, I can see that it would make sense to keep that there.
Okay. Nothing further to add. I'm seeing from lead members or associate lead members. Just looking around the room for other lead members. No, nobody online. Okay, just some guidance as to how we incorporate that amendment into the paper. Do we need an amendment to the proposal?
I don't think you had a proposal in a second, but we're happy to accept that suggestion.
Okay, so we've got a proposal from Councillor Shearer, seconded by Councillor Butt-Philip. Do you both accept that as an amendment to the proposal?
Yeah.
Okay, so the proposal is to recommend. Executive is recommended to. Sorry. The proposed changes are to the oversubscription criteria for local authority voluntary controlled and community primary schools, and the proposed as set out in Appendix 1, and the proposed changes to the oversubscription criteria in Appendix 2, and to determine the admission arrangements for local authority schools in Appendix 3, and to determine the admission arrangements for all local authority voluntary controlled and community secondary schools as in Appendix 4. Are we happy to vote for that? All those in favour, please. All those against? That is clearly carried. Phil, thank you so much for your work and for your patience in being present throughout an exciting day of meetings and giving us a positive note to leave the meeting on. So thank you very much for all your hard work on this and so many other aspects of the council's work and at the moment as well. I believe that is our last item on the agenda. Is that? Yeah. Okay. So it remains for me to thank all officers who presented today and all members who contributed today. We've had an extremely full day of debate, and I hope that we've reached outcomes which will help move the very difficult situation that we are in forwards. And thank you so much for your contributions and your collaboration with that. I think we will next see each other on the 20th for full council Canal Side, and then we will be back here in the John Meikle room on the 6th of March. Thank you so much and have a safe journey home, and especially to those online who will be at home already. Thank you.